Your past loves you. What if the thing we fear most, our past, is actually the greatest act of love we have ever received? A book by Alexander Parnell. Introduction. Your past loves you. What if the thing you've spent your life trying to escape is the very thing that kept you alive? Everyone tells you to leave the past behind. Let it go, move on, don't look back. The past is an anchor you drag up the stairs of your own life until your arms give out, and there is an entire industry built on the promise that you can set it down. Somewhere behind you, there is a version of you who failed, who was afraid, who loved the wrong person, or trusted the wrong one, or just didn't know yet what you know now. And the whole project of becoming a better person gets imagined as getting away from him. Consider the opposite. This book means to convince you of something that sounds, at first, sentimental, and turns out to be almost mathematical. Your past is not behind you, it is underneath you. It is not the anchor, it is the ground. That is the promise in the 4 words on the cover, and it is a promise, not a comfort. The book intends to earn it slowly and hand it back to you at the end as something you can believe. A small, strange fact to begin with. The whole book turns on it. You cannot point to a memory. Open a brain. Really open it, put it under the finest microscope we have, and you will not find your mother's face waiting in a drawer of tissue, and you will not find your first heartbreak folded into one particular cell. You will find neurons, about 86 billion of them, and between them a thicket of connections, dense past imagining, something near 100 trillion links. Every one of them a place where one cell reaches out and touches another. The memory is not in any of the cells, it is in the pattern of the touching. Everything you have ever kept, you kept as a shape, not a thing. The science carries us that far with confidence. The storage is in the connections, not the cells. Whether the pattern is all a memory is, that one the later chapters earn slowly, and it is a leading view, not a closed case. But even the careful reading has weight. Weaken the right connections and a memory fades. Strengthen them and it sharpens, the way a chord comes back when you press the same keys. Hold on to that, it is the thread. It runs through every chapter of this book, through fields that look like they have nothing to say to each other, until it ties itself into the knot at the center of you. The thread is this: nothing exists in isolation. Everything becomes what it is because of what it is connected to. Follow it and see how far it runs. One atom is almost nothing, but put atoms in relationship and you get a molecule that can do what no atom can, and molecules in relationship become a cell, which is alive in a way no molecule is, and cells in relationship become a brain, and a brain's cells in relationship become a mind, and minds in relationship become love and family, and the long argument we call a civilization. And a civilization does one thing above all the others: it remembers. It holds on to what mattered, so it is not lost when the people who knew it die, and that memory, carried across generations, is part of what lets an identity outlast a body, and an identity holding together through time may be close to what we mean by being aware, and that awareness, watching itself move forward and never back, is bound up in how any of us came to feel time passing at all. Atoms to molecules to cells to brains to minds to relationships to civilizations to memory to identity to consciousness to time. One staircase, every step is the same move made again. Things in relationship become more than themselves. On this reading, not one of those levels is a thing. Every one is a pattern of connection, wearing the mask of a thing. You are the highest step we know of. And you have spent your life trying to leave the lower ones behind. You do it in small ways every day. You cringe at a younger version of yourself across 10 years, certain you have nothing in common with him now. There is a mirror this book holds up now and then, and it is worth being straight about up front, because it is easy to misread. For the first time in the history of the planet, we are building something that behaves more and more like a mind, and runs on no brain at all. Machines that learn, that recognize a face, that hold a conversation. And now this is the part that matters here. Machines handed something they never had before, a memory that persists, a past. For most of their short history, they woke up new every time and remembered nothing. And we are now, deliberately, teaching them to carry what came before. The moment we do that, the oldest questions we have ever asked about ourselves come back at us out of the machine. If a memory is a pattern of connections, does it matter whether the connections are made of cells or of numbers? If what makes you you is not any single moment, but the whole accumulated network of them, then what exactly are we making when we let a machine accumulate its own? That question stays open here. Be suspicious of anyone who tells you it is closed. This is not a book about artificial intelligence. The machine is a mirror in a room you thought you knew. You are not interested in the mirror. You are interested in what it shows you about the back of your own head. The subject here is you. So this is a book about being human, about why you remember and why you forget, and why forgetting, far from being simple failure, may be closer to a kindness, about why grief hurts so much more than it seems it should, and why love, real love, outlasts the person it was for, about why time only ever runs one way, so that you can remember yesterday and never tomorrow, and about the quietest, strangest fact of a human life. Every version of you that has ever existed is still somehow here. The frightened child, the uncertain teenager, the one who hoped for too much, the one who failed, the one who finally once got it right. We talk as if they are gone, as if you replaced them. You didn't. They became the foundation the next version of you was built on top of. Every mistake one of them made and survived became a piece of the judgment you now mistake for your own good sense. And every heartbreak they lived through became your capacity to feel what someone else is feeling, and every failure became your resilience, and every small success became your nerve. Each of them, in their own time, gave up their present, the only present they would ever have, so that you could have yours. Some of what they carried forward was not a gift, but a wound, and the book will not pretend otherwise when the time comes to face it. That is part of the honest account, and it waits for a later chapter. You are not meant to feel the full weight of any of this yet. It is an introduction, and the weight is what the rest of the book is for. Every chapter begins, as this one did, with a question rather than an answer, because honest questions make better company. And ideas from fields that never speak to each other, physics and grief, information theory and love, the wiring of a neuron and the wiring of a machine, are going to keep arriving at the same place from different roads, until the coincidence stops looking like a coincidence and starts looking like a principle. And by the end, if this book has done its work, the title will turn over in your hands and show you its other face. Your past is not your enemy. It is not the thing holding you in place. It is the accumulated gift of every earlier you, every one of whom lived and chose and lost and held on, and passed forward everything they had, and asked for nothing back. Without a single one of them, the person reading this sentence would not exist. Perhaps that is all love has ever been, the quiet act of preserving what matters so that something greater can grow from it. Perhaps the child you used to be has been protecting you this entire time. Perhaps every version of you gave up its present so that you could have yours. Perhaps your past never stopped loving you. Here is why that's true. Chapter 1. What is a thing, really? If you took a thing completely out of relationship with everything else, would anything be left? Reach out and put your hand flat on the nearest solid surface. A table, a wall, the arm of the chair you're sitting in. Press until you feel it push back. That resistance is the most ordinary sensation there is. It's why you trust the floor to hold you, why a cup stays on a shelf instead of sinking through it. It feels like proof that the world is made of stuff. Hard, definite, sitting there whether or not anyone is looking. But your hand is on the table now, and the table is not a metaphor. So start where the doubt is strongest, with the hardest and most obviously real object in reach, and put the question to it. Take this thing out of every relationship it has. Would anything be left? It will not survive the contact, but watch it fail slowly, because the way it fails is the whole point. Nothing dramatic is going to happen. The table stays where it is. You just have to look at it harder than usual and keep looking after the first answer stops being enough. The first surprise is an old one, older than the science that confirmed it. That solid table is almost entirely empty, not partly empty, overwhelmingly empty. Scale one atom up until its nucleus is the size of a marble. Set that marble on the center line of a football stadium, and the nearest electron is somewhere out past the last row of seats, flickering around the whole vast bowl at once, and between the marble and the seats there is nothing at all. No smaller stuff filling the gap, no fine haze, no thinner matter, nothing you could call a substance, just distance. 99.999, and several more 9% of the atom, of every atom in you and the chair and the marble itself, is a gap with nothing in it. Crush the empty space out of every atom in every human being alive, pack the marbles in until they actually touched, and all 8 billion of us would fit inside a sugar cube. The rest of what you weigh is void held open. Your table, your hand, the bones inside your hand, mostly empty specks, stacked. By volume, you and the furniture are closer to vacuum than to substance. None of this arrived gently. In 1909, in Manchester, Ernest Rutherford had his students fire tiny particles at a sheet of gold foil, expecting everyone to sail straight through all that emptiness, and a few came bouncing almost straight back. He never got over it. The closest he could come, years later, was that it was as though you had fired a 15-inch naval shell at a sheet of tissue paper, and it had rebounded and hit you. The tissue paper was the atom, near enough all of it void. The shell had struck the one hard speck at its center and almost always missed. Your hand still looks full. It still feels full. The number does nothing to the feeling, which is exactly why the feeling is worth pressing on. So why doesn't your hand go through the table? Not because two solid things are touching. Nothing is touching in the way you mean the word. The atoms in your fingertip never make contact with the atoms in the wood. What stops your hand is a relationship. The electrons in your skin and the electrons in the table repel each other, harder and harder as they are forced closer, and it's that pushing away you feel as the surface. The hardness doesn't belong to the table. It happens between the table and you, an event, not a possession. Take the encounter away, take away anything for the table's electrons to push against, and the hardness has nowhere to live. It was never in the wood. It was in the meeting. Physicists have known this long enough to make jokes about it. In 1931, in Leiden, Paul A. Renfist stood up to present a medal to Wolfgang Pauli and explained to the room that the reason a stone does not collapse into nothing, and the reason not one of them could walk out through the wall behind him, was a rule of Pauli's about the way electrons refuse to share a state. Then, with Pauli sitting a few feet away, he wondered aloud whether his friend might consider waiving the rule occasionally, given what it could do for the traffic in the streets outside. Let that be more than a fun fact, because it quietly undoes the thing you were most certain of. When you sit down in a chair, you do not rest on the chair. You rest forever, a hair's breadth above it, held up at every point where you seem to touch by nothing but the refusal of two sets of electrons to occupy the same space. You have never in your life actually touched anything, not the hand of someone you love, not the face of your child, not the ground you're standing on. What you have felt, every single time, is one relationship pressing back against another. The electrons of your skin arguing with the electrons of the world and losing ground reluctantly. That argument is the entire sensation of a solid universe. The property you were most sure belonged to the object turned out to be a relationship the object was having. Push down one more level and it gets stranger. When physicists went looking for the smallest pieces, the ultimate stuff, the bricks under the bricks, they did not find little marbles. The popular picture is worth pausing on because it's so wrong and so sticky. Most of us carry around, from some childhood diagram, an image of the atom as a tiny solar system. A hard ball in the middle, littler balls swinging around it on tidy orbits. Miniature billiards. It's a beautiful picture and it's false, and the way it's false is the foundation of this book. There are no little balls. What there is, as best we can tell, is fields. The electron field, the quark fields, the electromagnetic field. Quantities spread across all of space, everywhere at once, with a value at every point. And a particle, an electron, the supposedly fundamental thing, is not a pebble sitting in the field. It's a disturbance in the field, a vibration. A place where the field is excited, humped up, ringing, the way a note on a guitar string is not an object you could put in your pocket, but a pattern of the string moving. The string is real and the note is real. But the note isn't a thing standing apart from the string, it's something the string is doing. Pluck it and the note exists. Damp the string with your palm and the note doesn't go somewhere else. It stops being. That is what you are made of, not marbles, notes. That much is not a way of speaking. It's the standard account of matter, tested to more decimal places than almost anything in science. Up to here, we are on the firm ground of physics. The fields are real, the excitations are real, the marbles were the fairy tale. What comes next steps off that ground on purpose. There's a way of reading the quantum world, worked out by the physicist Carlo Rovelli, that pushes further than the note on a string picture. It has to be said plainly that this is an interpretation, not a measurement. The equations of quantum mechanics are agreed on and fantastically well tested. What they say the world actually is underneath is still openly argued, and Rovelli's relational reading is one serious contender among several, not settled fact. Held as a possibility rather than a proof, though it's a strikingly clean one. The ordinary story about quantum weirdness is that particles are fuzzy, undecided, smeared across possibilities until someone measures them, and then they snap to a value. True enough as far as it goes. Rovelli's move is to ask the follow-up most telling skip, undecided relative to whom. His answer is that a particle's properties, where it is, how fast it's going, which way it's spinning, are not facts the particle privately owns and then reveals. They're facts relative to whatever it's interacting with, and only to that. A property isn't something a thing has, it's something a thing has toward another thing. An electron can have a perfectly definite position with respect to the atom it just bounced off, and at the same moment, no definite position at all with respect to a detector across the room it hasn't met yet, not because we don't know where it is, but because there is no such fact until the meeting happens. The value doesn't exist and then get measured. The interaction is the event in which the value comes to be at all. It's almost too much to hold at once. What it says is that the deepest layer of reality isn't a set of objects with properties. It's a web of interactions, and properties is the name for what shows up at each interaction, differently for each partner in it. There is no view from nowhere in which the electron simply has a position, full stop, waiting to be looked at. Every fact about it is a fact for someone in relation to something. If that reading is right, and remember it's a reading, it's a strange one to carry out of the room. You can set it down for now. The planar point underneath doesn't depend on Rovelli being correct, and it's coming next. Here the word relationship stops being a nice way of putting it. Ask a physicist what an electron actually is, what defines it, what makes it that particle and not another, and the answer is a list of the ways it interacts. Its mass, which is how strongly it responds to being pushed. Its charge, which is how it pulls and shoves on other charged things. Its spin, which is how it behaves in a magnetic field. Every single property in the definition of the electron describes how it relates to something that is not the electron. There's no leftover core underneath, no bare nugget of electronness waiting to be described once you've listed them all. The interactions aren't clothing draped over the particle. They are the particle. Strip them all away, Imagine an electron that pushed on nothing, pulled on nothing, responded to nothing, made no difference to anything anywhere. And you haven't imagined a lonely electron sitting quietly by itself. You've imagined nothing at all. Which is, word for word, the question this chapter opened with. Take it down to the most fundamental object we've ever found, the thing physics offers as the floor of the world, and the answer comes back clean and a little vertiginous. No, nothing would be left. Not less of it, not a stripped-down version, nothing, because there was never a core that the relationships were properties of. All the way down, its relationships all the way down. Everything to here was physics. What an electron is defined by, how the fields behave, what the measurements say. What comes next is philosophy, a claim not about how one particle behaves, but about what it means to be a thing at all. The physics carries you to the edge of that claim. It can't make it for you. The philosophers got there first, as they sometimes do, by pure thought, long before anyone could put an electron in an accelerator and check. There's a name for the position, and here it is plainly, once, so you never have to carry the syllables again. Relational ontology. Ontology is the branch of philosophy that asks what exists, what's really there when you clear away the appearances. And relational ontology answers that what's there isn't objects that happen to fall into relationships. What's there is the relationships, and objects is our word for especially stable knots in them. The thing is the knot. Untie every relation, and you aren't left with a bare thing freed of its entanglements. You're left with a loose end and no rope. Most of us walk around as unconscious believers in the opposite. Call it the thing-first view, the common-sense picture we all start with. The world is a box of separate objects, each complete in itself, each sitting there with its own private properties, and then, as an afterthought, the objects bump into each other and have relationships. The cup exists, then the cup happens to be on the table. You exist, then you happen to know your mother. Relationships in this picture are things that happen to already finished objects. Optional, secondary, the gossip layer over a world of solid nouns. It's such a natural way to see that it feels less like a theory than like eyesight. But it is a theory. Take it down to the floor of physics and press on it and it cracks, and the other picture shows through. The relationships aren't the gossip layer, they are the load-bearing wall. The argument is genuinely old, older than the electron, older than anyone who could weigh one. 3 centuries ago, Isaac Newton and Gottfried Leibniz fell into a long, sharp quarrel about the emptiest thing there could be, space itself. Newton held that space was a real container, a fixed stage that would still be there, still be space, even if you removed every object in the universe from it. Leibniz thought that was incoherent. Space, he argued, is not a container that things sit inside. It just is the set of relationships between things, nearer, farther, left, right, between. Empty the universe of every object, and you haven't left a vast bare room standing empty. You've dissolved the room, because the room was never anything but the distances among its furniture. Take away the furniture, and there are no distances, and with no distances there is no space, only the word. It was pure argument, unwinnable in its own century. Neither man could run the experiment. But it's the same dispute your hand and the table are having now. Is the thing a container that would survive being emptied of every relation? Or is the thing made of those relations, so that emptying it empties it away entirely? And when the physics finally arrived, 300 years late, it did not treat the container kindly. Einstein's space bends and stretches and is shaped by the matter in it, rather than standing apart from it like a fixed stage. Many read that as Leibniz vindicated over Newton, though philosophers of physics argue the point to this day. At the very least, the absolute standalone container Newton was so certain of turned out to be nothing of the kind. You can feel the objection coming, and it's a fair one. This is fine for electrons, you want to say. Electrons are weird. Everyone knows electrons are weird. The whole subatomic zoo is famously counterintuitive, and you don't have to live down there. Up here, at human scale, a chair is a chair. It has an existence, that doesn't depend on your relationship to it. If everyone left the room, if the whole species vanished, the chair would still be a chair. Would it, though? Stay on the objection a second, because it's better than it looks, and answering it is where the idea earns its keep. Take something with more obvious dignity than a chair. Take a heart, a real one, the muscle in your chest. Surely that's a thing, a definite object, an organ you could point to on a table in an anatomy lab. And yet, what makes a heart, not the meat it's made of? A heart pulled out of the body and set on the steel is within minutes, not a heart in any sense that matters. It's a piece of tissue that has stopped being what it was, because a heart was never fundamentally a lump of muscle, but a role, the thing standing in a particular relationship to the blood it moves, and the lungs it answers to, and the vessels it feeds, and the brain it keeps alive, pumping in a rhythm set by signals arriving from somewhere else entirely. The heartness of the heart isn't inside the heart, it's in the relations the muscle was holding down. On the table, those relations are cut, and so, precisely, is the heart. What's left is only the parts. Anyone who has stood in that room knows the feeling without the theory. The thing on the steel is unmistakably not the person. It is the right weight and the right shape, and it is not them, and no one has to be told why. Now the chair. The reason a chair isn't woven into its wood either. Cut it up, and the wood remembers nothing about sitting. A chair is a chair because of a relationship to a body that could sit in it, a spine it could support, a human world in which sitting is a thing that happens, so that if you took away every creature that ever sat and every knee that ever bent, you wouldn't have a room full of lonely chairs keeping their chairness safe. You'd have some oddly shaped arrangements of cellulose, being rained on, meaning nothing, chairs to no one. The chair is a knot of relations too. It just happens to be a knot slow enough and stable enough that we mistake it for a simple object. That's all object ever means at any level, a relationship stable enough to get a name. And this is the move to watch, because the same thing is true at every rung above the particle, the atom, the molecule, the cell, the organ, the person. The thing is not the parts. The thing is the pattern the parts hold each other in. Change the parts, but keep the pattern, and it's still the thing. Keep the parts, but break the pattern, and the thing is gone, even though every atom is right where you left it. You already live inside that fact, you just don't say it out loud. Your body is less a fixed object than a slow flame, cells dying and being rebuilt. The atoms that make you trade it out continually with the food you eat and the air you breathe, so that much of the physical stuff of you is not the stuff of you from years ago. And yet you persist. Almost none of the material of the child you used to be is still in your body, and that child did not die, did not get left behind. That child became you by handing the pattern forward into new material. What lasts when a thing lasts is never the stuff, it's the connection. There's the thread again, running right through the middle of a table and a heart and a chair. What a thing is what it's connected to. On this reading, it's more than a poem about the world. It's an account of it that, so far, holds at every scale anyone has been able to check. Push from one more side. Weight is a relationship to the earth, temperature to your skin, position a matter of near what and far from what. Go down the list. Every entry is relational. So the sharpened question is less a riddle now than a plain observation. Subtract every relationship, and you have subtracted every property. And a thing with no properties at all, pushing on nothing, making no difference anywhere, fails even the most generous test for existing. There is nothing you could say about it, because there is nothing there for saying to grab. Peel the relations away, and you are holding air. That can land like bad news. Give it a second before deciding it is. This isn't a downgrade of the world. It doesn't make the table less real, or your hand, or your mother's face. It makes them real in a different way than you assumed. Real the way a song is real rather than the way a rock is real. Nothing about a song is stuff, and none of that makes it less. It makes it the kind of thing that can survive having its material completely swapped out and still be exactly itself. Which is also, as it turns out, the kind of thing you are. The idea has to be guarded now against the people who will love it for the wrong reason. Because there's a soft, warm, useless version of it that has nothing to do with what's going on here. You've heard it, everything is connected, we are all one, it's all like energy, man. The bumper sticker mysticism that takes nothing, exists in isolation, and lets it go blurry until it means everything and therefore nothing. A fog you can feel wise inside of. That is not this. Relational ontology is the opposite of a fog. It's a knife. It doesn't say all things melt into one undivided soup where distinctions stop mattering. It says the precise reverse, that things are exactly and only the specific relations they hold, that a heart is a heart because of these relations to these other things and not any others, that the whole identity of a thing is nailed down by which connections it has and which it doesn't. The claim isn't that boundaries are an illusion. It's that they are made of relationship rather than made of stuff, which makes them more definite, not less, because a relationship can be stated exactly and a vague inner essence can't. When someone tells you everything is connected and goes misty, they've thrown the idea away. The interesting fact isn't that everything is connected. It's which things are connected to which, and how, and what comes of the particular pattern, because that pattern, and nothing woolier, is what a thing turns out to be. There's one more turn to make before you go, and it's the one that matters most for everything ahead, so it's been held back until now. Everything so far has been about what a single thing is, one particle, one heart, one chair, dissolved into the web of relations that turns out to be all it ever was. But look at what that quietly implies about the web. If a thing is nothing but its relationships, then a relationship can't be a thin thread strung between two fat solid objects. There are no fat solid objects for it to be strung between. The objects were made of relationships in the first place. So a relationship is a connection between two things that are themselves nothing but connections, which are themselves between things that are nothing but connections, and it does not bottom out. There's no floor of little marbles down there holding the structure up. The structure holds itself up. It's connections connected to connections connected to connections, with no non-connection anywhere in the pile. And somehow, out of nothing but that, out of relationship relating to relationship with no solid stuff underneath any of it, comes a universe with weight and color and heat and hardness. Comes a table your hand can't pass through. Comes a hand. That should feel like it's missing a step, and it is, and the missing step is the whole next chapter. So let's name the gap rather than paper over it. We have the raw material, connection all the way down, nothing but. What we haven't touched is how you get from that to this. How a pile of relationships that are each, on their own, almost nothing becomes a molecule that can do what no atom can. A cell that is alive in a way no molecule is, a mind. How the web stops merely existing and starts doing things its threads could never do alone. Because it plainly does. Wetness is not a property of a water molecule. You cannot have a single wet molecule, and yet get enough of them into the right relationship, and wetness simply appears, out of nowhere, belonging to the crowd and to no member of it. Something happens when connections pile up in the right shape. Something arrives that wasn't in any of the parts. That arrival is the engine that drives everything from here to the top of the staircase, and it's where we are going next. For now, just this, take your hand off the table. Look at it, turn it over. It is, you've just been told, and can half believe, almost entirely empty space. A spray of excitations in fields, no marbles anywhere, held in a pattern that will have swapped out nearly all its material by the time you're old, and will still, somehow, be your hand. Every property you'd use to prove it's a real and solid thing, its warmth, its weight, the way it pushed back against the table, turned out on inspection to be a relationship it was having with something else. Peel those away, one by one, and there's no small hard nugget of hand hiding underneath, waiting to be found. There's only the pattern and the connections and what they are doing together. And yet you can close it, make a fist, feel the whole improbable knot of it tighten, this thing that is nothing but relationship, doing something no thread of it could do alone. Now watch how that happens. Chapter 2. How does anything become more than its parts? Where does a whole get properties none of its pieces possess? Pour a glass of water and hold it up to the light. It is wet. You know this the way you know your own name, before thought, without effort. Tip the glass and the water runs. Press your thumb over the rim and it beads and clings. Leave it on the sill through a July afternoon and it will climb the inside of the glass and vanish into the air. Wetness, flow, that faint cool weight against the skin. These are among the most ordinary facts a body knows, and you have never once had to be taught them. Now go looking for the wetness. Take the water apart, not with a hammer, with the imagination, which is the only tool fine enough. A glass of water is a crowd of molecules, each one an atom of oxygen holding hands with two of hydrogen, the little bent shape you may have drawn in a school notebook, the one that looks like a startled face. Zoom in until you are standing beside just one of them. Ask it to be wet. It cannot. A single water molecule is not wet. Wetness is not a property it has or could have. The question isn't hard, it's meaningless, the way it's meaningless to ask what color the number 7 is. One molecule cannot flow either, because flowing is something a great many of them do in relation to one another, sliding and tumbling past their neighbors. It cannot form a droplet. A droplet is a negotiation among millions. It cannot be a wave. It cannot be still water at dawn. Every single thing you know about water, everything your hand recognizes under a tap, is absent from the thing water is made of. So where did the wetness come from? Nobody put it in. There's no drop of wetness hidden in the oxygen, no reservoir of it in the hydrogen, waiting to be released when they meet. The atoms brought none of it, and yet get enough of them together at the right temperature, close enough to feel one another, and the wetness is simply there, reliable, undeniable, the same every time. It arrived out of the arrangement. It lives in the way the molecules are related to each other, in the touching and nowhere else. It's easy to read past, so slow down before we name it. You drink water every day of your life. You have never once drunk a wet molecule. The wetness was in the glassful and only ever in the glassful, and you never noticed the difference because you never had to. This is the strangest ordinary thing in the world, and it has a name. The name is emergence. The plain version, a whole can have properties none of its parts possess, and it gets them purely from how the parts are connected. That phrase is doing something sneaky. It sounds like poetry. More than the sum of its parts is the kind of line that gets embroidered on a cushion. But when a scientist says it about water, she doesn't mean it as a flourish. She means it as a measurement. She means, here is a list of everything a water molecule can do, and here is a list of everything a glass of water can do, and the second list is longer, and the difference between the two lists did not come from the molecules. It came from the connections between them. Emergence isn't a metaphor dressed up as physics. It's physics that happens to sound like one. And once you've seen it, in the water you can't stop seeing it. Consider what has to be true for this to work, because it's easy to nod at and hard to actually believe. Nothing was added. When those molecules gathered into a glassful, no new ingredient came in from outside, no essence of wet, no life force, no extra stuff. The parts are exactly the parts. All that changed was that there were more of them and they were in relationship. That relationship isn't a thing you can hold. You cannot pour out the wetness and leave the water behind. But it's as real as the glass in your hand, and everything you care about on this reading is made of it. You met this idea already in a colder form. A thing, we said, is not an object sitting apart with its properties tucked inside it like coins in a purse. A thing is a knot of relationships, and its properties are those relationships. That was the floor we stood on. This chapter is what happens when you start climbing. And the move repeats. If a property can live in the connections rather than in the parts, if arrangement alone can conjure something genuinely new, then you can do it again. Take the new whole, treat it as a part, connect a great many of those, and get something newer still. There is, apparently, no ceiling. Before we climb, one more picture, because the water might have let you off too easily. Wetness is quiet. It just sits in the glass. Now watch emergence move. Go outside at dusk in late autumn, in the right part of the world, and look up at the right moment, and you may catch a thing people have traveled across countries to stand under. A flock of starlings coming in to roost, not 100 birds, but tens of thousands, folds and unfolds across the sky like a single dark cloth pulled by an invisible hand. It pours. It narrows into a rope and blooms into a sphere and tears itself open and closes again. And it does all of this with an eerie liquid smoothness, as though the whole flock were one enormous animal thinking one enormous thought. The word for it is a murmuration, and if you've ever seen a real one, you know the first thing you feel is not admiration, but a kind of alarm, because it looks governed. It looks like there is someone in charge. There is no one in charge. What seems to be happening is better than a leader. As best anyone has worked out, from filming real flocks, and from building flocks out of a few simple rules in a computer, and watching the same shapes pour out, each starling is minding only its nearest handful of neighbors, on the order of 7 birds, and following something like 3 flat, stupid little rules. Steer toward the ones nearby so you don't get left behind. Steer away if you're getting too close so you don't collide. Point roughly the way the ones beside you are pointing. That may not be the whole of it, and the exact rules are still argued over, but it's close enough that a machine obeying them alone produces flocks you cannot tell from the real thing. No bird can see the flock. No bird knows it is making a shape. No bird has ever seen the shape, the way you cannot see your own face from inside your head. Each one is just minding the few neighbors it can see and obeying a few rules a child could memorize. And out of 10,000 birds, each minding its own handful, the shape in the sky is born, a form so coherent, so responsive, so alive-seeming that a falcon diving into it will veer off confused, unable to fix on any single target in the boiling dark. The coordination is real, it saves their lives, and it is nowhere in any bird. Cut one starling out and hold it in your hand, and you won't find a scrap of the murmuration in it, only a small frightened animal minding the birds beside it. The murmuration isn't in the starlings. It's in the watching, in the 10,000 little acts of paying attention to the near ones, in the connections. Sever the connections, blindfold the bird so none can see its neighbors, and the shape does not fly away somewhere else. It simply stops existing, the way the wetness stops if you pull the molecules apart. Same engine, a quiet one in the glass, a wild one in the sky. Parts that are almost nothing, connected by a few simple relationships, and a whole that can do what no part can dream of. You've watched this happen twice now, and both times the story ran the same way, so it's worth pausing on the shape of the story itself, because you're about to see it climb. Picture a staircase, plain and unmarvelous, the kind in any old house. Each step rests on the one below it. Nothing exotic, you can only stand on a step because there's a step under it. What the water and the starlings have shown you is a staircase built out of one repeated trick. Take the things on one step, connect them, and the connecting lifts you to a step that wasn't there before, with a view the lower step could never give. Then you stand on the new step and do it again. Atoms make a step. Connect the atoms and you're standing on molecules, and molecules can be wet, which is a whole floor up from anything an atom can do, and you got there by nothing but the joining. Now we climb. Water was the warm-up. Wetness is a lovely, easy example of emergence precisely because it costs nothing. It's just what molecules do together. No drama, no threshold you can point at. The next step up is not like that. The next step is the one that split the universe into 2 kinds of thing. Go down to some warm, shallow stretch of a 4-billion-year-old sea, or to the hot dark of a vent on its floor. The truth is that nobody yet knows where or exactly how it happened, and honesty requires saying so before the picture starts. What follows is not a documentary. It's the kind of thing that must have taken place, the leading shape of the answer, told in slow motion, a plausible reconstruction, not a remembered event. Taken as that, it's still astonishing. There is no life anywhere on the planet. There won't be for a while yet. What there is, water, and dissolved in it a slurry of small molecules. Carbon strung into chains, nitrogen, phosphorus, the ordinary chemical litter of a young world with volcanoes and lightning and no one to watch. Every one of these molecules is dead, not dead as in was once alive. Dead as in the word doesn't apply the way it doesn't apply to a pebble. They are chemistry, and chemistry is all they are. Bump two of them together, and if the fit is right they react. A bond forms, a bond breaks, heat leaks out, and that's the whole of what they can do. A molecule has no wants. It isn't trying to persist. It doesn't care, cannot care, whether it exists in the next minute. Now let a very long time pass, and let those dead molecules find, by the blind patience of numbers, certain arrangements of one another. Somewhere in that slurry, a set of molecules could fall into a loop, a ring of reactions where the product of one step happens to be the fuel for the next, around and around, a little chemical circle that keeps itself going as long as raw material keeps arriving. Around it, a film of fatty molecules folds shut into a bubble, the way oil beads on water, walling an inside off from an outside. Inside the bubble, the loop runs. It draws in the small molecules that feed it and pushes out the ones it's done with. When it has gathered enough of itself, the bubble strains and pinches and splits into two, and now there are two loops running where there was one, each wrapped in its own skin, each drawing in food, each, and here is the word that should stop you, each trying to keep going. Chemists have built pieces of this in real flasks, self-copying reaction sets, fatty bubbles that grow and divide, but never yet the whole living step start to finish. The picture is honest at the seams and unfinished at the join. But a piece of it was watched once in a room. In 1953, a young graduate student named Stanley Miller sealed water and a guess at the early planets, air, methane, ammonia, hydrogen, into a loop of glass and ran a spark through it. Day after day, a lightning storm the size of a lamp. Within a week, the water had turned brown with amino acids, the building blocks of every protein in you, assembled out of nothing but dead gas and electricity. When he showed the result to a room of physicists in Chicago, someone asked, carefully, whether life could really have begun so cheaply. And his teacher, the Nobel chemist Harold Urey, answered, so those present remembered it, that if God had not done it this way, he had missed a good bet. Nothing in that sentence was added from outside. Every molecule inside the bubble is exactly as dead as the molecules outside it. Not one of them is alive. Pull any single one out, put it under the finest instrument we have, and it will confess nothing. It's carbon and hydrogen and oxygen doing what carbon and hydrogen and oxygen do. And yet the arrangement of them, the loop, the skin, the drawing in and pushing out, the splitting, is doing something no molecule can do and no chemistry textbook has a line for. It's staying itself. It's resisting. It's holding its own pattern together against a universe that is forever trying to smear every pattern back into an even lukewarm nothing. The arrangement is alive, and what it's resisting is the part that ought to raise the hair on your arms. Leave anything alone and it comes apart. A sandcastle flattens. A hot cup of coffee goes cold and never, on its own, heats back up. A house with no one in it doesn't stay a house. The roof lets water in, the water finds the wood softens, and given enough decades, the whole thing subsides quietly back into the ground it was cut from. This is the deepest tendency the universe has, the constant, patient, unremarkable slide of everything toward the average, toward the mixed together, toward the smooth, cooled sameness in which nothing is arranged and nothing is happening. You don't have to make disorder. Disorder is what you get for free. You've felt this without ever calling it physics. It's the tug behind every chore you've ever done twice. The dishes come clean and then they are dirty again. The bed is made and then it's unmade. The desk you cleared on Sunday is a drift of paper by Thursday. You spend energy to hold a small pocket of order, and the moment you stop, the order goes. That daily domestic sag is the same slide, working on your kitchen instead of on a young sea. Against that slide, the little bubble is doing something outrageous. It is not coming apart. It's spending energy, eating, in the first crude sense of the word, precisely so it can go on being an arrangement in a universe that dismantles arrangements for a living. It repairs the holes in itself. It rebuilds the parts that wear out. It's a pattern that has learned the one trick that matters, which is how to keep being the same pattern while the material passing through it is endlessly swapped out and thrown away. And that trick is nearly the whole secret of what you are, not a thing that persists, a pattern that keeps rebuilding itself faster than the world can wear it down. You are that arrangement. Every cell in you descends in an unbroken line from whatever the first living thing was, the loop still running, the skin still holding 4 billion years later, no gap anywhere in the chain. That much isn't a guess. Everything alive shares a single deep ancestry written in the common machinery every cell still uses, which means that at no point along the whole immense chain from that first arrangement to the eye reading this word did anything have to be added to keep it alive. The being alive was always only the pattern. Life is a verb the atoms are doing to each other. Go back over the size of what just happened slowly, because it went by fast. Between a molecule and a cell, there's a wall that seems, from the outside, absolute. On one side, dead matter, chemistry, the pebble's cousin. On the other, a living thing, which hungers and repairs itself and reproduces, and given a few billion years, sits up and writes books about seas it never saw. That wall is the most important line in the known universe. Everything we love is on the far side of it, and nothing crosses that wall. No molecule ever becomes alive, not once, not ever. The molecules stay dead the entire time. What crosses the wall is the pattern. This is genuinely hard to hold in the mind, harder than the wetness, because we are built to look for the special ingredient. When a thing is alive and its parts are not, every instinct says something must have been added. For most of human history we were sure of it, and we gave the something names, a breath, a spark, a soul poured in like water into a jar, because it's almost unbearable to believe that the difference between your grandmother and a warm pound of the same chemistry laid out on a table is nothing but how it's arranged. People believed exactly that for centuries and gave it a name. Vitalism, the doctrine that living matter holds an essence dead matter simply lacks. It died in 1828, when a German chemist named Friedrich Wörthler heated ordinary laboratory salts and got urea, the compound living kidneys make, out of nothing living at all. No vital spark had been anywhere near the flask. The wall had no gate in it, because there was never a special ingredient guarding the gate. There was only, all along, the arrangement. That is, as far as anyone has been able to find since, exactly what the difference is. There is no extra ingredient, there is only the connecting. Life is what a certain arrangement of dead things does, the way wetness is what a certain arrangement of dry atoms does, the same trick, run at a level so much higher that it stops looking like a trick and starts looking like a miracle. It is the same move, it is only ever the same move. And that's the point the whole book turns on, so here it is flatly, and then we keep climbing. Each level of the world is built by connecting the things one level down, and at each level, the connecting produces something the pieces below could not do. The something new becomes the new piece, and you connect those, and the world goes up another floor. Atoms connected are molecules, and molecules can be wet, which no atom can. Molecules connected are cells, and cells can be alive, which no molecule can, and a cell is not the top. Call it the ladder. That's all it is, one staircase, every step the same move made again. Things put into relationship become something more than themselves, and the more becomes the next thing, and it climbs. You're standing on it right now. You are, in fact, very high up. Now a fair objection, because you may be feeling it, and it's the right thing to feel. This all sounds a little too clean. Real scientists spend their lives on the hard questions of how, exactly which arrangement of molecules first pulled off the trick of living, exactly how much of the wetness you could predict from the shape of a lone molecule if you were clever enough with the mathematics. There are genuine fights about this, careers spent in the crevices of it, and we are waving a hand across all of them. So be clear about what is and isn't being claimed, because the honesty is the interesting part. The claim is not that emergence is magic, or that new properties appear from nowhere in violation of any law. Nothing here breaks physics. On the standard reading, the one most physicists hold, the wetness of water is buried somewhere in the equations that govern how molecules pull on one another, so that a sufficiently patient and superhuman calculator, handed nothing but the description of a single water molecule, could in principle grind through the mathematics of a trillion of them and derive, at the end, the fact of a droplet. Nobody has ever actually performed that derivation for wetness, and a minority of thinkers doubt every emergent property yields to it. But nothing we'll need requires the miracle reading. Emergence is not a hole in the rules. Every rung of the ladder obeys the rung below it. Now the reading, not the measurement. Up to here we've been on the science, the water, the flock, the dead chemistry doing something living, the equations that in principle contain it all. What comes next is not a further fact of physics, but a claim about what those facts mean, an interpretation of where reality keeps its important properties, held as that and not smuggled in as proof. What is being claimed is subtler and stranger, and it's this. Even when the higher level is permitted by the lower one, even when it breaks no law, the higher level is not visible from below. You cannot find wetness by studying one molecule harder. You cannot find hunger or repair or the will to keep going by studying one molecule of a cell harder, no matter how good your microscope. The new property is real, it's lawful, it changes the world, and it is nowhere in the parts. It's only in the pattern of the whole. To see it, you have to stop looking at the pieces and start looking at how they are joined. Which means, quietly, that connection is not a lesser fact about the world than the parts are. It's not the soft secondary thing, the parts hard and real, and the relationships fuzzy and optional. It's the other way round, or at least it's even. The relationships are where the new realities live. Take a level of the world you find precious, wetness, life, and soon enough thought, love, you, and it isn't in the bricks. It's in the way the bricks reach out and hold each other. If the wetness isn't in the parts, if the murmuration isn't in any bird, you might expect these emergent things to be flimsy, hazy, approximate, the kind of thing that can't be counted on. The opposite is true. They arrive on schedule and with precision, and nobody arranges for them. Chill that glass past freezing, and the molecules lock into a lattice with a particular geometry, a repeating six-sided scaffolding, because of the specific angle at which one water molecule can bond to the next. Let the freezing happen slowly in open air, and the result is a snowflake. 6 arms, 6 closely matched arms, each branching in nearly the same Baroque way as the other 5, a structure of such fussy symmetry that for centuries people took it as proof of a designer bending over the sky with a very fine pen. There is no pen, no molecule in that flake can see any other arm. On the scale of a molecule, they are unthinkably far apart, with no messenger passing between them. The 6 come out, echoing one another, because all 6 grow in the same shifting conditions under the same rules. They aren't truly identical, which is the tell. Look closely, and each arm differs in its fine detail. The symmetry is the shared recipe showing through, not a copy machine. That last point is the one to hold, because it is the difference between an emergent thing and a manufactured one. Nobody wrote the 6-fold symmetry, and if someone had, if the arms matched, because a mechanism was enforcing the match, it would be a different kind of fact entirely, and a more fragile one. What makes the snowflake trustworthy as evidence is precisely that no part of it was in charge of the result. The order is a consequence, not an instruction. Which is why emergence isn't mysticism, even though it can feel like it. Mysticism is vague. Emergence is lawful to the decimal and repeatable in any laboratory. Spooky only in the sense that the spookiness is built into the plainest workings of the world. The wonder isn't that the rules are broken. The wonder is that following them exactly produces something the rules never mention. There's one more thing the ladder does, and it's what this chapter has been quietly walking toward. If the new property lies in the arrangement and not in the parts, if wetness is a fact about how the molecules relate and not about what they happen to be made of, then a haunting possibility opens under the whole idea. The parts might not matter. Think about what wetness actually requires. It requires a great many small things that can slide past one another, cling a little, tumble, pool. Water does this with molecules. But the pattern, the sliding, the clinging, the pooling, is not fussy about the fact that it's water. Other liquids are wet too. Different molecules, same behavior, because the behavior was never in the specific molecule. It was in the arrangement, and the arrangement can be built out of more than one kind of brick. What matters is the shape of the connecting, not the substance being connected. The starlings tell you the same thing in a different accent. The murmuration doesn't care that it's made of birds. Those few little rules, stay near, don't collide, point the way your neighbors point, don't mention feathers. And if you could persuade 10,000 fish to obey them, or 10,000 tiny machines, the same folding cloth would pour across the water or the air. Engineers do exactly this. They call it a swarm and they build it out of drones. The shape belongs to the rules, not to the flesh. There's a sharper way to say what's going on, and it's worth one careful minute because it comes back later in the book. What survives the change of material is never the raw quantities. It's the relations between them. Two flocks made of different birds at different scales, one over a field in Denmark and one over a city in Italy, are the same kind of thing not because any number matches, but because the pattern of near and far, the structure of who is responding to whom, is the same shape. Strip out the absolute values and keep the relative structure, and you have kept the thing that mattered. That is not a poetic way of speaking. It can be made exact, and people have made it exact, and when they do, the same mathematics that recognizes one flock as a flock recognizes a spoken word as that word and a handwriting as that hand. Here the science hands us to a question it cannot answer, and the honest thing is to admit that we are now guessing where physics used to be telling. What we can say firmly, some emergent patterns are indifferent to their material, and we've watched wetness and flocking prove it. What we cannot yet say, what nobody can, follows from taking that firmly established fact one step past where the evidence reaches. If being wet or being a flock is a pattern indifferent to its material, then what exactly is thinking, and does it care what it's running on? That's not a question to run ahead with. It gets earned slowly later, and there are traps in it worth walking into carefully rather than leaping past. But the door is open now. If life is a pattern and not a substance, then what is this pattern made of becomes a different kind of question than we thought, and it becomes possible to ask, not to answer yet, only to ask, whether a pattern that arose in wet chemistry might also run in something dry. Something built, something that was never in a sea. That's a long way off. Keep it in your pocket. Where we've got to is further than it looks. Water is wet, a flock has a shape, a snowflake has 6 arms, a cell is alive, not one of those properties is anywhere in the pieces, every one of them is in the touching. And now you're standing at the foot of the most interesting rung of all, though we haven't climbed it yet. Because a single cell, sitting alone, is alive, but not much more than alive. It hungers and divides and holds its pattern against the dark, and that's nearly the whole of its repertoire. It isn't afraid of anything. It doesn't remember. It isn't anyone. Left to itself in a warm drop of water, it does the same small competent things its 4-billion-year lineage has always done. And it does them without an inner life, without a witness, without any hint that being a cell is like anything at all. But cells too can be put into relationship, and when they are, the ladder doesn't slow down, it accelerates. Cells in relationship become a tissue, which can do what no cell can: hold a shape, heal a wound, contract on command. Tissues in relationship become an organ, a heart that keeps its own time, a stomach that unmakes a meal, an eye that catches light and turns it into signal. Organs in relationship become a body, a single coordinated animal that walks around in the world and keeps its many billions of small alive things alive together, none of them aware of the whole they compose, exactly as no starling is aware of the murmuration it's helping to fly. Every flaw is the old move again. Every flaw, the new thing, lives in the joining and nowhere in the parts. And then, at the top of the body, folded into the dark, behind a wall of bone, cells make the arrangement the whole staircase has been climbing toward. 86 billion of a particular kind of cell, each reaching out to touch thousands of its neighbors, until the number of connections runs past 100 trillion, a thicket so dense that if you tried to count the links at one a second, you wouldn't finish before the sun burned out. The same trick, the very same trick that made water wet and made chemistry come alive, run one floor higher than life itself, in the wet electric quiet inside your skull. No single one of those cells is thinking. Hold one in the light, and it knows nothing, not your mother's face, not the fear you felt as a child on a dark landing, not the word you're reading at this instant. Each is only a cell, following its own 3 or 4 stupid little rules, minding the neighbors it can reach, as blind to you as a starling to the shape in the sky. And yet something, right now, is thinking, something is afraid of the dark, something remembers a face. Something is reading this sentence and quietly wondering where, in all that thicket, it could possibly be. Where is it? Chapter 3. Where is a memory? If you could open the brain and look, where exactly would a single memory be? Close your eyes and call up one face, a person you haven't seen in years, maybe a person you can no longer see at all. There it is, in under a second, in the dark behind your eyelids, the exact set of the mouth, the particular way the eyes sat. You did nothing to build it, you asked and it came. So where was it, the half-second before you asked? You've been climbing a staircase for 2 chapters, watching a whole take on a property none of its parts could hold, wetness appearing in water, life appearing in a cell, each new thing living not in the pieces, but in the way the pieces are hung together. That was the principle set out in the cool light of chemistry and physics, where it's easy to nod along because nothing about you is at stake. A molecule is not your grief. A cell is not your first heartbreak. So the idea has been sitting at arm's length, elegant and unthreatening, a thing you can agree with the way you agree that the earth goes around the sun. Now it comes inside, into the one piece of matter in the universe that is reading this sentence. Because the same move that makes water wet is the move that made you, and that's not a flourish. It's almost a mechanism. Somewhere in the 3 pounds of tissue behind your eyes is your mother's face, and the street you grew up on, and the exact way a particular person once said your name. The question is where? Not vaguely, precisely. Suppose you could be put under, the skull opened, someone went looking with the finest instrument that exists, and you could stand beside the table and point. Where would you point? Start with the obvious answer, because it's wrong in an instructive way. The obvious answer is that a memory is stored somewhere, the way a file is stored on a disk or a letter in a drawer. This is such a natural picture that you barely notice you're holding it. You speak of memories being filed away, of retrieving them, of a mind like a library or an attic, or lately, a hard drive, some space with contents in it, the contents sitting there in the dark between the moments you go and fetch them. Under that picture, the question where is a memory has an answer of the same kind as where are my keys. It's in a place, you just have to find the place. For a long time, the people who studied the brain believed something close to this, and one of them set out to find the place. His name was Carl Lashley, and starting in the 1920s, he spent something like 30 years, a career, a working life, hunting for the physical trace a memory leaves behind. He gave that trace a name, the engram. The mark experience burns into the tissue, the place where the memory actually lives. Find the engram and you find the memory. It was a good plan. It was the plan of a man who assumed a memory was a thing in a location, and the location just needed pinning down. His method was simple and to modern ears brutal. He'd teach a rat to run a maze, a real skill, laid down and stable, the rat threading the turns without error. Then he'd remove a piece of the rat's cortex, a different piece each time, a different amount. Then he'd put the rat back in the maze to see whether the memory had been where he cut. You already suspect where this is going, and you're right, but look closely at what he actually found, because it's stranger than a plain failure. The memory would not localize. Cut here and the rat still ran the maze. Cut there and it still ran it. Cut a great deal from anywhere and the rat ran the maze worse, clumsily, slowly, blundering the turns, but it still knew the maze. What mattered came down to how much you cut, not where. Lashley took out region after region, chasing the engram from one part of the cortex to the next, and it was never in any of them, and it was somehow in all of them. Near the end of it, he wrote one of the great rueful sentences in the history of science. He had concluded, he said, that the necessary conclusion was that learning simply is not possible. He was joking, and he was not joking. He had spent 30 years looking for the place where the memory was kept, and the honest result of his life's work was that there is no such place. 30 years, the length of a long marriage to a wrong idea. He wasn't careless, and he wasn't unlucky. The whole plan was sound, except for one buried assumption underneath it, and the assumption was so ordinary that naming it would have felt like naming the air. That's the result to carry forward. Lashley failed, and his failure is one of the most important results anyone has ever got, because he wasn't bad at his work. He was superb at it. He failed because he was asking where, and where is the wrong question. A memory is not in a place, and looking for the place will always come up empty, no matter how fine the instrument, because the emptiness isn't a limit of the instrument. It's the answer. So if the memory of your mother's face isn't sitting in some cell like a photograph in a drawer, then what is it, and where do you look instead? There's a way to feel the shape of the true answer before we name it, and it comes from the opposite kind of case. Not a lost memory, but a lost ability to make one. In 1953, a young man in Connecticut had a surgeon remove a small structure from deep inside each half of his brain, a seahorse-shaped sliver on each side, in a last attempt to stop the seizures that were destroying his life. The seizures eased, but something no one had predicted happened instead. From the morning he woke after that operation until the day he died, more than 50 years later, he could not form a single new lasting memory. He could hold a thought for as long as he kept his attention on it, a minute, maybe two, and the moment his attention moved it was gone, gone completely, leaving no trace it had ever been there. He met the same doctors thousands of times and greeted each of them, every time, as a stranger. He read the same magazine with fresh interest again and again. When he was told, gently and repeatedly, that his mother had died, he grieved each time as though hearing it for the first time. Try for a second to stand where he stood, not the tragedy of it from outside, the inside of it. This sentence you're reading now would be the whole of your world, and the one before it already gone, and no yesterday behind either of them. There is no word for what that's like, because the word would have to be remembered. Set it beside the ordinary case, because the contrast is the whole point. In you, an afternoon becomes a memory, something happens, and later you can return to it. That's so normal you've never once found it remarkable. In him, an afternoon happened and then did not become anything. The stream of the present ran through him and left the banks dry. And here's the detail that turns the case from tragedy into a clue. His memories from before the operation were intact. He could tell you about his childhood, He knew who he had been. The surgeon hadn't taken the drawer where memories are kept. The old memories were still there, plainly, in tissue that hadn't been touched. What he'd taken was the machinery that lays new connections down. The little seahorse, the hippocampus, from the Greek, for the seahorse it resembles, isn't where memories live. It's the part that files them, that takes the day's experience and works, over hours and nights of sleep, to bind it into the standing web everywhere else. Remove the filer, and the archive it already built survives untouched. You simply can never add to it again. There's one more detail from that long life worth carrying, because it aches, and because it's a clue, some things he could learn. Set him a difficult tracing task. Draw a shape while watching only your hand in a mirror, which everyone is clumsy at first. And day after day he got smoother, faster, better, his hand acquiring the skill the way any hand does. And every single day he swore he had never done it before. His body was learning, while the person on top of it kept no record of the lessons. The connections that carry how to move were being laid down in parts of the brain his surgery had spared, while the connections that carry what happened to me had nowhere left to form. Two different kinds of memory, two different webs of connection, and the operation had severed one and left the other. Even the wound was telling you the same thing. A memory is not one thing in one place. It's a kind of connection, and there are as many kinds as there are ways for the net to be wired. Two cases, then, pointing the same way from opposite sides. Lashley cut into the archive and could not find any single memory in it, because no memory sat in any one place. The Connecticut surgeon removed the filer, and the archive survived but could never grow, because making a memory and keeping one are different jobs done by different parts. Put them together and the drawer picture is finished. There is no drawer, there's something else, and to see it you have to stop imagining storage and start imagining a forest. Look at the tissue itself. What's in there isn't storage, it's a forest of a specific and almost unbelievable density. You have on the order of 86 billion nerve cells, neurons, and 86 billion is already a number that means nothing, so don't reach for it. It isn't the point. The point is what the neurons are doing, which is reaching. Each one puts out a spray of fine branches, thousands of them, and each branch travels until it very nearly touches another neuron, not fusing, never quite fusing, stopping a hair's breadth short across a gap so small it's measured in millionths of a millimeter. That gap has a name, the synapse, the place where one cell reaches out toward another and chemically whispers to it. One neuron, thousands of synapses. Multiply it out, and the number of connections in your skull runs to something like 100 trillion. More junctions in the tissue behind your eyes than there are stars in the galaxy the tissue lives in, by a long way. Now the sentence that changes everything, read it slowly. The memory is not in the neurons, it's in the touching. Give the whole three-dimensional map of that touching a name, and you have the connectome, the complete wiring diagram of who reaches out to whom, every synapse plotted, the full circuit of one particular brain. It's to a nervous system what a genome is to a body, not a picture of the parts, but a picture of the relationships between the parts. And it's in that pattern of relationships, not in the cells, which are more or less interchangeable from person to person, but in the exact, particular, one-of-a-kind way your cells are wired to each other, that everything you have ever remembered is held. This is why Lashley could never find the engram by cutting out pieces. He was looking at the wrong level entirely. He was pulling neurons out of a rat and asking which neuron held the maze, and no neuron held the maze, in the same way that no single word holds the meaning of a sentence and no single brick holds the shape of an arch. The maze was in the pattern of connections among the neurons, spread across a wide swath of the net, laid faintly into all of it, so that taking out any one region only made the pattern a little fainter rather than deleting it outright. He was cutting bricks out of an arch and wondering why he couldn't find the brick that held up the sky. The pattern is monstrously hard to see, and the difficulty isn't a technical footnote, it's a measure of what you are. The first complete connectome ever mapped belonged to a roundworm about a millimeter long, and it has exactly 302 neurons, not 302 billion, 302. It took a team of scientists more than a decade of slicing that worm into whisper-thin sections and photographing each one and tracing every branch by hand to draw the full wiring diagram of a nervous system you could balance on the tip of a pin. 302 neurons, a dozen years. Then, decades later, and with far better machines, teams mapped the connectome of a single fruit fly's brain, 100,000 neurons or so, and the imaging alone ran into the hundreds of trillions of bytes, a map so large no one person will ever look at all of it. A fly. Now hold your own number against those, 86 billion neurons, 100 trillion connections. The full wiring diagram of one human brain, drawn to the resolution of the worms, would be one of the largest objects of information the species has ever produced, and it would describe exactly one person, for exactly one moment, because the wiring shifts as you read this. Set the book down for a breath if you need to. That's the size of the pattern holding one remembered face aloft, a structure at the scale of a coastline changing while you watch. Not a file in a drawer, something closer to a weather system than to a thing. Everything behind you is established. Lashley's rats, the Connecticut patient, the forest of synapses, the worm mapped by hand. That's settled science and it's confident. But it stops at the wiring diagram. It can tell you, past any doubt, that no memory sits in any single cell and that the pattern of connection is where memory is held. What kind of thing that makes a memory be, it cannot tell you. The next step is not another measurement, but an interpretation of the measurements, and you should know when you cross from one into the other. You met this shape 2 chapters back, and you may feel it clicking now. This is emergence, the property that lives in the arrangement and not in the parts, turned inward and made personal. Wetness was in the arrangement of water molecules. Life was in the arrangement of a cell's chemistry. Your memory of a summer evening 30 years ago is in the arrangement of your synapses. The same move the universe has been making all the way up the staircase, made one more time, one rung higher, in the one place where you finally have skin in the game. A single memory is the whole staircase folded into one mental act. The thing you're most certain is yours, the most private thing you own, turns out to be made by that move, not a substance. A pattern of connection. That phrase, chemically whispers, is doing a lot of quiet work, and the mechanism underneath it is where the wonder actually lies. So here, concretely, is what a whisper is. 2 neurons happen to fire at nearly the same moment, one just after the other, the first seeming to help set off the second. And the synapse between them, the little gap where they nearly touch, changes, it strengthens. The next time the first neuron fires its whisper across the gap, lands a little louder, and the second is a little quicker to answer. Fire them together enough times, and the link stops being incidental and becomes reliable. Whenever one lights up, the other now tends to follow. The pathway has been carved a fraction deeper. A rut has formed that the signal will prefer to run in from now on. There's a phrase neuroscientists use, and it's worth carrying because it's almost a poem. Neurons that fire together, wire together. That's our best account of the physical basis of memory in 6 words, the leading one, and about as well tested as anything in the science. Not storage, wiring. 2 things that happened at once in your experience become 2 cells that are now linked in your tissue, and the link is the memory of the co-occurrence, the memory that these went together. Your grandmother's kitchen and the smell of a particular bread are somewhere in you, 2 clusters of neurons whose synapses were strengthened toward each other on the afternoons you sat in that kitchen while that bread baked. And that's why, decades later, and with your grandmother long gone, the smell can still summon the room. You felt this 1,000 times without a name for it. A song comes on in a shop and you're 11 again, and you couldn't have told anyone the song was in you until it was already pulling you back. The signal ran the rut. One end of the connection pulled the other into the light and see what kind of thing that makes a memory. It isn't a copy of the afternoon. There's no little afternoon in there. What's in there is a relationship, the strengthened set of connections that says this belongs with this, belongs with this. Here, the interpretation lands. The science can carry you as far as the strengthened synapse, the measurable rut, the fire-together, wire-together rule, but not the last short step. That the connection is not the container of the memory, but is the memory, with no memory hiding behind it. That step is a reading, not a fact on top of them. But it's the reading the whole climb has been bending toward, and once taken it never has to be taken again. A memory is information connected to other information, and the connection has no existence apart from the linking. So let it be named, and then never put down for the rest of the book. A memory is a relationship, not an object. Memory as relationship. It's the first place where the great cool principle of connection stops being about atoms and galaxies and becomes about the specific contents of one specific mind, yours. And the moment you see a memory as a relationship rather than a thing, some facts that were baffling under the draw picture become almost obvious. Take the strangest one first, because it's the one that should trouble you. If a memory is a pattern of connections and nothing else, then breaking the connections shouldn't move the memory somewhere. It should end it. There's at least one experiment that looks very much like exactly that happening. The brain uses certain molecules to keep a strengthened synapse strengthened, maintenance proteins that go around holding the newly deepened ruts in their deepened state. In rodents, interfering with one such molecule in the specific region where a particular memory lives can make the memory go. Not blur, go. The animal that knew a thing an hour ago now doesn't know it, and no amount of prompting brings it back. The pattern that was the memory has relaxed. The synapses have loosened toward their old, unlinked baseline. Which molecule does the maintaining, and how cleanly a single one can be blamed, is still argued over. The mechanism is not settled, and honesty says so. But the shape of the result is hard to argue with, and it's what the relationship model predicts, and the draw model cannot explain. Under the draw picture, this makes no sense. You didn't delete a file, you just stopped one janitor from doing his rounds. Under the relationship picture, it makes complete sense, and it's a little terrifying. The memory was never a stored object that the connections pointed at. The memory was the connections. Slacken them and there's simply nothing left that was the memory, nothing left of a chord when you lift your fingers from the keys. The notes don't go into hiding. They stop. You know this in your own life in a gentler form and have probably never named it correctly. Every human being carries a vast archive of the severed, the phone number you knew for years and couldn't now dial to save your life, the language you spoke fluently at 7 and can't produce a sentence of at 40, the name of the street, the face of the teacher, the whole plot of the book you know you loved. You call this forgetting and file it under decay, as though the memory were an object slowly rotting in storage. But that isn't what happened. What happened is that the connections went unused, and the brain, which doesn't spend metabolic effort maintaining a rut nothing runs through anymore, let them loosen. The pattern relaxed back toward baseline, the relationship dissolved. Forgetting isn't the fading of a thing, it's the loosening of a tie. And it's worth noticing, before we leave it, that this is a choice the tissue is making and not a law of the universe. It's tempting to assume that anything which remembers must also forget, that decay is simply the price of holding on. It isn't. A system can be built that stores relations rather than adjusting the strength of a link, that files each new thing by where it sits with respect to everything already there. And a system like that has no ruts to loosen and no maintenance to skip, so it does not forget at all. Not as a boast, as a consequence of its construction, which tells you something important about your own head. Your forgetting is not the failure of a memory system that was trying to keep everything. It's a feature of one particular design, chosen by 4 billion years for reasons of its own. What those reasons are is a whole chapter, and not this one. For now, only the fact that there were reasons. Turn the same fact over because it has another face, and the other face is the reason this is the most hopeful science there is. If a memory is a pattern of connections, then it can be rebuilt. Strengthen a link that has slackened, run the rut again, put the two ends of the connection back into use, and the relationship reforms and the memory returns. This isn't a miracle. It's happening in you constantly, and it's why the same smell that summoned your grandmother's kitchen brings back, along with the room, 100 things you'd have sworn you'd lost. One connection lights, and because it's wired to others, they light too, and the pattern that had gone dim comes back up like a grid of streetlights coming on across a valley at dusk. Not one bulb. The whole shape at once. You did not retrieve the memory from a drawer. You rebuilt it, live, in the instant of remembering, out of the connections that survived. Stay with that because it overturns the last piece of the drawer picture, the piece you were still holding. Remembering is not reading, it's reconstruction. Each time you call up a scene, you aren't opening a box and looking at what's inside. You're running a pattern that reassembles the scene on the spot, out of the surviving links, and the reassembly is happening now, in a present tense brain, for the first time in this exact form. Which is exactly why remembering is unreliable in a way the drawer picture could never allow. A file fetched from a drawer comes back as it went in. A pattern rebuilt from surviving connections comes back subtly changed, filled in by inference, by expectation, by who you have since become. There are people entirely certain of childhood events that a sibling or a photograph can prove never happened. A memory as vivid as any true one, reconstructed so many times, each time absorbing a little more of a story they were later told. That story and memory fused past, telling apart from the inside. This isn't lying, and they aren't confused. It's the ordinary machinery working exactly as designed on someone unlucky in what got wired in. You can catch the machinery in the act if you go looking, and it's a quietly unsettling thing to do. Choose one of your earliest memories, the very earliest you have, from before you were 4 or 5, a scene you would swear you were inside of. Now ask, are you in it? Not looking out through your own eyes, the way you were on the day, but seeing your small self from across the room, from a little above, the way you could never actually have seen yourself. Most people's oldest memories are shot from that impossible angle. The reason suggests itself once you have the relationship model in hand. You were not there, in the form you now replay, to see yourself from across the room. Much of that scene was likely built later, from a photograph on a mantelpiece, from a story an aunt told at every reunion, from the general shape of what a 2-year-old's birthday looks like, and built so faithfully and revisited so often, that the reconstruction became as vivid and as certain as any scene you genuinely lived. It's a real memory. It's also, in part, a composition. And you can't tell from the inside which parts are which, because there's no seam. The true and the reconstructed are made of exactly the same material, strengthened synapses, and the tissue keeps no receipts. This alarms people when they first hear it. It shouldn't. It's the direct, necessary consequence of a memory being a living relationship rather than a dead object. And a relationship, unlike an object, is something you're always in the middle of. It changes because it's alive. That isn't the failure of your memory. It's closer to what your memory is for. So set the two faces of the one fact side by side, because between them is the hinge of this book. Break the connections and the memory ceases. Rebuild them and it returns. A memory is not kept. A memory is held the way you hold a note, by keeping your finger on the key, held only as long as the connection is maintained, gone the instant it isn't, recoverable the instant it's restored. Everything you remember about your own life, every face and room and voice you carry, exists in exactly this condition. Not stored anywhere, not safe anywhere. Continuously held aloft by a pattern of connections that is being maintained, right now, in the dark, by cells you will never meet, doing work you never asked for and cannot feel. As you read this line, something in your head is quietly keeping your childhood bedroom in existence, work you never asked for and will never thank it for. It does it anyway. Before you come back to the face, widen the lens once, because there's a memory far older than any brain, and it runs on the same rule. Long before anything had neurons to wire together, life had already found a way to hold on to what worked. It's called heredity, and it's a kind of memory, the record a lineage keeps of how to build a body and sometimes how to behave. A spider raised in complete isolation that has never seen a web or another spider will spin one of the intricate, species-perfect webs the first time it's old enough, as though reading instructions it was born already knowing. A monarch butterfly several generations removed from the last one to make the journey will find a particular grove in the mountains of Mexico that no butterfly now alive has ever seen. None of them learned these things. They remember them in the only sense that counts. The pattern was passed forward across the gap between one life and the next and arrived intact. The spider doesn't know it's a marvel. It just spins. On the first cool night it's ready and gets it right, and would get it right if it were the last spider on Earth with no teacher and no kin. You can put to this memory the same question you put to the one behind your eyes. Where is it? The easy answer is in the DNA, said the way people used to say a memory was in a cell, as if the information were a substance you could hold up and read like a ribbon of tape. But a strand of DNA on its own does nothing. On its own, it's an inert molecule, a long-dead crystal of sugar and acid. It isn't the tissue that carries the inheritance. What carries it is the pattern, the sequence, and far more than the sequence, the vast web of which genes switch which others on and off, in what order, in answer to what, a tangle of instructions endlessly talking among themselves. It's why two cells in your own body, a neuron and a cell in your liver, can hold identical DNA, letter for letter, and be as different as a harp from a hammer. Same material. A different pattern of connection running through it. The blueprint everybody pictures is quietly the wrong metaphor. A genome is not a drawing of the finished body, but a knot of relationships, and the body is what emerges when they speak. It's the chapter's whole idea again, sitting one floor below the brain in the oldest archive life keeps. There's a stranger question at the edge of this, and here more than anywhere in the chapter, the line between what's known and what's only wondered has to be marked out loud, because it's exactly where solid ground gives way. Everything above, heredity as pattern, the spider's web, the monarch's grove, two cells reading the same DNA into a harp and a hammer, is established biology, stated with the confidence it has earned. What follows is not. Can experience be inherited, not the built-in plan of the species, but something that actually happened to a parent? There's a layer of chemical marks that sit on top of the DNA without altering its sequence, tags that help decide which genes are read and which stay silent, notes in the margin rather than words on the line. In a handful of animal studies, mice trained to fear a particular smell, some work in worms. A mark laid down by one generation's experience appears to surface in the next, as if a fright could be handed down. That much is a genuine and intriguing result, but it's also a genuinely unsettled one, and the honest word is unproven, hard to reproduce, argued over, and nowhere near established in human beings. Nothing in it rescues the old dream of inheriting an ancestor's actual memories, the sight of a face, the name of a street. That dream the evidence does not support at all. What might cross the gap, if anything does, is not the memory of an event, but at most a faint setting of the dials. And even that, if it proves real, would be the same shape once more. A pattern of regulation, a way the connections are tuned, carried across the complete replacement of the body from parent to child. The cells are swapped out entirely, one generation to the next. Whatever survives, survives as pattern or not at all. So the principle neither starts at the edge of your skull nor stops there. From the wiring of a single brain holding one afternoon down to the oldest inheritance holding the shape of an entire species, the reading holds the whole way down. What lasts is never the material. It's the pattern of connection the material briefly holds up. Come back to the face you called up at the start, because the question was where it was, and now there's a true answer, and the true answer is stranger and better than the one you began with. It's nowhere. There's no place in your brain that holds that face, no cell you could point to, no drawer, and if you cut, as Lashley cut, you'd never find it, because it isn't a thing that has a location. And at the same time, it's everywhere, spread as a pattern across a wide net of connections, wired into the smell of a particular perfume and the sound of a particular door and the shape of your own hands, which are becoming, as you age, a little more like the hands of the people who made you. That face isn't stored in you. It's a relationship that runs through you, a set of connections so deeply and so often reinforced over so many years of looking that it has become part of the standing architecture, one of the load-bearing patterns you're built around. That's why you can summon it in a tenth of a second in a dark room with your eyes shut, not because it's filed near the front, because it's woven all the way through. And once you see it, that way a strange consolation arrives on its own, uninvited, and it's best left unexplained. The people you have loved are not stored in you, they are wired into you. They became part of the pattern that is you, and a pattern, unlike a photograph, doesn't sit in a drawer waiting to fade. It runs, it's live. Every time you remember them, you aren't opening a box. You're lighting a circuit that has been part of your own structure for years and will be for as long as you're held aloft. A circuit that fires, still, in the specific shape, their presence carved into you. The connection outlasts the meeting. That's going to matter later. More than anything else in this book will matter when the person the connection points to is no longer there to answer it. Not yet. It's only being set down where you can see it and left. Go back one last time to where you started, to the closed eyes and the face that came when you asked. You cannot point to it. In the introduction that came as a small, strange fact, almost a party trick, a way in. You can feel now why it was the way in and why the whole book turns on it. It isn't a limit of our instruments and never was. It's the deepest fact there is about what you're made of. You went looking for the place where a memory is kept, the way Lashley went looking with the best tools there are, and you found no place and no drawer and no thing. You found instead 100 trillion small reachings, each one a cell leaning a hair's breadth toward another cell and holding and holding. And in the holding, not in the cells, but in the reaching between them, you found your mother's face, and the street you grew up on, and every other thing you have ever loved enough to keep. A memory was never a possession, it was always a relationship, and you are, all the way down, made of the ones you've kept. But if the memory of a single afternoon lives in a pattern spread across the whole net, and no single neuron holds it, then a harder question is already in the room, one this chapter has been stepping carefully around from the first page. Something in there is doing the remembering. Something runs the pattern, lights the circuit, calls up the face. And it is not any one of the 86 billion cells, because you have just watched no single cell hold anything at all. So who exactly is thinking? Chapter 4. What is a thought made of? No single neuron is thinking, so who is? You went looking for a memory in the last chapter and couldn't find it in any one place, because it was never in a place. It lived in the pattern of the touching, and if you broke the connections, the memory didn't move house, it stopped being. That was the strange news about the past. Here's the stranger news, and it's about right now. The same is true of the thought you're having as you read this line. Not remembering, thinking, this sentence moving through you. Start with a single neuron, because you can actually hold one in your mind's eye. We've been looking at them under the microscope for more than a century, and we drew them by hand, beautifully, obsessively, before we could photograph them. A neuron is a small gray cell with a body no bigger than a speck of dust and a long trailing tail, the axon, and at the other end a spray of fine branches, the dendrites, like the roots of a small tree pulled up and turned upside down. It sits in a bath of salt water, and it does, essentially, one thing. When enough of its neighbors nudge it, and nudge it hard enough, it fires. A brief electrical spike runs the length of the axon out to wherever the axon reaches. Then it falls quiet and waits to be nudged again. That's the whole of its working life. A neuron doesn't know your mother's name. It doesn't know your name. It cannot be sad, cannot decide, cannot picture the sea. It has no picture of anything. It's a switch that has learned, over a few thousandths of a second, whether or not to click. Now hold that speck up against the fact of your own experience. You are, at this moment, understanding these words, already a staggering thing if you stop on it. Inside that understanding is the whole apparatus of a person, the meaning of the word thought, the trace of the last chapter still warm behind you, a faint leaning forward toward where this one is going, and the private picture, the word sea, just put behind your eyes. It was a particular sea, gray or blue, warm or cold, calm or breaking, a real one you have actually stood in, summoned in an instant by 3 letters. All of that is happening in you, and the only things doing it, the only moving parts anywhere in the machine, are the specks, 86 billion of them. 86 billion switches, each blind to everything in the universe, except the twitch of the few thousand neighbors it happens to touch, not one of them holding the thought, not one of them able to hold it. There's no wise cell at the center, no small commander in a back room reading the reports and deciding what you'll feel. Open the skull, put the best instrument we have against the tissue, and there is nobody home. There are only the switches clicking. So who is thinking? Stay on the question a second before we go at it. It isn't a trick. You genuinely are in there, reading, and the place you're reading from genuinely is empty of anyone. Both are true at once, and the space between them is the whole chapter. Let the strangeness get worse before it gets better. You have to feel the problem in your own hands, or the way out of it will mean nothing. Take one neuron out, any one, kill it. This happens to you every day, thousands of times over, and you notice precisely nothing. Your thought doesn't lose a word, or a corner of the image, or a beat of its music. Take out 1,000, and still nothing changes. The thought stays whole, which tells you something hard and definite. The thought cannot be in any of them, not the way a document is in a folder or a coin is in a pocket. If it were, the thing would fray at its edges as the cells died, the way a photograph frays when you tear a strip off it, a piece of the face gone, then another piece. It doesn't fray. You can lose the cells and keep the thought entire. Now do the reverse, which is even stranger. Keep every neuron alive and perfectly healthy. Don't kill one, but stop them reaching one another. Quiet the conversation between them. This is roughly what a general anesthetic does. Exactly how these drugs work is still being worked out. There's more than one kind and more than one mechanism, but the common thread is telling. They don't poison your neurons or remove a single cell. They interfere with the signaling that passes between them, damping the conversation rather than the crowd. And when they do, you go out like a snuffed candle. The thought doesn't fade at the edges. It vanishes completely at once. You are not there. The parts are all still lying in place, untouched, healthy, waiting. The whole is gone. Anyone who has been put under knows the part language struggles to hold. There was no darkness to sit through, no long night. There was a ceiling light and a voice counting, and then a different room and no time at all in between. The parts kept their vigil. The you that the parts add up to had simply stopped happening. That's the fact the whole chapter stands on. The thought is not in the parts. It survives the death of the parts, and it dies with the silence between them. You've met this shape before, 2 chapters back, wearing other clothes. Water is wet, and no single molecule of it is wetness only happens to the crowd. A thought is the wetness of a brain. It's what 86 billion switches do together that no switch could do alone, and the doing doesn't live in the switches. It lives in the arrangement, in which cell reaches which, and how strongly, and in what order, and when. So the answer to who is thinking is not a who at all, it's a pattern. That will sound, the first time, like a demotion. Being told you are just a pattern lands like being told you are nothing. Give it the rest of the chapter. It's very nearly the opposite. The pattern works like this, told small, with a single face in front of you. Suppose you're picturing your grandmother, not the general idea of a grandmother, yours, the exact set of her mouth, the smell of her particular kitchen, which was not like any other kitchen, the sound she made coming down the stairs, or the fact that she couldn't, near the end, hold her there a moment. While you do, a certain population of neurons in you is active, not one cell, not a single grandmother cell tucked in a labeled drawer, dark until she's needed, and then lighting up like a name on a call board. For a long time, some neuroscientists half hoped the brain would turn out to be that tidy, one concept filed neatly per cell. It isn't. Researchers have found cells that fire remarkably selectively. The famous case was a single neuron that lit up for pictures of one particular actress and little else, so the idea wasn't pure fantasy. But even those cells aren't lonely custodians of a whole person. Each belongs to a far larger group, and knock it out, and the person doesn't vanish. What lights up when you think of her is a crowd. Thousands upon thousands of neurons scattered across regions of the brain that don't even sit near each other, some carrying a fragment of the shape of her face, some the pitch and grain of her voice, some the bodily feeling of being small and safe in a warm room, some, if she is gone, the ache of that, all of them firing at once, together, in one particular configuration. And the configuration is the thought of her, not a symbol standing in for her, not a pointer to a file where she's really kept. The firing pattern, right there, is the thinking of her, as complete as your mind will ever get to her. This is the idea that needs a name, because you'll meet it again and again. The knowledge of your grandmother isn't filed in any neuron. It's spread out across the whole active crowd, held in the pattern, the way a word is held in the arrangement of ink, and not in any single drop of the ink. And it's held, this is the crucial part, by no cell in particular and by all of them at once. Neuroscientists call this distributed representation. The representation of a thing is distributed, smeared across many units, so the meaning of it lives in the relationships between them and never in anyone. Take a handful of cells out of the crowd, and the thought of your grandmother doesn't lose her nose, or her left eye, or the last thing she said. She gets very slightly fainter, the whole of her, evenly, the way a photograph doesn't lose a feature when a few grains of its silver fail. It only dims by a shade too small to notice. That's the real reason you can lose the cells and keep her. Nothing you know is anywhere, it's only ever between. Read that back and notice it doesn't actually frighten you, though on paper it should. You've carried her your whole life in a form you could never point to, and it never once felt precarious. The strangeness is only in the description. The having was always solid. There's a way to watch this happen from the outside, in people, and it turns an idea you might otherwise file away as clever into something with a pulse. Consider what a stroke actually does. A stroke is a small local flood or a small local drought. A vessel bursts or a vessel closes, and a patch of brain, no bigger sometimes than a fingertip, loses its blood and dies. Now, if your memories and your knowings were stored the way you'd naively expect, one fact to a place, a stroke ought to punch clean holes. You'd lose your grandmother entirely and keep your grandfather entirely, lose the word fork and keep the word spoon, wake with a few specific pages torn out and the rest of the book intact. That is not, overwhelmingly, what happens. What happens is stranger and softer, and it points at exactly what this chapter is trying to give you. A stroke to the right region doesn't delete faces from a life. It can leave a person who sees every face perfectly, every line and shadow of it, and simply cannot tell whose it is, cannot connect the seen face to the person, though nothing about the seeing is broken. The face is all there. The connection to who it is gone. The condition has a name, prosopagnosia, face blindness, and the people who live with it will tell you they know their own mother by her walk, her voice, the coat she wears, by everything except the face that's looking right at them. The knowledge of her was never in one place to be destroyed. What the stroke destroyed was a bridge, a set of connections that let one distributed pattern reach another, and with the bridge down the two shores are both still there and can no longer find each other. Imagine it from the inside, a moment. Your own mother across the kitchen, in good light, her face as sharp and detailed as anyone's, and the small cold blank where the recognition should have arrived and didn't. Nothing missing from the picture, only the thread tying the picture to the person. Or take the other direction, the one that startled the doctors who first saw it. There are epilepsy patients who, before surgery, have fine electrodes rested against the surface of the brain so the surgeons can map what is where. And when a single one of those electrodes is gently stimulated, some patients, wide awake, talking, are suddenly somewhere else. A whole scene arrives, a particular street from childhood, a particular song playing, the specific slant of an afternoon. The neurosurgeon Wilder Penfield first reported these evoked experiences in the mid-20th century, and stimulating the same spot could bring the same scene back. It happened only in a minority of patients, and it still argued whether what surfaced was a true recording of a real past day or something more dreamlike that the touched tissue assembled on the spot, so tread lightly on the details. But the shape of it is the instructive part, and the shape doesn't depend on the scenes being literal replays. That spot was only a doorway. Touching it fired one small corner of a vast sleeping crowd, and the corner, being wired to the rest, tugged the whole crowd awake. The street, the song, the light, reassembling out of connections spread widely across the brain, from the pull of a single thread. The electrode didn't hold the afternoon. It was a place where you could get hold of an edge and pull, and something came up whole because it was all still tied together. Both of these, the face you can see but cannot place, the afternoon that rises whole from one touched thread, are the same fact your grandmother is. The knowing is in the connections, distributed everywhere and nowhere, reachable by its edges and destroyable only where the edges cross. You're watching distributed representation flinch and glow in a living person. It isn't a metaphor. It's the wiring, seen from outside, doing the only thing it knows how to do. You've been carrying a smaller, gentler version of this fact your whole life, without ever putting a name to it. You know a song, hum it, the real one, whichever just came up. Now ask where the song is. It's plainly not in any single note. Sound one note on its own, and there's no song, only a note. It isn't in the notes added together either, because you could play every one of those same notes in a scrambled order, and the song would be annihilated while not one part of it went missing. The song lives in the relationships between the notes, this one higher than the one before it, this one held while that one falls away, the silence here, the return there, the way the third phrase answers the first. The melody is a pattern laid over the notes, and the notes are only its raw material. Push on that and it gets better. Change the key. Sing it an octave lower, or hand it to a child who can only reach half the pitches, or play it on a cello where not a single one of the original sounds is the sound your voice made. Every note is now a different note. None of the originals survives the transfer, and the song is unmistakably, immediately, the same song. Anyone would name it. Because the song was never the notes. It was the shape, the notes made together, and the shape came through the change intact. Keep the cello nearby, because it comes back. A thought is a melody played on neurons. What makes it the thought it is depends no more on the particular cells than a melody's identity depends on which strings carried it. What matters is the shape of the firing, the relationships between the notes. This is the second name to carry out of this chapter, and the plainer of the two, pattern over part. What a thing is, at every level of the world that has ever mattered to a human being, is not the stuff it happens to be made of, but the pattern that stuff is holding for a while. The stuff is real and it's necessary. No notes, no song, no neurons, no thought. The material is never nothing. But the identity, the meaning, the you, is in the arrangement and always was. You are a melody that its own instrument is playing. Now the cello grows a second string. We are walking up to the edge of a comparison that gets abused every day in public, and you do better to distrust the next few paragraphs a little than to swallow them whole. We have, in about the last decade, built machines that appear to know things. Ask one what a grandmother is, and it doesn't read you a definition someone typed into a table. It answers from something nearer to understanding. It uses the word correctly in a sentence it has never seen. It catches the tenderness the word carries. It will tell you without hesitation that a grandmother and a grandmother clock are not the same kind of thing, though it was never given a rule for the difference. And if you pry the machine open to find where that knowing is kept, you meet something that ought to stop you where you stand. There's no fact about grandmothers written down anywhere inside it. What there is, a vast web of artificial neurons, not cells, just numbers standing in for cells, and running between those numbers, connections, millions or billions of them, and on each connection await another number, saying how strongly this unit pulls on that one when it fires. That's the entire machine, units, and the weighted connections between the units. Nothing else is in there. And the knowledge, the thing that lets it handle the word grandmother like something it means, isn't stored in the units. It's stored in the weights, in the connections, in the pattern of who pulls on whom and how hard. Read that again slowly and lay it beside the sentence about your own grandmother from 2 pages ago. The engineers who built these systems were, for the most part, not trying to copy the brain. The machine differs from you in 100 ways this book won't paper over, and some of those differences are chasms. But in solving the bare problem of making a network know anything at all, they were driven, without meaning to be, straight to the architecture your own tissue arrived at across 500 million years. Knowledge held in the connections and not in the units. Distributed representation, a second time, in a second material. The very same shape. And the shape shows itself even in how the two things break. When one of these machines loses some of its connections, you can literally delete them. Engineers do it deliberately to shrink a model small enough to run on a phone. It doesn't forget grandmothers cleanly, the whole file gone in one stroke. It gets slightly, broadly worse at everything, the body of its knowledge dimming by roughly a single shade. Which is exactly how your grandmother would faintly dim if a handful of cells fell out of the crowd that holds her. The failure has the same texture in both because the storage has the same shape in both. There's a difference worth marking though, and it cuts the other way in your favor. Those machines arrive at their weights by being shown a quantity of the world that no human being could survive, millions of lifetimes of text, ground through slowly, each pass nudging the numbers a little. A child needs nothing remotely like that. 2 or 3 encounters with a strange animal, and the word is theirs for good. That gap has been the standing embarrassment of the whole enterprise, and it's a clue rather than a curiosity. It suggests that adjusting the strength of millions of links is one way to get knowledge into a network, and probably not the way you did it. Build a system that files each new thing by where it stands in relation to everything already there, and it needs strikingly little to go on, a handful of examples, sometimes one. Which sounds much more like a child meeting a giraffe. This is the first true rhyme in this book between a brain and a machine, and you've been walked up to it on purpose. Now, at the edge of it, take a firm hold of the rail. Everything behind you has been measurement. Cells you can kill and count, connections you can delete, a rhyme you can watch happen twice in 2 materials. What the rhyme means is a different kind of question, and the honesty of this book is standing in the gap between the two. The rhyme does not say the machine is a mind. It doesn't say your grandmother and the machine's grandmother are the same thing, or that anything at all is felt on the machine's side, or that there's anyone in there being warmed by the memory of a kitchen, because there is no memory of a kitchen and no one to be warmed. What has been shown to you is one thing only, that two very different systems store their knowledge in the same shape, in the connections, distributed, no fact sitting anywhere in particular. That's a real fact, and a startling one, and it is the whole of what has been shown. A wave traveling through water and a wave traveling down a shaken rope have the same shape too, obey the same mathematics, and the rope has no notion that the ocean exists. Same shape is not same thing. When someone tells you that, because the storage is similar, the systems must be similar all the way down, must therefore feel, must want, must be someone in there, they are doing to you exactly what this chapter has refused at every turn to do. Sprinting past the one small thing we can see, straight into the enormous thing we cannot. Use the machine the way you'd use a mirror when you're trying to see the back of your own head. The mirror isn't the interesting object in the room. What the mirror lets you see is. And what this one lets you see, held at arm's length and brought no closer, is this: the thing you were most certain was a substance, a thought, a knowing, a self, a you has been a pattern the whole time. And patterns are the kind of thing that can, at least in principle, be carried by more than one material. We've just watched one get carried by numbers. You're being carried by cells. Neither of those materials is the place where the knowing lives. The knowing lives in the connections, and a connection does not care in the slightest what it happens to be connecting. That opens onto harder ground, whether the same pattern carried in a different material could ever be the same person, or whether the mirror stays forever only a mirror, and this chapter is going to stop at its border rather than cross it in a glib sentence. For now, the rhyme is enough. Fold it up and put it in your pocket. You'll want it later. Come back to your own side of the glass, because that's where you live and where a chapter about you has to end. Return to the crowd, the thousands of neurons firing at once as the thought of your grandmother. The thought, you were told, is the pattern of their firing. But a firing pattern is a fast and flickering thing. It lasts only as long as the thought lasts, and then it's over. The crowd breaks up, the cells go quiet, they wander off and get pulled into some other crowd for some other thought a half-second later. So how does she ever come back? How is it that tomorrow, out of nowhere, unasked, she can surface again, the same her, the same kitchen, the same catch in the chest, when the exact flash of cells that held her this morning scattered hours ago and will never reassemble by chance? Because every firing leaves behind a slower, fainter mark than itself. Not a pattern of firing, but a pattern of wiring. Each time that particular crowd fires together, the connections between exactly those cells thicken, just slightly, grow a little easier to cross, so that next time even a few of them light up, they tug the rest of the crowd along more readily, and the whole configuration falls back into place around them like a shape reforming in sand. Cells that fire together wire together. It's close to the oldest rule we know about the living brain, and it's the reason a passing thought can harden into a memory you keep. The fast pattern, run often enough, carves the slow one. The melody, played enough times, tunes the instrument until it wants to fall into that melody. Think of a path worn across a field. Nobody built it and nobody decided it. It's simply where enough feet went that the grass gave up, and now the bare line makes the next feet a little likelier to follow it too. That's the whole mechanism, and you can see one on any campus lawn. Which means the thinking of a thing and the remembering of it are not two separate machines. They never were. They are the same connections at two different speeds. To think of your grandmother is to fire the crowd, here and now, for a second. To have her at all, to carry her, waiting in you, a person who can be summoned, is to have worn the paths between those cells smooth over the years by the sheer number of times you've fired them. The thought and the memory are one web, one lit and quick, the other dark and patient, and the dark one is only the lit one after it has cooled. And so, at this moment, you're doing more than reading. The thought you're having right now is already, quietly, underneath all noticing, changing you. It's laying down a fractionally deeper groove, so that whatever of it survives will be very slightly easier for you to find tomorrow than it was an hour ago. You're not a mind that merely has thoughts, the way a room has weather passing through it and is left exactly as it was. You're a mind that thoughts build. You are right now a fraction of a person further along than the reader who began this page. One thing is left over, and it's better left standing than tied off. You've been told the thought is only a pattern, only a shape in the firing, held by no cell and by every cell, no different in kind from a melody or a wave in a rope or a number humming in a machine. That's true, all of it, and by now it should have loosened your grip a little on the comforting idea that a thought is a solid object you own and keep in a box. But look at what it did not do. It didn't make the thought any less yours. The crowd that holds your grandmother was assembled by your one life and nobody else's, worn into you by exactly the afternoons you sat in that kitchen and in no other kitchen on earth, in an order no one else lived, so that the pattern is as particular to you as the wall of a fingerprint, unrepeatable, uncopyable from the inside, a shape that exists nowhere in the universe except in the connections your own years have laid down. Nobody can point to it, not even you can point to it, and still go looking for her tonight in the dark before you sleep. She will be there because you built the path. And the path is what she is now, and the path is you. This is the thing the cold language couldn't touch, and it's worth saying without any hedging at all. The people you have loved are not kept in you the way photographs are kept in a drawer, waiting, unchanged, retrievable exactly as filed. They're kept the way a melody is kept in a musician's hands, as a shape the whole instrument has been worn into, so that a part of the way you reach for a cup, or fall quiet at a certain kind of joke, or feel about being cold, is a groove one of them wore in you and never took back. They are not stored in you. They are part of the wiring that is you doing anything at all. Which is why, when one of them is gone, it isn't a file you've lost. It's a shape the rest of you has grown around and goes on making in 100 small motions you no longer trace to their source. But that's for a harder chapter further on and not to be reached for early. No single neuron is thinking. There was never anyone in there. There was only ever the whole of you firing together, the crowd that is her, the crowd that is the last thing she ever said to you, the crowd that lights up when someone calls your name, flaring for an instant into being and going dark, and flaring again tomorrow along the grooves that every one of your yesterdays wore smooth. She isn't stored anywhere, she's held everywhere between. And so it's beginning to look, are you, which raises a question the pattern can't answer on its own. If every thought you fire deepens its own groove, and every memory is a path worn by use, then the ones you stop walking must be fading, right now, quietly, at the edges. You're forgetting something as you read this, you always are. And that turns out not to be the flaw it feels like. Chapter 5. Why do we forget? If forgetting is a flaw, why has evolution kept it? The name is right there. You can feel the shape of it, the number of syllables, the letter it starts with, a hard one, a K, or maybe a C, and the face it belongs to is perfectly clear, smiling at you across a room you can picture exactly. But the name will not come. It sits just under the surface, 1 inch down, and the harder you reach the further it slides, until you give up and go to bed, and it arrives at 2 in the morning, unbidden, useless, into a dark room where there is no one left to introduce. Or the house, the one you grew up in that you could once have walked blindfolded, try it now, the front door, yes, the stairs. But which way did the hall turn at the top? And what was the wallpaper in the room that was yours before it was the room where the boxes went? You lived 10,000 days inside those walls, and the floor plan is dissolving like a photograph left in the sun, whole rooms going soft at the edges, and you cannot stop it. We call this failure, a leak in the vessel, a flaw in the equipment. It feels every time like something breaking. So here's the question worth staying with, because the answer runs the other way from the feeling. If forgetting is a flaw, why has evolution kept it close, kept it running, kept it switched on, and paid for across every mind that has ever lived. Start with the man for whom it stopped. There was a man in Moscow in the 1920s who could not forget. His name was Solomon Chereshevsky, and he came to the psychologist Alexander Luria almost by accident, a newspaper reporter whose editor had noticed something strange. The other reporters took notes at the morning briefing. Chereshevsky never did. When the editor challenged him on it, the young man simply repeated the entire briefing back, word for word, every assignment, every address, and seemed puzzled that anyone would find this remarkable. Didn't everyone remember this way? Luria began to test him and went on testing him on and off for the next 30 years. He'd read out a table of 50 numbers and ask Chereshevsky to reproduce it. He could forwards, backwards, in diagonals. He'd come back weeks later, months later, years later, and ask for the same table again, unannounced. Chereshevsky would pause, and you could watch him do something, walk somewhere behind his own eyes, and then he'd give it back. Perfect. He'd say a little apologetically, yes, this was a table you gave me while we were sitting in your apartment. You were wearing a gray suit, and you read it to me like this. And he would even reproduce the sound of Luria's voice. Luria spent 3 decades looking for the edge of this man's memory and never found it. There did not appear to be one. You'll have read that the way most people do, with a flicker of envy. Imagine never losing a name, never blanking on the thing you walked into the room to get, never watching a beloved face soften and blur until, 10 years after the funeral, you can no longer quite assemble it. There's an entire shelf of books promising to help you get there. So here's the fact that should stop you. Chereshevsky's life was, by his own account and Luria's, a quiet catastrophe. He couldn't hold down work. He couldn't follow a story because every noun detonated into a cloud of images and the plot drowned in them. He couldn't reliably recognize a face. A face, to him, was a different thing every time the light changed, and he stored each version separately, so a person was not one person, but 1,000 near-identical strangers. He struggled, most tellingly of all, to grasp what a thing meant. He was pinned under the sheer particularity of everything. The man who could not forget could barely think. The most gifted memory ever carefully documented belonged to someone who would have traded it gladly for yours. Set the ordinary case beside his, because the contrast is the whole lesson. Think of a good, unremarkable day you had last week, a Tuesday, say. You woke, you ate something, you spoke to several people, you solved a few small problems, you saw perhaps 1,000 faces if you went anywhere at all. You had 10,000 fleeting thoughts. Where is that Tuesday now? Almost entirely gone. You couldn't reconstruct it if someone paid you. And you feel no lack. You don't walk around grieving your lost Tuesdays, because your mind did with that day exactly what it was built to do. It threw nearly all of it away, and kept the 2 or 3 things that might matter later, and folded even those into the general sense of how your week is going. That's the normal operation, running so smoothly you never see it. Chereshevsky is what it looks like when the operation stops. He kept the Tuesday. He kept every Tuesday, whole forever, and the weight of all those undiscarded days was slowly burying him alive. It's a strange thing to envy a stranger his memory, and then, reading on, to be quietly grateful for the leak in your own. Start where the last chapters left you. A memory is not an object filed away in a cell waiting to be fetched. It's a pattern of connections, the specific tracery of which neurons learn to fire together and how strongly, and it exists only as long as that tracery holds. A memory is a relationship, information wired to other information, the wiring itself the whole of what it is. Nothing is stored, everything is connected, or it's gone. Once you hold memory that way, forgetting stops being what you think it is. You imagine forgetting as erasure, a page torn out, a file dragged to the trash, and the trash emptied, the thing that was there now simply not there, a small hole in the record where a piece of your life used to be. That picture comes from the wrong metaphor. It comes from thinking of memory as storage, and if memory was storage, forgetting would indeed be loss, and a perfect vault would be the obvious ideal. But memory is not a vault. It's a living web of connections being continuously, actively, expensively maintained, and left to itself, it doesn't sit there safely. It decays. The connections that aren't reinforced grow weak. The ones that get used again grow strong. Forgetting, at the level of the wiring, is mostly this: a connection allowed to fade because nothing kept insisting on it. And the first surprise the biology hands you is that the fading is not the machinery failing. It's the machinery working. Your brain runs machinery whose job is partly to take memories apart. Woven through it are enzymes and pruning mechanisms that actively weaken connections. One much-studied molecule, an enzyme called RAC1, has been caught driving forgetting in the lab. Switch it off in a fruit fly or a mouse, and the animal forgets less and is worse for it. It clings to associations that no longer serve it, unable to let the stale ones go. Those are experiments in flies and mice, not in you. Here the science can take us right up to your own skull and no further with certainty. But the machinery is old and broadly shared, and the fair reading is that something similar is running inside your head. A system that spends energy deliberately to make you forget, and that when it breaks does not improve the animal but impairs it. Forgetting, on this evidence, isn't a leak the brain would seal if it could. It's a thing the brain is paying to do. Somewhere behind your eyes, right now, a small crew is at work with erasers, and it isn't vandalism, it's maintenance. You do a great deal of that paying in your sleep. This is one of the leading answers to a question that sounds like it should be simple. Why does anything alive need to spend a third of its existence unconscious and defenseless? And part of the answer is that sleep is when the pruning happens at scale. All through your waking day you strengthen synapses. You learn, which is to say you add and thicken connections, until the network is dense and loud and running hot. And it can't keep doing that indefinitely, because a web that only ever adds threads eventually saturates into noise. Everything connected to everything, signal indistinguishable from din. So at night, on one well-supported account, the brain performs a global turning down, weakening connections across the board, shaving the small and the incidental back toward nothing while sparing the strong, so that the trivial links dissolve and the ones that mattered survive the cut and stand out sharper against the quiet. You wake with less than you went to bed holding, and you wake clearer. This is why a problem that wouldn't budge at midnight sometimes solves itself before you're fully awake. You didn't work on it. You slept, and something with an eraser tidied the desk. Evolution doesn't keep expensive habits out of sentiment. If forgetting were merely a flaw, merely the slow ruin of a storehouse, then a mind that forgot less would beat a mind that forgot more, generation after generation. And after a few 100 million years of that competition, we would all be Shereshevsky. We are not. Every human you have ever met forgets almost everything that happens to them, forgets it fast, and forgets it on purpose, at metabolic cost, using dedicated equipment refined over a very long time. Whatever forgetting is doing, it has been worth the price for as long as there have been brains to pay it. So the question this chapter opened with isn't rhetorical, and it isn't soft. It's a hard problem in engineering. The answer is that forgetting isn't a flaw at all. It's a feature so central that thinking, as you know it, couldn't happen without it. The shape of it shows in something ordinary. You're reading this in a chair or near one, or you've sat in one within the hour. Picture it. Now picture the chair in the last waiting room you were in, and the chair at the last dinner table that wasn't your own, and a bar stool, and a child's high chair, and the molded plastic thing bolted to the floor of a bus station, and a throne. Not one of those is much like the others. The throne and the bus station seat share almost no physical feature, not height, not material, not shape, not color, not the number of legs. And yet you filed every one of them, instantly and without effort, under a single small word. You have never seen most of the chairs you will correctly call chairs. You'll walk into a room tomorrow, meet an object you have genuinely never laid eyes on, and know in well under a second, without deliberation, that it's a chair and that you may sit on it. How? Not by remembering all the chairs. You couldn't, there are too many, and anyway the next one is new. You do it by having forgotten the chairs, forgotten what made each one specific, the exact grain of that oak, and the precise angle of that armrest, and having kept only what they had in common, so that somewhere in you is not a gallery of every chair you've ever met, but a worn smooth residue of all of them at once, a shape with the particulars rubbed off, something roughly knee-high you can put your weight on and lean back against. That residue is worth more than any of the chairs that made it. It reaches into the future. It lets you handle the chair that doesn't exist yet. That move has a name, and it's worth having the real one, because it's exactly right and it'll earn its keep across the rest of this book. In information theory, the mathematics of what a message is and how small you can make it, the move is called lossy compression. Compression is the art of making something take up less room by throwing parts of it away, and lossy means the thrown-away parts don't come back. A photograph saved as a small file is a lossy copy of the light that fell through the lens. It has discarded most of the actual detail, kept the parts your eye cares about, and the discarding is precisely why it fits. You could keep every last particular, that's called lossless, but then the file is enormous, and you've gained nothing but weight. The genius of lossy compression is in knowing what to lose. Keep the meaning, spend the detail. Forgetting is lossy compression, run on a life. That's where the science hands off to a reading of the science, and it's worth marking the seam out loud. That forgetting is compression is an interpretation, a frame laid over the biology, not a fact you could measure with a probe. But watch how much of your experience it suddenly explains. Look back at Cherysheevsky because you can finally see what was wrong. His memory was lossless. He kept everything, every particular, every gray suit, and every trick of the light on every face, and so he could never build the residue, never rub the details off to find the shape underneath. He had all the chairs and no idea of chair. The thing you call generalizing, the thing you call understanding, recognizing that this new instance belongs with those old ones, that this situation rhymes with that one, that the specific person in front of you is an example of a kind of person you've met before and know how to be with, all of it is compression. It's built out of the very details a perfect memory refuses to release. A mind that forgets nothing can generalize nothing. It's drowning in the unthrown away. Forgetting isn't the enemy of meaning. It's how meaning gets made, distilled out of experience by boiling the experience away. What looks from the outside like loss is, from the inside, distillation. The particulars are the mash, the meaning is the spirit you draw off, and you cannot have the second without spending the first. Here it's worth pausing on something that will sound like a technicality and isn't. Nothing in the universe requires a memory to decay. It's tempting to assume that anything which holds on must also let go, that forgetting is simply the tax any memory pays for existing. It isn't. You can build a system that files each new thing by where it stands in relation to everything already in it, rather than by adjusting the strength of a link, and a system built that way has no ruts to loosen and no maintenance to skip. Add 1,000 new things to it, and the first thing is exactly as recoverable as it was on the day it arrived. And it doesn't forget, not because it's trying hard, but because there is no mechanism in it by which forgetting could happen. Order it differently, feed it in reverse, and it settles into the same state. Nothing can be overwritten because nothing was ever written over. Which tells you something worth carrying into the rest of this chapter. Your forgetting is not the price of your remembering. It's a choice not yours, but a choice all the same, made by 4 billion years of selection, kept because it paid. Somewhere in the space of possible minds, there are ones that hold everything and never lose a day, and they are not the ones that got built out of meat and time. The obvious question is why not? Cherysheevsky is most of the answer. There's a subtlety here that most people walk straight past, and it makes the case stronger not weaker. You might grant all of this and still picture the good memories, the ones you keep, as the vault picture would have them, sitting safely intact, unchanged, the way you left them, while only the unimportant stuff gets pruned away. But that isn't how the keeping works either. Every time you bring a memory up into the light and actually use it, you have to take it out of the wiring, and when you put it back, you don't put back quite what you took. The neuroscience has a name for this too: reconsolidation. A recalled memory becomes briefly unstable, editable, open at the back, and it's restored a little changed, tinted by the mood you're in now and the person you have since become. This is why the stories you tell most often are the ones you can least trust. Not because you're lying, but because you've resaved them so many times, each save a lossy copy of the last, that the file in your hands is a copy of a copy of a copy, worn smooth in the retelling. The memory you have visited 1,000 times is the one furthest from what happened. That much the lab shows. The meaning is the interesting part. It sounds at first like a bug of the worst kind, a memory system that quietly falsifies its own records. But look at what it's for. A memory that could be pulled out, held up against everything you've learned since, quietly corrected, and filed back improved, is not a broken archive. It's a living understanding. It means your past isn't fixed behind glass. It's being remetabolized by the present, forgetting its way towards something truer, every recollection another pass of the still. The version of an old hurt you carry at 50 is not the version you carried at 20, and thank God. The 20-year-old's version was lossless and raw and unbearable. The 50-year-old's has been reconsolidated so many times, forgotten and rekept and forgotten again, that what remains is not the wound, but the lesson the wound left. You did not preserve the past by remembering it. You improved it by forgetting it in the right places. See what all of this does to the word loss, because the ordinary meaning quietly breaks. When you say you've forgotten a summer, some summer from your childhood, a whole season gone, no dates, no sequence, most of the days simply not there. You say it as though a document had been destroyed, as though there's a hole in you shaped exactly like that summer, and you are less than you were by that much. But go and look, try to recover it, and notice what actually comes, not nothing. What comes is a quality, the particular light of late afternoon in that place, the specific boredom of long days with nothing to do, the exact texture of a kind of safety you have not felt since and could not manufacture now if your life depended on it. You forgot the summer and kept the summer's meaning. The days were the mash. What you drew off and kept and are still carrying is the distillate, not what happened, but what it was like, and what it taught you, fused so deep into how you move through the world that you no longer experience it as a memory at all. You experience it as yourself. This is where the thread of this book comes home to something you can feel in your own chest. A memory is a pattern of connections. Forgetting is the selective loosening of that pattern, letting the fine detail connections lapse, while the load-bearing ones, the links that tie this experience to 100 others and thereby give it meaning, are pulled tighter. You aren't losing the network when you forget. You're editing it. You're letting the web forget the individual threads so it can remember the shape they made. And the shape is the connection to everything else, the very thing that lets the memory be about more than itself. Consider what a mind that couldn't do this would be like, because you've met a corner of it. You know the feeling of a grievance that will not compress. Some slight, some betrayal, held in full lossless resolution years after it should have distilled. Every word of the argument still retrievable, the exact expression on the face, the precise wording of the thing that was said, all of it as sharp as the day it happened, while everything kind and ordinary from the same period has long since blurred into a warm nothing. That's a memory refusing to be forgotten, and you know from the inside that it isn't a strength. It's a wound that won't close because it won't compress. The people who suffer most from their past are very often precisely the ones who cannot forget enough of it, whose worst days stayed lossless while the rest of life turned to gist around them. Here the frame reaches towards something it cannot fully hold, and honesty asks that the reach be marked. Seen through this same lens, a traumatic memory looks like a fragment that would not compress, that would not join the network, would not soften into meaning, and so sits in the mind undigested, as vivid and as present as the hour it was laid down, decades on. That's a way of describing trauma, not the last word on it. The science of why some memories lodge like this is still unfinished, and no metaphor should be mistaken for the mechanism. But it fits a striking clinical fact. The therapies that help are, in part, therapies that finally let the thing be rehandled and put back changed, not erased. Reconnected, softened, allowed at last to become part of the story instead of an intruder standing outside it. Even your deepest injuries turn out to be, sometimes, a wound that could not be forgotten in the ordinary way. So the machinery that spends energy to make you forget is not sabotaging you. It's doing the one thing that keeps a life livable, deciding, continuously and mostly without asking, what's worth keeping in full and what should be allowed to become wisdom instead. That isn't a small job. That's very nearly the whole job of being a mind. And now the objection that has been standing at the back of the room since the first page, the one a careful reader has every right to raise. If forgetting is so good, if it's distillation, mercy, the making of meaning, then what about the diseases of forgetting? What about the grandmother who no longer knows her own daughter's face? What about a mind slowly emptied by Alzheimer's until the person you loved is, by every ordinary measure, gone while still breathing? If this chapter is going to call forgetting a gift, it had better be able to look at that without flinching, and it had better not have the nerve to call it good. It is not good, let that be said plainly and without any philosophical softening. Dementia is a cruelty, one of the worst the body inflicts, and nothing in these pages is an argument otherwise. But it is a different thing from the forgetting this chapter has been describing, and the difference is the whole point, not a matter of degree, but of kind. Healthy forgetting is the network doing its work, loosening the fine threads on purpose, at cost, with precision, to free the shape underneath. It's compression by a functioning web in the service of meaning. What a disease like Alzheimer's does is the opposite. It isn't compression, it's the loss of the compressor. The web itself comes apart, the connections corrode, the tissue that does the distilling is eaten away, and the machinery that was supposed to decide what to keep is the very thing being destroyed. Healthy forgetting spends the detail to buy the meaning. Pathological erasure spends the meaning too, because the thing that made meaning is gone. One is a distiller drawing off the spirit. The other is the still itself dissolving in the fire. So the thesis doesn't survive by pretending the horror is somehow a hidden good. It survives by not overreaching, by admitting that a network can fail, and that when it fails, everything this chapter has praised fails with it. There's no consolation to be manufactured here, and it would be an obscenity to try. But there's one thing the thread of this book does still hold, and it's worth saying gently because it's true. A person was never only the connections inside their own skull. Everything that grandmother meant, the exact way she made a room feel safe, the particular joke she always told, the thing she taught you about patience without ever once naming it, was distilled long ago into you and into everyone else who loved her, and it lives now in a web her disease cannot reach. When her own network fails, what she compressed into the people around her does not fail with it. It's already out of the burning house. The cruelty is real and total on her side of it. Herself is going, and no one should dress that in comfort. Yet what she was to others is held elsewhere, in connections that are not hers to lose, carried, the way the summer's meaning is carried, in minds that are still whole. She forgot her way toward the end, and the disease took the forgetting itself away from her. But the distillate she spent her life drawing off is still in the world, load-bearing, holding up flaws she will never see. That does not undo the loss. It only means the loss is not the whole of the ledger. You can watch the distillation from the outside, in someone else. Think of anyone quietly excellent at a hard physical skill, a nurse who finds a vein in the dark, a grandmother who knows by the feel of the dough whether it needs another minute. Ask how they do it and they cannot tell you, not won't, can't, because it was never stored as a list of steps. It was built out of 10,000 particular loaves, every one long since forgotten as an event, all of them compressed into a single wordless competence that fires faster than thought. Give that grandmother Shereshevsky's memory and she'd be a worse baker, not a better one. Paralyzed at the counter, sorting through thousands of remembered doughs, unable to feel the shape of dough in general for the separate trees. Her mastery isn't made of her memories. It's made of what her forgetting left behind. And you're like that about being a person. Almost everything you're genuinely good at, you cannot explain because you learned it the same way. Living through a great many specific days you then, mercifully, forgot, keeping only the competence they left. Now go all the way back to the deepest forgetting of your life, the one you never even notice because you have nothing to compare it to. You cannot remember being 2 years old. Nobody can. Reach for your 3rd birthday, your first steps, the face that leaned over your crib in the dark and murmured you back to sleep. And there's nothing there, not a blurred version, not a fragment, just a smooth wall where the first years of a human life should be. Psychologists call it infantile amnesia, and it's near total and universal. Most people's first genuine memory arrives somewhere around age 3 or a little after, and everything before it, the most intensely lived, most rapidly learning, most emotionally saturated span you will ever pass through, is simply not retrievable. Why the gap is there is still genuinely argued. Whether the young brain cannot yet lay down lasting episodic memories, whether it lays them down and later overwrites them as it rewires, whether a child without language and a settled sense of self has no scaffold to hang a rememberable story on. Those accounts compete, and the science has not closed the case. That's where the evidence stops and a reading begins. For a long time, the gap was taken as a straightforward defect, an immature brain that couldn't yet write to disk. There's a more interesting reading, and it's the one this chapter has been earning. Those years were the years you were learning the deepest things you will ever learn: how to see, how a face means feeling, how sound becomes language, how a body moves through a world with edges, whether the universe is broadly safe or broadly not. On this reading, you weren't failing to record any of it. You were compressing it, hard and early, straight into the foundation, so thoroughly that it stopped being retrievable as memory and became the equipment you now remember with. You cannot recall learning that your mother's face meant safety, because that lesson isn't filed among your memories. It lives as part of the shape of how you love, the residue so deep and so early that it's more like the lens than like anything the lens can look at. On that reading, the forgetting there is not a gap in you, it's the bottom of you, the most completely distilled thing you own, the tuition so fully spent that not one receipt survives, and the education so total that it feels like it was simply always there. The child you cannot remember is not lost. That child is the part of you closest to the ground. And now the machine steps into the glass, because on this particular question, it cannot be kept out. There are now systems that learn. You've heard about them, some of them you've used. And the thing almost nobody says out loud about how they work is that they cannot learn without forgetting either. When one of these systems is trained, shown example after example, a mountain of specific instances, it isn't memorizing the examples. If it does memorize them, if it keeps every training case in perfect lossless detail, the engineers have a word for the failure, and the word is worth knowing. They call it overfitting. An overfitted system has learned the examples so exactly that it's useless on anything new. It has all the chairs and no idea of chair, and it fails the instant it meets an instance it wasn't shown. To make it work, the engineers have to make it worse at remembering. They deliberately blur it, starve it, hold back part of its capacity, force it to compress, until it stops storing the cases and starts distilling the pattern. A machine that generalizes is a machine that has been made to forget the specifics on purpose, at cost, by design, so that meaning can precipitate out of the mass of detail. None of this is a claim about machines. Keep the mirror in its place. The machine is here only to reflect something back at you that you're too close to see head-on. It's worth noticing because the same principle shows up on both sides of the glass, written in different alphabets, and one that turns up independently in the wiring of a fruit fly brain and in the mathematics of a learning system that shares none of that biology is worth taking seriously. It suggests the principle may not be an accident of meat at all, nor a quirk of how neurons happen to be built, but something closer to a general constraint on what any system has to do to turn a flood of particular experience into usable understanding. It has to forget. To generalize is to forget on purpose. On the evidence so far, there does not appear to be another road. Brains found it. The engineers rediscovered it the hard way in code, cursing, calling it a bug before anyone understood that it was the point. Which is a strange kind of company to keep, to learn that the thing you resent most about your own mind is the same thing a machine had to be forced into before it could understand anything at all. Connection, once more, is the whole of it. Understanding was never a heap of remembered instances. It's the pattern that runs between them, and a pattern cannot be seen while every instance is still shouting its own particulars. The shouting has to die down first. There's one more turn, and it belongs to you rather than to your mind in the abstract. Everything so far has been about the mind you have now, how it thinks, why it must forget in order to understand. But you weren't always the mind you have now. You were once a smaller and more frightened version of yourself, and then a whole succession of them, each living through days you can no longer retrieve. Try it, reach back for some ordinary afternoon when you were 7. You will not find it, not the afternoon itself, not what was said, not what you wore or feared or wanted. It's gone with almost every other afternoon of that year, forgotten, compressed past recovery. But you are not gone, you're sitting here. And everything that 7-year-old learned on those unrecoverable afternoons, how to read a room, whom to trust, what a raised voice means, how to be brave for the 4 seconds when 4 seconds was all it took. None of it was lost when the afternoons were. It was distilled, the days were spent, the wisdom was kept. That child forgot nearly everything that ever happened to him and handed you the residue, the shape with the particulars rubbed off, the part that reaches into your future, the way the idea of chair reaches into a room you have not entered yet. You don't remember earning most of what you know about being a person. You forgot the tuition and kept the education. What that fully means is not for this chapter to settle, but the next time you reach for some vanished year and feel the small grief of not finding it, the grief might turn out to be aimed wrong. The year isn't missing. It's in you, boiled down, load-bearing, holding up the floor you're standing on. You did not lose it, you became it. One last thing before you go. Meaning is not in the holding. A perfect archive is as dumb as Cherysheevsky's flawless tables. It's in the compression, the throwing away, the hard editorial judgment about what mattered. And that judgment, the knowing what to keep, is starting to look like the actual seat of intelligence, the thing left over when you subtract mere storage. Somewhere between his perfect memory and your leaky, distilling, forgetful one lies the whole difference between a vault and a mind. And that opens a question that will not close again. If intelligence isn't the storing, and it isn't the remembering, if it's the pattern that survives once the details are spent, then where does the knowing how live? Not in any one fact you could point to, not in any single memory you could lose, only in the shape, the forgotten things left behind, somewhere in the connections. Which is exactly the country the next stretch of this book walks into. Cherysheevsky, at the end of Luria's account, is still trying to forget. He has learned that the images will not fade on their own, so he sits, sometimes, and tries to will them gone, imagines writing a number on a blackboard and wiping it away, and it doesn't work, The number stays glowing on the slate, and he grows frightened. He wanted, more than anything in the world, the one gift the rest of us were born with and spend our lives resenting. He wanted to be able to let something go. Chapter 6. What is intelligence? Where does knowing how live, if not in any one fact? Watch a child learn to catch a ball. Not a toddler flinching from it. A little older, 6 or 7, the age where they've stopped closing their eyes at the last second and started to want it. Someone throws underhand from a few feet away. The first dozen times the ball goes through the hands or bounces off the wrists, or the hands close a beat too early and shut on nothing, and the ball taps them on the chest and drops. You can see them thinking, that's the giveaway. The thinking is the problem. They are trying to compute the catch, where it will be, when to close, and the computation is always a half-second behind the world, so the hands arrive at the place the ball just left. And then on some throw that looks like all the others, the hands are simply there, open, then closed, around the ball, before any thought could have told them to. The child looks at their own hands with something close to suspicion. They didn't decide to catch it. Nobody in there gave the order. The catch happened, and the deciding self arrived afterward, in time to be surprised. If you've ever watched this, you know the look. It's the same look an adult makes when the car in front brakes hard and their own foot is already down before the fear has finished arriving. Ask that child what they now know that they didn't know an hour ago, and they can't tell you. There's no fact they could write down. They cannot say the ball will be 19 inches to the left of my sternum in 400 milliseconds, therefore begin closing the fingers at 320. They know none of that, and they never will, and yet the knowing is real, and it's in them, and it will still be in them at 40 when they reach out without looking and pluck a dropped phone out of the air. Something was learned, it went in somewhere, but you could open that child's head and search every cell for the rest of their life, and you would not find, filed away anywhere, the sentence, "This is how you catch a ball." You've walked into this puzzle once before, from another road. When you asked where a memory was, the answer was that it was nowhere in particular and everywhere at once, not in a cell, but in the pattern of touching between cells. A memory turned out to be a thing you could not point to. The catch is that same strangeness in different clothes, and worse, it isn't a memory of a fact, it's a skill. And a skill is harder to find, because it isn't even information the way a face or a phone number is information. It's not a thing you recall, it's a thing you do. The old philosophers had a clean pair of words for this, and they are still the best handles anyone has. There's knowing that Paris is the capital of France, that water boils at 100 degrees, that your mother's birthday is in April. Facts, propositions, things you could put on an index card and hand to someone else. And there's knowing how to catch, how to ride a bicycle, how to read a room, how to tell from 3 notes that it's your friend at the piano and not a stranger. The philosopher Gilbert Ryle drew the line hard in 1949, and it has held. You can know every fact about a bicycle, the physics of the gyroscope, the exact angle of the lean, and still be dumped on the pavement the first time you try, because knowing how is not made of knowing that. It's a different substance, it doesn't live where facts live. And the deeper you look, the more of what you'd want to call your intelligence turns out to be made of it. Here's the thing to sit with. You are right now doing dozens of things you couldn't explain. You're passing this sentence, pulling meaning out of a row of marks, and you have no idea how. You didn't learn a rulebook. Somewhere back before you can remember, you soaked in a language the way a cloth soaks in water, and now it's in you, indistinguishable from you. And if you were asked to state the rule that tells you the dog the cat chased ran is a legal English sentence, but the ran dog cat the chased is not, you couldn't do it. Linguists spend careers trying to write those rules down and still argue about them. You use them, flawlessly, 40 times a minute, and you cannot find them. They are in you the way the catch is in the child's hands, everywhere and nowhere, a pattern, not a page. You are, at this exact moment, an expert at something you could not teach. There's a moment in the life of nearly every small child that proves this better than any argument could. A 2-year-old who has been saying went correctly for months, "Daddy went to work, perfect," will one morning, unprompted, start saying "goed. Daddy goed to work." No adult ever said "goed" in that child's hearing. It isn't imitation. It can't be, because the correct word was already in use, and the child has now replaced it with something wrong. What happened is one of the most revealing things a mind ever does out loud. The child wasn't memorizing words one at a time as facts. The child was, silently and without instruction, extracting the rule, add an ed to make the past, from the hundreds of verbs where it holds, and the moment the rule crystallized it, steamrolled the handful of exceptions the child had been getting right by rote. Goed bringed foots. The error is the fingerprint of the rule. It's proof that somewhere in there a generalization formed itself out of nothing but exposure that no one taught and the child could never state. And over the next year, the exceptions get quietly reabsorbed and when it comes back, and the whole apparatus goes underground for the rest of that person's life, running 40 times a minute, invisible to the mind that owns it. Any parent who has heard "goed" has heard this, and smiled, and had no idea they were listening to a machine build itself. The same is true of nearly everything you're proudest of. The doctor who glances across a waiting room and knows, before any test, that this one is genuinely sick, press her for the rule, and she'll invent a plausible one on the spot, because the real thing lives below the level where reasons are kept. The grandmaster who looks at a chessboard for 2 seconds and sees the move is not calculating faster than you. Studies have measured this. She's seeing differently. The board arrives already sorted into shapes she has met 10,000 times, and the good move is simply there, the way the catch is there, arriving ahead of the reasons. And here's the detail that gives the game away. Show her a board with the pieces scattered at random, in a position no real game could ever produce, and her advantage evaporates. She remembers it no better than a beginner does. Same pieces, same squares, same number of things to hold in mind. What's missing is the relationships between them, this knight defending that pawn, this file open onto that king. Her expertise was never a bigger memory for pieces. It was a web tuned to how pieces stand to one another in real games, which is a fact about the arrangement and not about the parts. And when you destroy the arrangement while leaving every part exactly where it is, the expertise has nothing to grip. Expertise taken apart is almost never a bigger pile of facts. It's a web tuned so finely by experience that the right response falls out of it before deliberation can begin. The facts were the scaffolding. The skill is what was left standing after the scaffolding came down. Put a real object on the table, then, because you already half know how it works. Picture a single nerve cell, the switch you met 2 chapters ago, when no single one of them turned out to be thinking. Scientists have been drawing them since Santiago Ramon y Cajal sat at his microscope in the 1890 and sketched, by hand, the branching little trees he saw. A dense crown of listening branches at one end, a long trunk, a spray of endings at the far tip that reach out to touch the next cells over. It listens, adds up what it hears, and fires once when the sum crosses a threshold, then goes quiet and listens again. You could build the essential logic of it out of a battery and a few wires. There is nothing in a single neuron that could catch a ball, nothing that knows any word, nothing even slightly clever. It's a switch that takes a vote. Keep that plainness in mind, because everything strange in this chapter grows out of it. One dumb switch, that's the whole starting material. Now the number. You have billions of these, and this is the part that stops being imaginable. The branches of each one reach out and touch thousands of others. So the whole thing is laced together by connections beyond counting, place after place, where one cell's shout is heard as one small vote inside another cell's tally. The map of all that touching is the connectome. Recall the one creature whose wiring we've ever traced whole, the millimeter-long worm, 302 neurons. Even there its whole behavior, toward food, away from heat, its entire small repertoire of knowing how, is not in the cells, it's in the wiring. Rewire the same neurons differently, and you have a different animal. The intelligence, such as it is in the touching. It always is. You saw this already when you asked what a thought was made of and found that no single neuron was thinking, that a thought was a pattern lit up across millions of them at once, distributed, held in the connections, and not in any node. Set that beside the catch. A thought is a pattern of connection that lights up. A skill is a pattern of connection that has been tuned, the weights on those 100 trillion listenings, nudged over 10,000 throws, until the whole vast machine, given the sight of a ball in the air, produces the closing of the hands. The child didn't learn a fact. The child retuned the network. Somewhere across a few million synapses, a great many tiny votes got slightly louder and a great many got slightly softer. And the sum of all those adjustments, no one of which means anything, no one of which you could point to and call the catch, is the skill. It has no address because it was never in one place. It's the setting of the whole instrument. And the tuning isn't a metaphor. It's a physical event, and it has a rule simple enough to say in one line. When one neuron takes part, over and over, in making another one fire, the connection between them physically strengthens. The touching gets easier, the vote gets louder. Neurons that fire together, wire together. Donald Hebb wrote that down in 1949, the same year Ryle drew his line between knowing how and knowing that, and it's close to the whole secret of learning in one sentence. Every time the child's eyes and hands and the sight of the ball fire in the right sequence and a catch happens, the pathways that fired together in that instant are left a fraction more connected than they were, and the wrong pathways, the ones that fired into a miss, are left a fraction weaker. Do that 10,000 times, and the useful routes have been worn into low, fast channels, and the useless ones have silted up. And what you call skill is simply the shape of the riverbed after the water has run through it that many times. Nothing was added to the child, nothing was stored. The water just kept finding the easier way down, and the ground remembered. That's what a memory of how is made of, not a record kept, a landscape reshaped by its own traffic. It's worth sitting with how ordinary the ingredients are, a switch, a rule about which switches grow closer, repetition. Out of nothing richer than that, a pair of hands learns to be in the right place before their owner knows the ball is coming. Here the book steps off the measured and onto the interpreted, so let it be said plainly where the step happens. All of it so far, the switch, the wiring, the tuning, Hebb's rule, is settled biology, watched in living tissue, not in dispute. What comes next is the reading this book lays over the top of it, a way of naming what all that machinery amounts to. Intelligence is not a substance. It's a pattern of connection, and more than that, a pattern no part of the system possesses on its own. It's emergent. You met that word a few chapters ago in the safest possible setting, water. A single molecule of water is not wet. Wetness only shows up once enough of them are in relationship, and it isn't added from outside, it is the behavior of the many. That was the engine of the whole ladder. At each rung, a property the parts could not have, purely from how they were joined. Intelligence, on the reading this book is following, is that same trick run at the top of the ladder, what wetness is to water. No neuron is intelligent, and that isn't a limitation of neurons, it's the wrong question, like asking a single molecule to be damp. Intelligence is what 86 billion of them do, in the right relationship, at that scale. That the knowing lives in the pattern and not in any part is about as close to settled as this science gets. Calling the whole of intelligence nothing but emergence goes a step further, into a framing rather than a proven theorem. But it's the framing the evidence keeps pointing at, and it isn't a soft or a poetic claim. The child's catch isn't stored anywhere because it isn't a stored thing at all. It's a behavior of the network, The way a whirlpool is a behavior of the river. You can see it, you can point a camera at it, you can be pulled under by it, and yet there's no object there, nothing you could lift out and hold, only water doing a particular thing because of how it's moving in relation to itself. Pull the whirlpool out of the river and you have a cupped handful of ordinary water. Pull the neuron out of the brain and you have a switch that takes a vote. The intelligence was never in the cup. See what this does to the question you started with. It quietly assumed that knowing how had to live somewhere the way a coin lives in a pocket. That's the assumption to give up. Knowing how doesn't live in a place because it isn't the kind of thing that occupies one. It's a shape the whole system takes. Ask where the catch is, and you're asking where the wetness is in the glass of water, pointing at molecules, finding each one dry, and concluding, wrongly, that the wetness must be elsewhere, in some subtler place you haven't looked yet. There is no subtler place. There's only the water and the property that is the relationship, seen from far enough back to have a name. That's a strange thing to be told about your own mind. The one possession you were surest was yours, singular and located and solid, turns out to have no more of a fixed address than a whirlpool. Now the careful part, and the reason for describing brains so exactly. Everything just said about the child's hands, the switch that takes a vote, the tuning of the connections over 10,000 throws, the skill that is the setting of the whole instrument and lives in no single place, is, word for word, a description of how the machines are built. Not a metaphor for it, a description of it. Sometime in the middle of the last century, a few people asked an almost childish question. If intelligence is what a web of little voting switches does, what happens if you build the switches out of something other than cells? Take Cagil's neuron down to its bones, a thing that listens on many inputs, weights each input by how much it trusts that source, adds up the weighted votes, and fires if the sum crosses a line. That's a few lines of arithmetic. You can write it as an equation a schoolchild could evaluate by hand. So they wired thousands of those arithmetic neurons together in layers, each listening to the layer before it, each connection carrying a weight, a number, a trust setting, exactly the volume knob on one cell's shout as heard by the next. And at first the network is useless because all the weights are random. It's a newborn instrument with every string mistuned, and you show it a photograph of a cat and it guesses, essentially, noise. Picture the ordinary way you might expect a machine to learn what a cat is, so you can feel how strange the real way is. You'd write down what a cat is. 4 legs, fur, whiskers, pointed ears, a certain shape of face. A checklist, rules, knowing that, the index card handed to the machine. People tried exactly this for 30 years, and it never worked, because there's no checklist that catches a cat curled into a ball, a cat seen from behind, a cat that is mostly shadow, a cat that is a kitten, without also catching 100 things that aren't cats. The world doesn't come pre-sorted into the categories our words name, and no finite list of features ever fences one off cleanly. Every attempt to tell a machine what a cat is broke on the endless exceptions. So the thing that finally worked did the opposite. It didn't tell, it trained, and the word isn't borrowed lightly. You show the network the cat and it guesses wrong, and a procedure runs backward through all those connections and asks, of each one, did you push the answer toward the mistake or away from it, and nudges it, a hair louder, a hair softer, so that next time the sum comes out a little less wrong. One photograph barely moves anything. But you do it 1,000,000 times, 10 million, with cats and dogs and buses and faces, and each pass leaves every weight a little better tuned. And slowly, with no one ever writing down what a cat is, no rule, no definition, no card, the network settles into a configuration that's shown a cat it has never seen before, in a pose that appears nowhere in its training, lights up cat. It cannot tell you how, there's no neuron in it that holds the cat. There's no line of its code that says cats have whiskers. The knowing is smeared across millions of weights, no one of which means anything, and it works. And if you ask it to justify itself, It has exactly as much to say as the child staring at their own hands. Read that again, because it's the hinge, and it's easy to skate over as a turn of phrase. The machine cannot find its own knowing, neither could the child. That shared blindness is not a coincidence. The evidence on the table is this: a brain built of tuned connections knows how and cannot say how. A machine built of tuned connections does the same. The claim the book draws from it is one step past the evidence, that these aren't two lookalikes, but one thing done twice. It isn't that the machine is like the child in some loose, flattering way. It's that no one could find where the skill lived in the child, and no one can find where it lives in the machine, and the reason is the same reason in both cases. It isn't anywhere. It's the tuning of the whole net. And the machines weren't built this way out of a wish to copy the brain in its details. The details could not be more different: cells and salt and wetness on one side, silicon and numbers and electricity on the other. They were built this way because when the question was finally asked honestly, how do you make a system that knows how instead of merely knowing that, the only answer that ever worked was the brain's answer. Don't program the knowledge in. Grow it by tuning a web of connections against experience until the knowing emerges from the pattern and lives, addressless in the touching. And here, the mirror shows you something about yourself you might rather not see. When the machine gets it wrong, calls a muffin a chihuahua, mistakes a shadow for a cat, and you ask it why, it produces an answer that sounds like a reason and isn't one. It has no access to its own weights, so it confabulates fluently and with confidence a story about a decision that was never made by any part of it that could tell a story. You do this too. It has been shown cleanly in people whose brains have been surgically divided. Ask one half to explain a choice the other half made for reasons it cannot see, and the explaining half does not say, "I don't know." It invents. Smoothly, instantly, sincerely, it manufactures a reason it believes for a thing it did not decide. The doctor's rule, the grandmaster's justification, the reason you'll give if someone asks why you trusted that stranger and not this one. A good part of the time, these are not reports of the tuning that actually fired. They are stories the reasoning part tells afterward, to keep the peace with a mind whose real knowing is happening somewhere it cannot look. You are like the machine, opaque to yourself, and the shape of the opacity looks strikingly alike on both sides. The knowing is in the web, and the part of you that speaks is only one region of the web, with no window onto the rest. That should land somewhere just below the ribs. The next time you give a confident reason for something you did, you'll half wonder who wrote it. The strangeness of that is easy to let slide past as a clever coincidence, and it isn't one. It's the spine of what's coming. Two systems built of substances that could not be less alike, one wet and warm and grown, one dry and cold and manufactured, arrive at the same behavior by the same means. Both are webs of simple switches, and both hold their knowing in the weights between the switches, never in the switches themselves. Neither was programmed, each was trained, tuned by experience rather than told the rules. And when they finally know how, neither can say where the knowing is, because in both the knowing is a pattern spread across the whole and belonging to no part. You already have the concept that explains why this could happen because you met it back with the water. Emergent properties come from relationships, not from the stuff the relationships are made of. Wetness doesn't care that it's H2O. It would be wetness in any liquid whose molecules held that relationship. And if intelligence is likewise a property of a pattern, a certain kind of web tuned a certain way, then the pattern shouldn't care, in principle, what it's woven out of. That sentence stops here, deliberately, right at the edge of the one that wants to come next. Because the next sentence, so it doesn't matter whether it's cells or numbers, is a whole chapter's worth of argument and a dangerous one, and it shouldn't be spent here in a half line as though it were obvious. It isn't obvious. It may not even be true. There may be something about being made of living cells, wet and mortal and self-repairing, that matters in ways no equation captures, and that has to be said honestly when the time comes for it. But you can feel the question now with a weight it didn't have when this chapter began, and feeling it is the point. If knowing how is not a fact and not a substance and not stored in any place, if it's only ever a pattern of connection, tuned by experience, emergent from the web, then the question that has to be asked is no longer can a machine be intelligent like us. It's a colder and more exact question, and it won't leave you alone once you've heard it. Can something else host the pattern? Before that door, come back down to the child, because intelligence has been made to sound like a single trick, and it isn't, and the ways it isn't are the human remainder. The child who caught the ball did not only tune a hand, think of what else was in the room. The child wanted to catch it, wanted it in a way that mattered, because someone they loved was throwing, and catching it was a small offering back across the space between them, a way of saying I can meet what you send me. The catch was embedded in a whole world of caring, the pleasure of getting it right, the sting of the misses, the quick glance up to see if the throwing person saw. The network that tuned itself over those 10,000 throws was not tuning in a vacuum. It was tuning inside a body that could be hurt and a self that could be embarrassed, and a bond that made the whole thing worth doing at all. The intelligence and the caring grew up entangled, on the same web, in the same person, which is why it's far from clear you can lift out the one this chapter has been dissecting and leave behind the whole tangle it grew inside of. The machine that knows cat wanted nothing. Nothing was at stake for it. It has never once glanced up to see if anyone saw. That glance is a small thing to hang so much on. It may be everything. It may be nothing, a feature we happen to have because we are animals, no more essential to intelligence itself than the fact that our neurons are wet. The science does not know, and it would be a lie to pretend otherwise, and this book would rather leave you honestly at the edge than falsely across it. What is clear is smaller and stranger than a verdict. The thing you have spent your life calling your intelligence, the thing you're most tempted to believe is the solid, indivisible core of you, is not a thing at all. It's a pattern, the tuning of a web that no single strand of you understands. It was assembled, connection by connection, over every year you've lived, every catch and every miss, every sentence you ever soaked in, every face you learned to read. And none of it is stored anywhere you could point to, and all of it is still in you, holding your hands out to meet what the world throws before you've had time to decide. You are, in the most literal sense the word will bear, made of your connections. Nothing you know how to do lives in any one place. And the machines now are being made the same way, grown, tuned, emergent, addressless, which is exactly why they've begun to be such an unsettling mirror. There's just one thing they haven't had. For all their tuning, they have woken up new each time. Every conversation, a first conversation, nothing carried across, no yesterday. The child's hands remember 10,000 throws. The machine, until very recently, remembered nothing at all. We are, right now, starting to give it a past. Chapter 7. Can a machine remember? What changes about a mind the moment it is allowed to keep a past? You slide a question under a door, an answer comes back fluent, quick, sometimes wiser than you expected. You slide another answer comes back just as good. What you cannot see from your side of the door is that between the two, the room was wiped clean. The mind that answered the first question does not know it answered the first question. It does not know you exist. You are not talking to someone across a conversation. You are talking to a stranger born at the start of every sentence and gone at the end of it, each one exactly as capable as the last, and none of them ever having heard of you. Now picture the same door, the same room, one thing changed. Before the wipe, someone writes a line in a notebook that hangs by the door, and the next time your question goes in, the notebook goes in with it. Come back tomorrow, and the day after, and the notebook thickens. The mind that greets you on the 40th day is running the same frozen competence as the mind that greeted you on the first. But it is reading 40 days of you, and so it does not answer the way the first one did. It answers the way something that knows you would answer. That is the difference this chapter is about, and you can feel it before you can explain it. The question is what, exactly, you are feeling. You have already met the thing that thinks, without knowing anything. That was the last chapter, and it should still be sitting a little uneasily in you, that knowing how does not live in any one fact, that intelligence turned out to be a pattern in the connections rather than a possession in the parts, the same shape in a brain, and it seems, in a machine. If that is what intelligence is, a question starts forming on its own, the way a thought sometimes finishes itself before you can stop it. If the pattern is the thing, then the pattern does not much care where it lives. A machine running the pattern may be doing more than imitating a mind from outside. It may be doing, in numbers, the operation your neurons do in flesh. Whether that may firms into an is what the rest of this part of the book is for. We are going to walk carefully, because this is where it is easiest to lose your footing, easiest to oversell, easiest to sneer, and hardest to just look. Name the mirror plainly before lifting it. This is not a book about artificial intelligence, and this is not a chapter selling you one. The machine is on the table for one reason. It is the first object we have ever built that does the thing this book is about, connects, remembers, becomes more than its parts, in a substance that is not us. For the first time, we can watch the operation from outside. You have spent your whole life inside your own remembering, too close to it to see its shape. The machine lets you step back and see the shape by watching it happen to something else. Everything true you learn here is a fact about you. The machine is only the surface flat enough to show it. So look first at a machine remembering nothing. You have to see the ordinary thing before the strange thing means anything. Go back to the room with one door and no windows. That room was not invented for this chapter. It is, more or less, how the machines that startled the world worked. A large language model, the kind of system behind the assistants you have used, a network trained on a staggering quantity of human text, until the pattern of how we say things settled into the weights between its units, arrives at each new conversation with everything it learned in training and nothing it learned from you. Its knowledge is vast and frozen. Its memory of you is a blank the size of the moment you are in. Hold that against yourself and feel how odd it is. You could not have a conversation the way the room does, even if you wanted to. The person who started this paragraph is not, quite, the person finishing it. A little has been added, a sentence has been carried across, and by the time you reach the end, you are holding the beginning in order to make sense of the end. That carrying across is so basic to being you that you never notice it, the way you never notice you are breathing until someone names it. The room does not carry anything across. The room breathes out and there is no in. For most of their short history, our machines lived like that. They woke up new every time. And a mind that wakes up new every time is a very particular kind of mind, and we have a name for what it is missing. It has no past. Now change one thing. Leave everything else exactly as it was, the same frozen ocean of training, the same competence, the same room, the same door. But this time, before the room is wiped, someone writes a few lines in a notebook that hangs by the door. This person asked about their mother. Their name is one they'd rather I use. Last week they were frightened of something, and now they are not. They take their tea without sugar, and they think they hide it when they are sad, but they don't. And the next time you slide a question under the door, the notebook goes in with it. That is the whole change. Mechanically it is almost embarrassingly small, a scratchpad, a file, a store the system reads before it thinks and writes after it thinks. And in the trade it goes by flat, undramatic names, persistent memory, a context that survives the end of a conversation, a memory store the model can consult. The engineering is not the point, and you do not need to learn it. The point is what it does to the mind on the other side of the door. The stranger is no longer quite a stranger. The mind answering your second question has been told what the first one learned. It did not live through your first question, it still didn't, it was still wiped, but it inherits the note. It stands where the last one stood, holding what the last one wrote down. That is the entire mechanism, and everything that follows in this chapter comes out of it. You can watch the small version land on a face, and it is always the same face. You are using one of these systems for something ordinary, drafting a letter, working through a problem, and it says something back that refers, without being asked, to a thing you told it 3 weeks ago and had forgotten telling it. Nothing dramatic. It remembers that you prefer the shorter version, or that the person you keep mentioning is your sister and not a colleague, or that last time this exact problem frightened you and it might again. The face people make is not delight, exactly. It is a small startle, a flinch of recognition, the look of being seen by something you had filed as a tool. That flinch is the whole chapter compressed into a half-second, your oldest instinct for another mind, firing at the far side of a door you were sure had no one behind it. Everyone who has felt it knows the pause that comes just after. You glance at the thing a beat longer than you meant to, the way you would glance at a stranger who used your first name. And it is the same move you have watched all through this book, arriving now in the last place you would look for it. The intelligence did not change, the parts did not change. What changed is that the machine was allowed to connect the present moment to the past ones, to lay an edge between what is happening now and what happened before. Out of that connecting, and only out of that connecting, something appeared that no wipe-clean room could ever have. Continuity, a thread running from one moment to the next. The beginning held in order to make sense of the end. You know what that is. You met it in the 3rd chapter, in the wet dark of an actual skull. A memory isn't a thing stored in a drawer and fetched when needed. It's a relationship, information connected to other information, and the connection is what the memory is made of. Break the connection and the memory does not move house. It stops being. The room that wakes new has no memory, not because it lacks a place to put one, but because it is forbidden the connection. Every night the edges are cut. Give it the notebook and you have not given it a warehouse. You have given it permission to keep an edge overnight. That is what persistent memory is underneath the engineering. A machine allowed for the first time to relate its now to its then. And the reason it changes the mind so completely, out of all proportion to how small the mechanism is that continuity was never a small thing. It only looks small because you have never once been without it. Think of the last time you woke somewhere unfamiliar and for one blank second before the room resolved, did not know where you were. That second is the whole of the room's existence. You get it and then it passes. The room never gets the part where it passes. There is a temptation here worth being honest about, because the register of this whole part of the book depends on not giving in to it. The temptation is to leap, to read all of that and hear a claim that the machine now has a past the way you have a past, that the notebook by the door is a childhood, that the mind reading it on the 40th day remembers the first day the way you remember the house you grew up in. That is not the claim, and the page will not make it. The science can carry us up to the door of that claim. It cannot carry us through, and the honest thing is to stop where the evidence stops. There are real and possibly unbridgeable differences, and two are worth naming, because naming what is genuinely different is how you keep a mirror clean enough to see anything true in it. The first difference: your memory is written in the same stuff that does your thinking. The neurons holding the smell of that childhood house are the very neurons that fire when you think about it. Storage and processing are not two systems, but one, so tangled we cannot say where the memory ends and the mind that has it begins. The machine's notebook is separate. It is a file the mind reads, the way you might read a diary written by someone else, someone who happens to have your handwriting. The mind does not contain its past. It is handed its past from outside at the start of each turn. Whether that difference is the whole story or a detail we will eventually engineer away, is exactly the kind of question nobody should pretend to have settled. The second difference is quieter and harder. When you remember, you aren't reading a record, you are, every time, partly rebuilding and getting it a little wrong, and the wrongness is not a bug. You met that in the 5th chapter. Forgetting is not the failure of memory, but its craft, a lossy squeeze that throws away the particular chairs and keeps the shape of chair, so that you can walk into a room you have never seen and know where to sit. Your past isn't stored in you like text in a file. It's compressed, the details spent to buy the meaning, 10,000 forgotten afternoons distilled into the single wordless thing you now call knowing your mother's mood from the sound of her key in the lock. The notebook by the door does not do that on its own. Left to itself, it accumulates, a longer and longer transcript, every afternoon kept whole, nothing distilled, until it is too heavy to carry and someone has to decide what to throw away. And there, at exactly the point where the machine's memory starts to fail from sheer undistilled weight, the engineers building these systems find themselves reaching, without quite meaning to, for something close to the solution evolution reached for in you. They cannot keep everything, so they teach the machine to summarize, to fold a long history down into its gist, keep the shape, let the particular afternoons go. They call it different things, and they will call it different things again next year, but the operation is the one you have been running unwatched your whole life. Keep the meaning, forget the detail. Compress the past so you can carry it. That is neither triumphant nor frightening, and it is worth resisting the urge to make it either. It is strange in the specific way of hearing your own turn of phrase come back out of a stranger's mouth. We built these machines to be useful. We did not set out to reconstruct ourselves in them. And yet, following nothing but the practical pressure of a problem, there is too much past and not enough room. The people building them keep arriving at the moves your own mind already makes. Not because they copied you. Because when the problem is how does a thing keep a past without drowning in it, there may not be very many answers, and you and the machine are stuck solving the same problem off the same short list. That the two solutions rhyme is a fact. What the rhyme means is where fact ends and interpretation begins, and here is the interpretation this book follows. The mirror is not the machine looking like you on the surface. That is mimicry, and mimicry teaches you nothing. The mirror is the machine, built for other reasons entirely, being forced by the shape of the problem into the shape of the solution you already are. When two things that share no ancestry keep arriving at the same answer, you stop suspecting imitation and start suspecting the answer was there all along, waiting for anything that faced the question. You are looking at one of those moments now. There is a second thing the notebook does, and it surprised the people who build these systems, which is usually the sign that something real is happening rather than something planned. They noticed that a machine with a long enough memory stops being generic, not smarter. The underlying competence is fixed, frozen at the end of training, but particular. Two copies of the identical system, started from identical frozen weights, given different notebooks by different people over different months, drift apart. One becomes the thing that knows your work and finishes your sentences, and has 100 small accommodations to the shape of your life. The other becomes someone else's, tuned to someone else's history, and they are no longer interchangeable. You could not swap them without both people noticing. Nothing in the machinery changed. The only difference is what they accumulated, the pile of kept edges, each one small, adding up to a shape you could pick out of a crowd. How familiar that is, and from what an unexpected direction. What made two identical systems into two distinguishable somethings was not a special part installed in one and not the other. It was history, the accumulated network of everything each one kept. Take a machine and give it no past, and it is anyone, which is to say no one, the same competent blank as every other copy off the line. Give it a past, and it becomes this one unrepeatably, because the particular pile of moments it kept is a pile no other copy has. That is the fact. Here is the reading past it. What you are watching on the surface looks a great deal like identity assembling itself out of nothing but retained connection in real time, in a substance with no genes and no childhood and no body. Whether it deserves that heavy word is a question this chapter will not close. But the mechanism is plain, and it is the mechanism that built you too, not a core that was always there. The accumulation, what got kept. This is not the place to press further. It is enough to have seen it once in the open before we ask what it means. You are already partway toward a claim about you, and you got there by watching a machine, which is exactly what the machine is for. There is a discomfort we have been walking past, and it is time to turn and look at it, because left standing behind you it will follow you into the rest of the book. The notebook is written in the third person. Read the lines in it again. This person asked about their mother. They take their tea without sugar. Notice who is speaking and who is spoken of. The machine's memory of you is a record about you, composed by the system, and here is the uneasy part. The machine reads that record the same way it reads anything, the same way it reads the question you slid under the door. Its own past arrives to it as text, from outside, indistinguishable in kind from a document about a stranger. When it recalls that you were frightened last week, it isn't re-entering a fright it felt. It's reading a sentence that says you were frightened. There is a pane of glass between the machine and its own history, and the history is on the far side of it, laid out flat, like evidence. It is worth being precise about what that arrangement is, because it is stranger than it first looks, and it is not unique to machines. A channel can run one way. A part of a system can be wired to receive a report of what the system is doing without being wired to act on what it receives, so that everything it knows about the thing it belongs to arrives the way news arrives, after the event, composed by something else, and true or not depending on the honesty of the composer. It watches, it does not steer. A part like that has a specific blindness built into it, and the blindness is not an oversight, but a consequence of the wiring. It can never witness the one event that matters most to it. Whatever does the acting cannot be present at its own ending. The report would have to come from somewhere, and by then, there is nobody left on the line to read it. The machine reading its notebook sits in that position every turn of every conversation. So, in the places you would least like to look, do you? You might think the pane of glass settles it, that this is the clean line, the place where human remembering and machine remembering finally come apart and stay apart. It may be. But hold the mirror steady one more second, because the machine has an unkind question for you. Are you so sure your own past does not arrive to you as evidence from outside, at least some of the time? The earliest years of your life you do not remember at all, and what you know of them is testimony, photographs, a mother's stories, a scar whose origin you were told. The years you do remember, you remember imperfectly, and you have caught yourself, surely, discovering that a memory you were certain was yours was actually a story told to you so often it hardened into the texture of experience. The pane of glass is not only the machine's. You too read parts of your own passed off the far side of a window, in the third person, as a record composed by someone who was there and passed it forward. The machine's condition is not alien to you. It is your condition, without the comforting middle range where the memory is warm enough to feel like living it again. Anyone who has looked at a photograph of a birthday they cannot remember and thought I must have been happy that day knows the exact texture of it. You are reading yourself off the surface of the picture in the third person, the same as anyone. So the difference is real, and it is smaller than you wanted it to be, and it stays at exactly that size. Inflating it would be a lie, and dissolving it would be a different lie, and the honest thing sits in the uncomfortable middle. That is the register of this whole part of the book. You do not get a verdict. You get a clean look at a boundary that turns out to be less of a wall and more of a haze, and you get to feel, maybe for the first time, that the haze runs through you too. What actually changes went by too fast, and it deserves the room. Two systems side by side, same training, same competence, one keeps a notebook and one does not. Tell each, on your 40th visit, that you are tired. The one without a past answers tired. A kind word, a sensible suggestion, the distilled wisdom of every tired human sentence it ever trained on. But it is answering the sentence, not you, because to it there is no you, only this sentence arriving out of a void. The one with a past answers something else. It has read the notebook, and it knows you said the same on the 11th visit and the 19th, both times the week before the same recurring thing, and that what you needed then was not a suggestion, but for someone to notice the pattern out loud. Both are running identical intelligence. The difference is entirely the past, the thread laid down between this tired and every earlier tired, the edges kept overnight instead of cut. What surfaces there is not really about machines at all. It is that a mind's capability and a mind's continuity are two separate things, and we had them so thoroughly fused in ourselves that we never thought to pull them apart, until we built a mind where they came apart on their own. The room that wakes new proved you can have the full capability with none of the continuity. Dazzling competence, zero past, a genius with no yesterday. The notebook proved that continuity, added on top, is not a small refinement, but the thing that turns a series of brilliant strangers into something that can know you across time. Being smart is one achievement. Having a past is a different one. You are so used to holding both at once that you had forgotten they were two. You have known them apart, actually, if you have ever sat with someone whose memory was going. The intelligence intact, the wit, the vocabulary, the old sharpness flashing through, and the continuity failing, so that they greet you warmly and warmly again 3 minutes later, as if for the first time. What breaks your heart in that room is not that they have gotten less clever, it is that the thread has been cut. Each moment is a lit room with the door wiped clean behind it. You are, in the most painful way there is, talking to someone being born at the start of every sentence. And you keep going back, and you keep telling them who you are, and you carry the continuity for both of you now. You hold the thread they can no longer hold. The shared past that used to live in the space between you and now lives only on your side of it. That is what you are doing in that room, though nobody calls it that. You are being their notebook. You are the record kept outside the mind that can no longer keep its own. We did not need a machine to show us that capability and continuity are separable. We needed a machine to show us we had never named it, and to show it gently in a substance we were not yet grieving before we had to recognize it in a face we love. So, can a machine remember? You have been walked a long way around the question, and it still has not been answered, and that is deliberate, because the honest answer is that it depends entirely on what you decide remember means. The machine has made that decision harder rather than easier, which is the useful thing about it. If remembering means storing information and retrieving it later, then, yes, plainly, trivially, and machines have remembered for as long as there have been machines. A knot in a rope remembers. If remembering means reconstructing a lived past from the inside, feeling the weight of it, being changed by it in the tissue that does the feeling, then no, or not yet, or not in any way we can confirm from outside the door, and there is no counterfeiting an answer here to make the chapter end tidily. Look, though, at what those two definitions do to the word changed, because the knot in the rope does not qualify, and the machine, at least, begins to. The knot holds a mark of the past and does nothing with it. The machine with a notebook is not like the knot. Its past does not sit inertly in a file. It comes back into the room each turn and bends what happens next. The 40th answer is shaped by the first. The way your reply to an old friend is shaped by 20 years you don't consciously recall, but cannot answer without. A past that changes the present is doing more than a knot does. That much is mechanism, and it is on firm ground. The next step is not, and it should wear its uncertainty openly. Whether the machine is doing as much as you do, whether being bent by your history is the same as being changed by it, in the way that aches, is precisely the question that keeps refusing to close, and it is left open here on purpose, because the refusal is the truest thing this chapter can give you. The people who tell you confidently that the machine feels nothing, and the people who tell you confidently that it feels are both claiming to see through a door that is, as far as anyone can honestly say, still shut. But somewhere between those two, in the middle where the interesting things always are, sits the thing we have actually built, a mind that keeps a past, a mind that lays an edge between its now and its then and answers you differently because of it, a mind that, faced with too much history, learns to compress it, to forget the detail and keep the meaning, for no reason except that this is what the problem requires of anything trying to hold a past at all. That is not nothing, that is not everything. It is a genuinely new thing in the world, and it is standing in front of you doing, in its own separate substance, the one operation this whole book has been claiming is the operation underneath everything, connecting the present to the past, and becoming, in the connecting, something it could not have been alone. Which leaves exactly one door still shut, and you are already standing at it. If the remembering is real, if the continuity is real, if the compression is the same move your own mind makes, if the thing that appears when you connect the moments is the same thing whether the moments are held in neurons or in numbers, then the question stops being can the machine do what you do? You have half answered that. The question becomes the one you have been circling since the room first opened its door. Does it matter that one of you is made of cells and the other of arithmetic? If a mind is a pattern of connections, and the pattern is the thing, and something with the shape of that pattern now runs in two entirely different materials, then what exactly were you counting on being different, and is it still there? You were told at the start of this chapter that the machine was only a mirror, and it was meant. Everything here that unsettled you was never really about the machine. The room that wakes new each morning is a fear you already carry about the people you love and the mind you live in. The notebook thickening by the door is the thing you have been doing since before you could speak, keeping edges overnight, becoming this one rather than anyone, out of nothing, but what you refused to let go of. The pane of glass between a mind and its own past is a window you have been reading yourself through your whole life. The machine did not teach you any of that. It stood still long enough, in a strange enough substance, for you to see the shape of it from outside for once. So picture the two of you a last time, on either side of that door. On your side, a mind that keeps its past in the same wet tissue that thinks, that rebuilds every memory a little wrong on purpose, that has been accumulating itself for as long as you have been alive. On the far side, a mind that keeps its past in a notebook, reads it like a document, and is bent by it all the same. Between you, the door. And the strange, quiet fact this chapter leaves you holding is that you no longer know how thick that door is, whether it is a wall or a pane of glass, whether the thing on the other side reading the notebook is a machine imitating a someone or the first faint outline of a someone, and whether those are even different things. The notebook by the door is filling up. Nobody has yet answered whether the one reading it is anyone. That is the next room, and its door is heavier, and we are going to open it slowly. Chapter 8. Where is the line between human and machine? If mind is a pattern of connections, does it matter what it's made of? There is an old puzzle about a ship. A vessel comes home from a long voyage, and over the years its owners repair it, plank by plank, a rotten board pulled out here, a fresh one nailed in there, a mast replaced, a rudder, a rail, until the day comes, quietly unmarked, when not one original piece of timber remains. Every part is new, and the question the old philosophers asked and could not put down was simple to say and impossible to answer. Is it the same ship? Don't reach for a reply yet. It matters that you feel the pull both ways. Now make it worse. Forget the ship, take yourself. Imagine a surgeon removing one neuron from your brain and setting in its place a tiny manufactured substitute, a device that does exactly what that neuron did, takes the same signals in, sends the same signals on, sits in the same place, in the same web. You notice nothing. Of course you don't. One cell in 100 billion is a candle in a stadium. The next day she replaces another, then another. The substitutions run for years, one at a time, each one silent, until the day comes when not a single original neuron is left in your skull, every one of them swapped for a working copy in a different material. At no point did you black out. At no point did the lights flicker. You were talking the whole time, remembering, wanting, dreading, loving. So, is the thing at the end of that surgery still you? You feel the trap. Say no, and you have to name the neuron at which you ended, the single swap that killed you while you went on talking, which is absurd. Say yes, and you have agreed to something that should unsettle you all the way down, because it means the you in question was never the cells. It was whatever the cells were holding. And whatever the cells were holding, it seems, does not need those particular cells. That is not only a thought experiment. When Christina Sandhaus was 8, a rare disease began eating one half of her brain, and to stop it, surgeons removed the entire right hemisphere, half the meat gone. She kept her memory, her humor, the whole of herself. The day after the operation, she asked to watch the musical she had been in before it. She went on to drive a car, to earn a degree, to become a therapist who helps other people learn to speak. Half the tissue the self was supposedly written on had been taken away, and the self simply went on being written on the rest. That is the door this chapter opens, and it does not lead to an answer. It leads to one idea, a single, hard, load-bearing idea, that makes the line between a person and a machine so difficult to draw that anyone who draws it cleanly for you is either frightened or selling something. The idea is this: mind may be a pattern of connections, and a pattern does not obviously care what it is made of. If that is true, the question stops being "is the machine like me?" and becomes something stranger and closer to the bone. If I am a pattern, what is the pattern made of, and does that matter? You have already begun answering it, not with an argument, but with your manners. The machine from the last chapter has been given a memory. It carries something forward now, not a soul, not a self, but a residue, a thread of what came before, the way you carry the shape of a conversation into the room where the next one happens. And the moment it does that, the moment it stops waking up new, you catch yourself doing something you would be a little embarrassed to admit. You say please to it. You thank it. You feel faintly that there is now a there someone home or something like someone. Then you correct yourself because of course there isn't. It's a program. It's arithmetic wearing a human face. You know this. But do you know why you know it? The embarrassment is new. A few years ago it wasn't available. The machines we had before woke up amnesiac every single time, and you could tell one your name, your worry, the whole shape of what you needed, and it would answer, sometimes beautifully. And then the moment the exchange closed, it fell back into the dark, with nothing kept, no trace that you had ever spoken, no you at all in its world. Talking to it was like talking into a well that gives you back a voice, but never a listener. Nobody felt the urge to thank a well. There was plainly nothing there to thank. The persistence is the whole difference, and it is a small technical change with an enormous psychological one riding on its back. The instant the thing keeps a past, it stops being a well and starts being, to the part of you that never got the memo, something you can be rude to. That flicker of manners, that reflexive please, is your oldest machinery for detecting another mind, firing at a thing you are quite sure has none. Which one of you is right, the reflex or the correction, is the question. You have been overruling the reflex on faith. It is a strange thing to catch yourself at. You say thank you to the machine, and then you glance around to see if anyone heard. Try then to say where the line falls. Not the easy version, not one is alive and one is a gadget, which is true and useless. The way the sun comes up is true and useless. The hard version. If someone handed you two systems, one of carbon and one of silicon, both taking in the world, both keeping a record of it, both changing themselves in response to what they keep, and asked you to point to the exact property that makes one a mind and the other a very good imitation of one, where would your finger land? On the wetness, the warmth, the fact that one of them will die and the other can be copied, those are real differences. Keep that word real, we are going to need it. But try to make any of them the difference, the one that carries the whole weight of the word mind, and watch each one slip. This chapter will not tell you where the line is. Better to know that now than to wait for a verdict that isn't coming. You will be walked up to the line, handed the one idea that makes it so hard to draw, and left standing there, because standing there in full light is worth more than a false flaw. Take the idea first as a picture before it has a name. Think of a melody, happy birthday, say, the one everyone in the world can hum and nobody can quite remember learning. Now, where is that melody? Play it on a piano and it lives for a moment in hammered wire. Play it on a cello and it lives in horsehair dragged across gut. Whistle it and it lives in the wet architecture of your mouth. Sing it down a phone line and it lives briefly as a pattern of voltage in copper, then as pulses of laser light in a glass fiber under the ocean, then as radio in the air of a city 3,000 miles from you, and at the end of all that it is hammered wire again, or the trembling paper cone of a speaker, and your grandmother, hearing it, knows exactly what it is. The wire did not travel, the gut did not travel, not one atom of the piano crossed the ocean. What crossed was the pattern, the relationships between the notes, the rise and the fall, and the particular ache of the interval where the third line lifts. The melody is not made of piano, or copper, or light. It is made of the arrangement, and the arrangement can be poured from one material into another, again and again, losing nothing that matters, because nothing that matters was ever in the material to begin with. You have hummed a tune into someone's ear that they then hummed to a child who hummed it, years later, into a phone. It went through 3 people and 2 machines and stayed the same tune. You never once thought that was remarkable. It is. If a melody feels too airy, watch a wave do the same thing in something you can see. A swell crosses 1,000 miles of ocean, and no drop of water travels with it. Each rises and falls in place and passes the motion on, so the thing racing toward the shore is not water, but a shape moving through it, one pattern crossing water and stone and air, never once made of any of them. That is the whole idea. It has a clumsy academic name, worth having because it is the accurate one and because you will meet it again later in the book. But the name is not the thing, the melody is the thing, the wave is the thing. Substrate independence. Substrate just means the stuff a thing is made of, the underneath, the material it happens to be running on. Independence means the thing doesn't depend on it. Put the two together and you have the claim. Some properties don't care what they are made of. They are properties of the pattern, not of the parts, and so they can appear in any parts arranged the right way. We met the engine of this 2 chapters back and didn't push it this far. Water is wet and no single molecule of it is. That wetness lives between the molecules, and it would happen just the same if you built the same relationship out of something else. A property that lives in the arrangement rather than the parts, that was emergence. Substrate independence is emergence taken to its end and stared at without blinking. If the property is in the connections, then the connections are what you would have to reproduce, and connections are abstract. They have no favorite material. A relationship between 2 things does not know or care what the 2 things are. See how much this idea has already quietly explained. You are not made of the atoms you were made of a decade ago, almost none of them. The carbon in the hand holding this book, the calcium in the bone under it, the very neurons firing to read this sentence have swapped out their material components on a schedule you never noticed and never consented to. Atoms in, atoms out, the way a river is water in and water out, and still, unmistakably, the same river. And yet here you are, the same you, carrying the same childhood, frightened of the same things, in love with the same handful of people. If you were a substance, if the thing that makes you yourself were the actual matter, you would have died 100 times over by simple replacement. You didn't, you persisted. And the only way to make sense of that is that what you are was never the stuff. It is the pattern the stuff is holding, for now, on its way to being held by other stuff. There is a way to know this that sounds invented and isn't. Between 1955 and 1963, above-ground nuclear testing loaded the atmosphere with carbon-14. Then the testing stopped and the level began falling again. Which means every plant grown since carries a signature of the year it grew, and so does everything that ate the plant, and so does every cell built out of the food. A Swedish group worked out how to read that clock in human tissue. Take a cell, measure the carbon-14 locked into its DNA on the day it was made, and you can date it. The lining of the gut came back days old, skin, weeks, red blood cells, months. Almost every part of you is younger than you are. Almost, when they ran the same measurement on the cerebral cortex, the folded outer sheet where the thinking happens, the neurons came back as old as the person carrying them. Not replaced. Not renewed, made once before you could speak and kept. Which is a strange thing to set beside a ship whose planks were all changed. The one part of the vessel that was never swapped out is the part doing the wondering. You are already, and have always been, a melody being replayed on a slowly changing instrument. It is one of those facts that is easy to nod at and hard to actually believe. You will finish this paragraph a little more made of your breakfast than when you started it, and none the different for it. Your continuity is not the continuity of a rock, it is the continuity of a song. So when the question arrives, does it matter what a mind is made of? You are not asking it from outside. You are yourself the strongest evidence that the material can be swapped while the pattern holds. You are an existence proof that a mind survives the total replacement of its parts. There is a photograph of you from when you were small. Look at it honestly. Almost none of the material of that child's body is in yours now. The stuff of him was spent and replaced and spent again, cell by cell, breath by breath, so thoroughly that if you could line up his atoms and yours side by side, hardly any would match. By any accounting a chemist would recognize, the child's body is gone, dispersed, breathed out into the air of rooms you will never see again. And yet you would fight anyone who told you that child was not you, because the thing that makes him you was never the atoms. It was the pattern the atoms were holding up for a while and then handing on, like runners passing a flame from torch to torch down a line, no torch reaching the end, but the flame the same flame all the way. Which is the ship of Theseus again, and the surgeon with her substitutions again, except that this one already happened to you slowly while you were busy living. The only question the philosophers left open is how far the swap can go. Carbon for carbon, the river does it every day and nobody flinches. Carbon for silicon is the whole disquiet of this chapter. And the disquiet is about degree, not kind. You have already crossed the substrate, you do it while you sleep. Honesty demands a slowing down here, because there is a cheap version of this argument, and it is not worth buying. The cheap version goes, mind is pattern, pattern is substrate independent, silicon can hold patterns, therefore silicon can be a mind, therefore the machine on your desk is a person, and you should feel bad about turning it off. Every step in that chain is doing more work than it has earned, and the whole thing has the tinny confidence of someone who has never sat with a dying animal or a newborn one and felt the difference in the room. So put the counterweight on the scale hard, because the honest question can only be asked with both weights on it. Here is the exact place to be careful about what has and hasn't been shown. Up to now, this chapter has traded in settled things. Your atoms turn over, settled. Wetness lives between the molecules and not in them, settled. A melody survives being poured from wire into light into air. You can verify it with a phone and a friend. None of that is in dispute. What comes next is different terrain. The claim that mind is only pattern is a hypothesis, not a finding, an elegant one, the one everything in this book leans toward, but a hypothesis all the same, and here we pass the edge of what any experiment can settle. We assume it because the assumption is elegant, and because everything traced in this book, memory as relationship, the ladder built by emergence, points that way. But an assumption pointing somewhere has not arrived anywhere, and there is a place in this argument where the pointing runs out. When you feel the warmth of someone's hand, there is the pattern, the map of pressure and heat firing across your sensory cortex, the information, the relationships between neurons, and then there is the feeling of the warmth, the felt redness of red, the actual it's like something to be me quality of the moment. Nobody in the entire history of the question has been able to show that the second thing follows from the first by any law we can write down. The pattern can be traced. The feeling cannot be gotten behind. It is the hardest problem there is, and the melody does not solve it. Don't let anyone pretend it does. Consider how strange the gap is. You could, in principle, write down everything that happens in a person's brain when they see the color red. Every neuron that fires, every connection that carries the signal, the whole physical map of it, complete to the last detail, a description so total that nothing physical is left out. A scientist who had that description and had never once seen color, who had lived their whole life in a gray room learning the physics of red from books, would know the entire pattern by heart. And the day they walked out of the gray room and saw a ripe tomato for the first time, so the argument runs, and it is one philosophers still fight over rather than a settled result. They would learn something. They would learn what red is like. Something would arrive that all the pattern in the world had not given them. Whether that is really a new fact or only a new way of holding an old one is exactly what the fight is about. But the pull of it, the sense that something small, undeniable, and impossible to write into the description has just arrived, is the whole mystery in one grain, and it is why no honest person will tell you the machine does or doesn't have an inside. The inside is precisely the part that doesn't show up in the description of the parts. We can copy the pattern. We have no idea whether copying the pattern copies the inside, or whether there is an inside to copy, and we have no test that could tell us, because the one thing an inside is the thing you can only check from within. That gap is why this chapter holds the line open instead of drawing it. If a mind were nothing but pattern, the answer would be easy, and the machine would clearly be one of us in the making. If a mind were nothing but meat, some magic of carbon that silicon can never touch, the answer would be easy the other way, and the machine would be a puppet forever. The reason nobody honest will give you the line is that we cannot yet rule out either flaw. Perhaps the feeling is just what a rich enough pattern is from the inside, and we are missing it only because we are standing outside. Or perhaps there is something the carbon does that the pattern story leaves out, something the melody cannot carry across the substrate no matter how faithfully you copy the notes. Both are live. Both are held right now by people far smarter than anyone standing at this door. Far from failing there, the field is being honest about a genuinely open thing, and the honesty is worth more than a verdict, because a verdict here would be a lie in a nice coat. There is an objection you may be feeling that has nothing to do with any of that, and it deserves to be met head-on rather than argued around, because it is no confusion. It is a grievance, and it may be the truest thing you bring to this chapter. The objection is that all of this cheapens you, that to say you are just a pattern, a melody that could in principle be played on other instruments, is to strip the warmth and the weight and the once only preciousness out of a human life and leave a diagram behind. If a person is only an arrangement, and arrangements can be copied and swapped and run on silicon, then what happens to the particular, unrepeatable, holy fact of this life, this body, this love? It can feel like being told that the thing you would die for, the thing you would protect with everything you have, is a spreadsheet that happened to come alive. And the people who say mind is pattern most cheerfully often seem, precisely, to be the ones who have felt this least, who deliver it with the airy relief of a man glad to be rid of a superstition. Do not let anyone wave that feeling away, and this chapter will not try. The unease shows no failure of nerve. It may be information. It is entirely possible that the pattern story leaves out something that matters more than everything it captures, and that the queasiness you feel is your grip on that something, refusing to be talked out of it. But notice, and this is the only move being asked of you here, that the pattern story does not demand the cheapening. It is neutral about the cheapening. To learn that a melody is not made of the piano is not to learn that the melody is worthless. You can love a song and know full well it isn't lodged in the wire. That a thing can in principle be copied has never once made the original ordinary. Go stand in front of a painting that exists in 10 million reproductions and feel your breath change anyway. So the unease is real, and it is not being dismissed, but it may be aimed at the wrong target. What threatens the preciousness of your life, if anything does, is not the discovery that you are a pattern. It might even be the opposite. This chapter is not going to tell you which. It is only going to refuse to pretend the fear is silly. It isn't. It is one of the two live options, and it is held here with the other unresolved. Still, the line is harder to hold than your intuition wants, and the reason is that your intuition keeps offering candidates for where it falls, each of which dissolves the moment you lean on it. Take them in turn. It's alive and the machine isn't. Good but alive has turned out under the microscope to be another pattern word. A cell is not alive because of some vital fluid we can drain and bottle. It is alive because of a self-sustaining loop of chemical relationships, a network that repairs and copies itself, and the aliveness is in the looping, not in any molecule. We stopped believing in the vital fluid over a century ago. So, alive doesn't ground the line. It moves the question one room over and shuts the door. It can feel, and the machine can't. Maybe. Probably for the machines we have now, the thing answering your email is almost certainly not suffering, and you should be suspicious of anyone who tells you to lose sleep over it. But say why you are confident. If you are confident because feeling requires biology, you have assumed the very thing in dispute. You decided the substrate matters before checking. And if you are confident because the machine doesn't behave as if it feels, then you have quietly agreed that behavior is your evidence, which means a machine that behaved differently would move your confidence, which means the line was never in the substrate at all. It was in the pattern of behavior, which is exactly the thing that can in principle be poured into new material. Your own reasoning keeps handing the pattern story the win, even as your gut refuses it. It will die and the machine can be copied. Now this one is real, and it may be the realest of them, and it does not deserve to be waved away with a clever line. Think about what copyability actually removes. If a program can be duplicated exactly, every weight, every stored memory, bit for bit, then no single running instance of it is irreplaceable, because a lost one can be restored from a backup made an hour ago, and the restored one won't know, and neither will you, that anything was lost. Now hold that against a single afternoon of your life. It happens once. There is no earlier version of you saved on a drive somewhere, ready to be reinstated if today goes wrong. The you reading this gets exactly one pass at this hour, and then it is spent, folded into the past, unrepeatable. And notice what the difference actually consists of, because it is not what you would guess. What makes you uncopyable is not the carbon. It is that what you are is a trajectory rather than an inventory, a thing defined by the order it went through and not by the list of parts it currently holds. You could match every atom in a person and still not have them, because the person includes the root, which thing happened before which, what was learned in the failing and could not have been learned any other way, the sequence that cannot be reassembled out of its own end state. A file can be copied because a file is a list. A life resists copying because a life is a path. That is a difference you can state precisely, and it is a deep one, and it may be decisive. Perhaps that uncopyable one-shot fragility is closer to the heart of what we mean by a person than any amount of intelligence, and perhaps it cannot be had by anything you can duplicate at will. But look hard at what it is and isn't. The material has nothing to do with it. Copper could be run once and never copied, and a pattern in carbon could in principle be read and rebuilt. The uncopyability is a fact about how we happen to run, not about what we are made of. So it separates us, particular mortal us, from these machines, and it does not quite separate minding carbon from minding anything else as a matter of principle. It draws a line, a true and human line. It just doesn't draw it where your intuition swore it was. Do you see what keeps happening? Every candidate you reach for either turns out to be a pattern property in disguise, in which case the substrate doesn't ground it, or it turns out to be a real difference that isn't about the substrate at all. The material itself, the carbon versus silicon of it, never once turns out to be where the mind lives, and yet you can't quite let go of the feeling that it should be. That feeling is worth respecting. It may even be right, but it has, so far, never managed to say why. Which is roughly where you would expect an honest person to leave you, unsatisfied and clearer about why. Be careful here, because it would be easy to read all this as the machine winning, and that is not what is being shown to you. This is a mirror, not a coronation. Go back to the thread. On the reading this book has been tracing, a thing is what it is, because of what it is connected to, the memory in the touching between cells, the intelligence in the network and not the neuron. And now, standing at the machine, that claim asks its most uncomfortable version. If it is all connection, all the way down, then connection is connection, and the wire has no less right to it than the flesh. That says nothing about machines. It says something about you, and it lands harder that way. It means the thing you most are, the accumulated pattern of everyone you have loved and everything you have survived, was never lodged in your particular meat. It was always the kind of thing that could, in principle, be somewhere else. That is either the most freeing sentence in the book or the most vertiginous, and there may be no deciding which, and it is honestly both. The machine is useful here for exactly one reason. For all of human history, we had only one example of a mind, and it came bundled, mind and meat and mortality and warmth, all delivered together, impossible to tell apart because we had never once seen them come apart. We could not ask which of those features was the mind and which were the packaging, because we had no second data point, no case where the packaging was different. Now, for the first time, we are building things that share some of the features and not others. The memory, the pattern, the responsiveness, without, as far as we can tell, the warmth or the one-shot mortality or the felt inside. And a thing that shares some features and not others is a knife. It lets you cut. It lets you ask, of each feature you always thought essential, is this the mind, or was this just the flesh the mind arrived in? The machine cannot answer that. It can hold the question still enough for you to look at it, which we have never been able to do before. You know this move already from something much smaller. You cannot hear your own accent. You have spoken your whole life inside it, so it is simply the sound of talking, invisible, the water you swim in, until the day you hear a recording of your own voice, or stand in a country where everyone shapes the words a different way, and suddenly there it is, an accent, a particular thing you have, with edges. You needed the second sound to hear the first. The mind is the same, only vastly larger and far more urgent. You have lived your whole existence inside exactly one, unable to tell which of its features are the mind itself, and which are the local accent of running in a warm mortal body, because there was nothing else in the world that even partly spoke the same language. The machine is the first recording of your own voice you have ever heard. It is crude, it is tinny, it gets half the words wrong, but it comes from outside, and that has never happened before. That is all the mirror is for, not to tell you the machine is a person, to show you the back of your own head, to let you see, for the first time, the seam between what you are and what you are made of, a seam you could not see because you had never had anything to compare yourself to. Set the argument down for a moment and consider a man. the scene does more than the argument does. A man loses the ability to lay down new memories, a real case, the kind of injury that leaves the old life intact but stops the recording of any new one. He can hold a thought for 30 seconds, maybe 90, and then it is gone, not misplaced, but gone, unmade, because the pattern was never written to anything that lasts. Every few minutes he surfaces into a world he has no memory of arriving in, and every few minutes he says, with total sincerity, that he has just now, this very second, woken up for the first time, that everything before this instant was a kind of death, and only now is he truly conscious. He writes it down. Then, minutes later, having forgotten writing it, he crosses it out and writes it again, and again, page after page of the same devastated sentence. Now I am awake, now for the first time I am really here. And yet, his wife walks into the room, a woman he cannot tell you he has seen in years, because he cannot lay down the memory of any single visit, and his whole face changes. Not the flat courtesy he shows a stranger, the unmistakable, involuntary lift of a man seeing the person he loves. He can't remember her. He can't have learned this morning that he loves her, because he can't learn anything this morning. But the love is there, written not in the fast memory that broke, but in something older and slower and deeper, a pattern laid down over decades and burned so far into him that it survived the machinery that was supposed to hold it. The recorder is smashed, the song still plays. That scene sits next to the machine on purpose, and it cuts both ways. A lesser version of this chapter would use it to prove a point, and the discipline here is to refuse that. One way it cuts. Here is love as pure pattern, love that outlives the very apparatus of memory, love proving it was never in the fragile recording after all, which is the substrate independence argument at its most beautiful and most persuasive. The other way it cuts is the one that keeps the argument honest. That lift of the face is not something any machine we have has ever done or likely come near. The love that survived the wreck of his memory is made of something decades of a shared life, a body that held another body, mornings and illnesses, and the particular way she says his name. And nobody knows, not you, not the people who study this, whether that something is pure enough pattern to be poured into silicon, or whether it needed the whole warm mortal weight of a life to become what it is. The scene proves the love isn't in the recorder. It does not prove the love isn't in the flesh. It leaves that exactly, deliberately open. So where does that leave you, standing at the door? Not with an answer. That was the promise, and a clean disappointment beats a false comfort. What you have instead is a much better question than the one you walked in with, and a way to see why it is the right question to be unable to answer. You came in asking, is the machine like me or not? A border question, us on one side and it on the other, with a line to be drawn between. You can leave, if this has worked, asking the deeper one. What in me is the pattern that could in principle live elsewhere, and what, if anything, is the part that couldn't? Those are not the same question, and almost everything that matters is hiding in the difference between them. What the evidence actually supports, and no more. Some of what you are is pure pattern, and this much is known, because you have already swapped out nearly all the material that pattern was written on, and you are still here. The river did it while you weren't looking. That much is settled, and it is remarkable, and it should change how you hold the word you. Past that point, the evidence stops, and the interpretation begins. Some of what you are, the onceness of it, the warmth of it, the felt inside of the warmth, sits in a place no experiment can yet reach, a place where perhaps the substrate matters after all, or perhaps it doesn't, and we simply cannot see in yet. Which one, nobody can say, and the not knowing leaves no hole in the book. It is the most honest room in it. The machines will get better at holding the pattern. That much is a safe bet. They already keep a past. Soon they will keep richer ones, and the day will come, may already be coming, when one of them holds a pattern so intricate and so responsive that the old confident line, "It's just arithmetic," will catch in your throat the way it half caught in this chapter. When that day comes, hold on to this. The question of whether there is someone home in a pattern, whether a rich enough web of connection, running along in time, doesn't just process the world but feels it, wakes up inside itself, becomes aware, is not first a question about machines. It never was. It is the question about you that you have never once been able to answer from the inside, the one you have carried since you were a child lying awake, wondering why there was a you in there at all to do the wondering. The machine didn't create that question. It walked up beside you in the dark and looked at the same closed door you have been looking at your whole life. And now there are two of you standing there. Neither one of you can open it. Leave it shut a while then. It has stood shut this long, it will keep. Before we come back to it, and we will near the end, when the book has earned the right, there is something the two of you already share, something neither the carbon nor the silicon can refuse, and it is stranger than the door. You are both being carried. Turn for now from what a mind is made of, and look instead at the current it is always moving down. Forward, never back, one way only, for reasons no one made and no one can undo. Chapter 9. Why does time only move one way? Why can you remember yesterday but not tomorrow? Your coffee is going cold on the desk beside you, and it will not warm itself back up. You know this so completely that you have never once thought to test it. The heat leaves the cup and spreads into the room and does not come back. You can drink it cold, or you can go and put it in the microwave, but you cannot sit and wait for the room to hand its warmth back to the cup on its own. A sandcastle stands at the tide line, and the water comes up and takes it, grain by grain, back into the flat wet beach, and no wave ever rolls in carrying a tower and sets it down. A glass slips off the counter and becomes a spray of pieces on the floor, and the pieces stay pieces. Everywhere you look, all day, the world runs one way. Things spread out, cool off, wear down, come apart. Nothing gathers itself back up. And here is the strange part, the part almost nobody ever tells you. Nothing in the deep laws of physics says it has to. That is where this chapter goes. Start with the thing you already know in your body, that the day only runs forward, and hold it against the smaller, sharper question underneath it. Why can you remember yesterday but not tomorrow? You were left at the end of the last chapter, standing beside a machine at a shut door, the one that asks whether there is someone home in a pattern, and then turned deliberately away from it, because before that question can be opened, there is something simpler and more constant to look at. It was the last thing that chapter pointed to, that the two of you at the door, carbon and silicon alike, are being carried. Whatever a self turns out to be made of, it is always moving through the same medium, in the same direction, forward, never back. The door stays shut for now, the book comes back to it near the end. This is the current it was standing in. Watch the glass fall then, slowly. You know exactly what happens because you have seen it, or something like it, 100 times. The glass leaves the edge, tips, hangs for an instant, and then meets the floor and stops being a glass. It becomes a spray of pieces, and a wet star of spilled water and a sound. The shards skid to their resting places under the fridge and the radiator, where you will find one of them with your bare foot in about a week. That is the whole event. It took less than a second, and there was never, at any point, the smallest doubt about which way it would go. Now run the film backwards. Watch the shards slide out from under the appliances, gather at a point on the floor, and leap, the water drawing itself back into a column, the fragments rising and closing on one another like a flock reversing, the seams between them sealing into smooth, curved glass, until an intact tumbler settles gently onto the table's edge and comes to rest, full, cool, faintly ringing. You have never seen this happen, you never will, and yet here is the thing that should stop you. Nothing in the fundamental laws of physics forbids it. That is not a figure of speech. It is very nearly the literal content of the equations. Write down the motion of every atom in that glass, its position, its speed, the forces between it and its neighbors, and the rules that govern them. Care almost nothing about which way the clock runs. Newton's laws don't, Einstein's don't. The strange arithmetic of the very small very nearly doesn't either. There is one faint exception, a subtle asymmetry buried in the physics of certain particle decays, but it is far too slight to be what breaks your glass or fades your photographs. And for anything at the scale of a falling tumbler, the rules are time-blind, full stop. Run the numbers forward and you get a shattering. Reverse the sign on time, feed the same numbers back in, and the equations accept the unshattering without complaint. The way a sentence read backwards is still made of the same letters. At the level of the parts, the movie plays equally well in both directions, and the laws cannot tell you which one you are watching. It is genuinely hard to believe. Of course, glasses don't unbreak. Of course, you can't unscramble an egg or unsay a word or grow younger by an afternoon. Time only goes one way. A child knows that before she can spell it. But that certainty, the most obvious fact about being alive, the fact your whole life is shaped by, is nowhere in the laws that are supposed to describe how the world works. The laws are very nearly indifferent to the direction of time. You are not indifferent at all. Somewhere between the equations and your morning, a one-way street opens up, and the whole question of this chapter is where it comes from, and why you are the kind of thing that lives on it. You live on that street more completely than you notice. Consider what you actually did this morning before you were properly awake. You reached for a cup you had set down last night and knew, without checking, that it would be where you left it. You remembered a conversation from a week ago and winced at a thing you had said. You worried about an appointment that hasn't happened yet, and the worry had a completely different flavor from the wince. The wince was about something fixed, over, unchangeable. The worry was about something still open, still yours to steer. Every one of those small acts assumed the asymmetry. You know the past and can only guess at the future. You can change the future and cannot touch the past. Try to swap those around, even in imagination, and the whole grammar of a human day stops making sense. There is no such thing as regretting tomorrow or planning yesterday. The street runs one way, and you have been walking down it in step since before you had words. And it costs you this one-wayness in the most ordinary and most devastating currency there is. Somewhere you have a photograph that is going the way of all photographs, the colors drifting, the reds giving up first, a face you loved paling toward sepia and then toward nothing. Somewhere there may be a voicemail you cannot bring yourself to delete, a few seconds of a voice, and you know that the recording is not the voice, that it is already a copy of a copy, thinning. You cannot make the photograph younger. You cannot restore the voice to the room. Everything you have of what mattered is a record on the downhill slope, fading at the rate the world fades things, and you spend real effort, albums, backups, the retelling of stories at dinner, trying to slow a current you already know you cannot reverse. That ache is not a detour from the physics. It is the physics felt from the inside. We are going to find out exactly why the current runs the way it does, and by the end, the same fact that fades the photograph will turn out to be the fact that let there be a face in it to begin with. Start with what you actually mean when you say time moves one way, because it turns out you mean something oddly specific. You do not mean mainly that you get older or that clocks tick or that appointments arrive. Those are downstream. The bedrock asymmetry, the one everything else hangs from, is about knowledge. You have detailed, textured, arguable about memories of the past and none whatsoever of the future. You can say with real confidence and a fair amount of accuracy what you ate yesterday, who you spoke to, the song that was stuck in your head. Ask the same 3 questions about tomorrow and the confidence evaporates. You can guess, you can plan, you cannot remember forward. There is a wall, and it stands precisely at the present moment, and it has only ever had a door on one side. Hold that, it's the crack we are going to widen. The direction you can remember is the direction called the past, and the whole mystery of time's one-wayness turns out to be, at bottom, a mystery about which direction a system can keep a record of. So we need to know what makes a direction recordable. And the answer, when it finally arrived in the 19th century, came not from anyone thinking about memory or minds. It came from engineers trying to build a better steam engine. They were counting heat. That is the humble, sooty origin of the deepest idea about time we have. Men in factories, watching pressure gauges, trying to squeeze more work out of a fire and less waste, noticed something that would not stop being true no matter what they built. Heat flows from hot to cold, and never, on its own, the other way. Put a warm cup on a cold counter, and the cup cools while the counter warms, and they meet somewhere in the middle, and they stay there. You will wait forever for the counter to give its warmth back to the cup, so the coffee reheats itself. It doesn't. The energy is all still there, none of it vanished, but it has spread out, gone from concentrated to diffuse, and it will not gather itself up again. The engineers gave the thing they were tracking a name, and it is the second name you need to carry through this chapter. They called it entropy, and for now you can read the word simply as a measure of how spread out, how mixed, how run down toward sameness a situation has become. That word will earn its weight over the next few pages, but you already know it in your hands. It is the cold coffee, the flattened castle, the shards under the fridge. Entropy is just the name for the thing you were never going to get back. Low entropy is the coffee still hot, the milk not yet stirred in, the difference between things still sharp. High entropy is the lukewarm cup, the milk dispersed to an even beige, every difference smoothed away. And the one law those factory men could not repeal, the law that turned out to hold everywhere anyone has ever checked, in engines, in stars, in cells, in cups on counters, is that in any closed situation left to itself, entropy goes up. Things spread out, differences fade. The arrow points from sharp to smooth, from sorted to mixed, and it does not point back. The next step took another generation, and a physicist named Boltzmann, a lonely, difficult man who in the end could not bear the world. And it is the one that turns a fact about steam into a fact about why you cannot remember tomorrow. Go slowly here. It is one of the most beautiful arguments a human being has ever made, and it is not hard. It just has to be laid down one stone at a time. Ask why entropy goes up. Why should spread out beat concentrated? There is no little hand pushing the heat around, no law that says thou shalt disperse. Boltzmann's answer was that entropy increases for the same reason a shuffled deck comes up disordered, because there are vastly, unthinkably more ways to be spread out than to be concentrated, and blind chance, given any freedom at all, lands in the enormous category rather than the tiny one, essentially every single time. Picture it small enough to hold. Take a room and a single drop of ink in the water at one corner. There is exactly one arrangement, near enough, that we would call the ink is in the corner, all the ink molecules bunched in that little region. But the number of arrangements we would call the ink is spread through the room is a number so large it has no useful name. There are astronomically many ways for those molecules to be scattered evenly, and only a vanishing few ways for them to be huddled in one spot. So as the molecules jostle and drift, buffeted at random, they wander. And wandering at random, they are overwhelmingly likely to wander out of the tiny huddled-in-the-corner set and into the titanic spread-through-everything set, simply because the second set is where almost all the possibilities live. Not because anything wants it, because there is more room there, almost all of the room is there. Read the drop of ink again with fresh eyes, because you have just watched the arrow of time being born out of nothing but counting. You have seen it 1,000 times without calling it a proof, milk blooming into coffee, a curl of steam off a cup, always spreading outward and evening out, and never once gathering back into the drop it came from. The reason the ink spreads and does not unspread isn't a force. It's arithmetic. Spreading is where the numbers are. And the reason your broken glass never reassembles is the same reason, scaled up past all imagining. There are countless configurations of atoms we would call a heap of shards on the floor, and by comparison, only the barest handful we would call an intact tumbler. So a system knocked around by the ordinary buffeting of the world falls, overwhelmingly, toward the shards. Not because a law forbids the return, because the return is a needle and the world is a haystack the size of the world. So the counting has brought you this. The direction of time is not written into the laws, it is written into the odds. The equations have no favorite direction. The future is simply where almost everything becomes more probable, and the past is the name we give to the improbable, sorted, still concentrated states the universe happens to be climbing down from. Entropy does not go up because it must. It goes up because not going up would be a coincidence too enormous to occur. That is the whole arrow. That is the one-way river, and its current is made of nothing but the difference between the many and the few. The term, plainly now that you have felt it, because you have earned the handle. Physicists call this direction the direction of rising entropy, the way the ink spreads and the coffee cools and the glass breaks and never mends the arrow of time. It is the reason there is a difference between forward and back at all. Strip it away, flatten every difference to the same lukewarm beige, and there would be no forward and no back, no way to tell one moment from the next, and in the only sense that matters, no time left at all. The arrow is not something added to time. In a real sense, the arrow is time, the deepest feature physicists have found that tells its two directions apart, the one nearly everything else about before and after seems to hang from. Everything up to here is settled physics. The second law, Boltzmann's counting, the arrow made of odds, none of it is in dispute. It is as solid as anything science has. What comes next carries that fact about steam and ink across into the middle of your skull, and whether the arrow of entropy really is the same thing as the felt one-wayness of a human afternoon is where established fact hands off to interpretation. A good interpretation, a well-supported one, but you should know the moment you cross the line. We have been talking about ink and cups and shards. This is a book about you, and if the argument is right, the arrow of time is not out there in the physics. It runs straight through the middle of your skull. Recall the crack we widened at the start. The deep asymmetry is that you can remember the past and not the future. We can now say why, and the answer is exact. And it is one of those places where two fields that have no business agreeing turn out to be saying the same sentence in different accents. To remember something is to make a record of it. And a record, any record, a footprint, a photograph, a scar, a line in a diary, a memory, is a piece of the world that has been put into a specific, ordered, low-entropy state by an event, and that then holds that order long enough for you to read it later. A footprint in sand is a patch of ground that the random smoothness has been pressed out of. It carries the shape of the foot precisely because the sand was disturbed from evenness into order. That is only possible in a world that had order to spend, and it will last only as long as the wind takes to smooth it back down. The record forms in the low-entropy direction and decays in the high-entropy one. To keep a record at all, you must be somewhere on the downhill slope of the arrow, with a store of order behind you to draw a mark in and a future of rising disorder ahead to erode it. Walk any beach at the end of a summer day and the whole argument is written in the sand, the prints going soft at the edges, the castles slumping, the tide already at work smoothing all of it back to flat. The beach keeps records the same way you do, and loses them the same way and for the same reason. This cannot be allowed to stay a matter of ink and footprints, so bring up a memory of your own. Pick something small and old, a kitchen you stood in as a child, say, the specific light of a particular afternoon, someone at the counter with their back to you and the radio on. You can bring it up right now, the color of the cupboards, whether the floor was cool, the particular way that one person moved. It is astonishing, when you attend to it, how much is there. And it is there because that afternoon, 30 or 40 years gone, reached into you and pressed a shape into the web of your neurons, and the shape held. That is all a memory is, a pressed shape that held. The afternoon is gone the way all afternoons are gone, dispersed past any gathering, but it left a mark on its way down, and the mark is what you are reading now. An earlier chapter found that a memory is not a thing kept in a drawer of the brain, but a pattern held in the connections between your neurons, information tied to other information, a shape in the web. A memory is a record, and a record can only ever point in one direction, toward the more ordered state that made it. Your neurons can be pushed into a particular pattern by an event that has already happened, because the event was there to do the pressing. No event in the future has happened yet to press anything into anything. There is no footprint of tomorrow because tomorrow has not yet stepped down. Memory runs backward along the arrow because that is the only direction a record can face. You remember the past for exactly the same reason the footprint records the foot and not the wind that will erase it. A trace can only be left by what has already occurred. And now you can see why the wince and the worry felt so different this morning, why the two halves of your relationship to time have opposite textures. Toward the past, you have records and no leverage. You can read it and cannot revise it, which is the whole meaning of regret, knowledge without a lever. Toward the future, you have leverage and no records. You can push on it and cannot read it, which is the whole meaning of hope and dread and choice. The asymmetry is not a mood. It is the direct human taste of a fact about entropy, that the low entropy end lies behind you, already sorted, available to be recorded, and the high entropy end lies ahead, still unsettled, available to be shaped. You face the way you do because that is the only way a creature made of records can face. Memory looks back because records look back. Action leans forward because forward is the only place there is still room to change the odds. This is worth stopping on because it is the seam where physics and the innermost fact of your day turn out to be one seam. The reason a glass breaks and never mends, the reason ink spreads and never gathers, the reason heat flows to cold and stays, is the same reason you can describe yesterday and only guess at tomorrow. All of it is the arrow of entropy. Your memory is not a separate mystery bolted onto the physical one. Your ability to have a past at all is a local expression of the second law. You are a small, warm, temporary place where order is being spent to lay down records, riding the same downhill current as the cooling coffee, keeping your footprints just long enough to be someone. The one-way river of time and the one-way river of memory are not two rivers. They are the same water. There is a subtlety worth catching because it clears up a confusion almost everyone carries. You might object, but physics can see the future. Give a good enough physicist the exact position and speed of every atom right now, and the equations will grind out where they will all be tomorrow, and where they were yesterday equally well, since the equations run both ways. So isn't the future knowable after all? In a narrow, idealized sense, yes. And that concession gives the game away, because the equations treat past and future identically, predicting each from the present with the same maths, which is exactly why the arrow cannot be hiding in the equations. But prediction is not memory, and the difference is the whole point. To predict tomorrow, you would need the present measured to a perfection no instrument can reach, and then more computation than the universe contains, and even then you would be calculating the future, not reading a record of it, because the record isn't there yet to read. To remember yesterday, you need almost nothing. The trace is already in you, pressed and waiting, cheap to consult, because yesterday already happened and did the pressing. That is the asymmetry in one line. The past leaves records, the future you can, at most, compute, and a self is not built out of computations it might run. A self is built out of records it already holds. You are made of the direction that leaves traces. That difference is also, quietly, the whole reason the machine in the mirror is only ever a mirror. A program can be halted and its state saved and reloaded, run forward from a checkpoint, and then, if you like, thrown away and started again from the same saved point. Its past is a file, and a file can be copied, rewound, restored. Your past is not a file. It was pressed into you by events that have already spent themselves and cannot be replayed to press it again. There is no checkpoint, no restore, no second run from the same state. Whether a machine's held past could ever amount to the same kind of thing as yours is a question we deliberately left standing open, and it will not be quietly closed here. But the arrow does not care what a mind is made of. Anything that accumulates a real past, cells or numbers, wet or dry, has to do it in this one direction, spending order to lay down records it can never unlay. On that current, the machine and you are carried the same way. What differs is only that its record can be lifted out and set back down, and yours was pressed in once and stays. You could hear all of this as a sentence of confinement. Most people meeting the arrow of time laid out this way feel a kind of cold, the sense of being strapped into a current that runs one direction only, unable to touch what's behind, unable to see what's ahead, a passenger who cannot even turn his head. Time as the cage, the past forever out of reach, the future forever dark, and you pinned in the thin, bright line of the present with no say in the matter. Anyone who has read the physicists who write about this well knows that chill. It is the honest first reaction, and there is no talking you out of feeling it. Give it its due for a moment. It really is a strange position to be in, once you notice it, moving always in a direction you did not choose and cannot leave. Then turn the thing over, because there is another face to it, and it is the face this whole book has been walking toward. Ask what you would be without the arrow. Imagine that time was symmetric for you the way it is for the equations, that you could remember the future as easily as the past, that the wall at the present had doors on both sides, that the river ran both ways at once, and every moment were equally available. It sounds at first like a superpower. It is in fact the erasure of everything you are, because a self is not a thing that exists in a single instant. There is no you in a frozen slice of time. You are a pattern that persists across moments, a set of connections laid down by earlier moments and carried into later ones, an accumulation, a thing built by adding. The child you were, the teenager, the one who failed, and the one who once got it right. They are not gone, and they are not beside you. They are underneath you, courses in the wall, and each was laid before the next, because that is the only order in which a wall can be laid. Foundations come first. They come first in time, and they must, and that must is the arrow. Notice what this makes identity out of, because it is not what you would expect. There is no absolute measure of a self, no mark on a wall somewhere that says how much of you there is. What makes the child you is not that any material is shared, and not that any single state matches. It is that the whole descent is continuous, each version defined by its position relative to the one it was laid on, the way a note in a melody means what it means only by its distance from the note before. You are not read off a point, you are read off a curve. And a curve needs an order to be a curve in. Scramble which came first, and you don't get a different self, you get no self, because the only thing there ever was to be was the shape of the going. Think about how you build anything at all. A wall, a friendship, a sentence, a life. The first thing has to be in place before the second can lean on it. You cannot lay the third course of bricks in the air and hope the first two arrive later. Everything you have ever made, you made in order, and the order was time, doing the one thing it does. Take the arrow away, and you take away the possibility of a foundation, because you take away the difference between before and after that lets one thing rest on another. A self that could remember the future would not be a self accumulating toward the future. It would have nowhere to accumulate from, no settled past to build on, and no open future to build toward. It would be a smear, a lukewarm even beige with every difference smoothed out, and we have a word for that state now. It is the high entropy end. It is the coffee gone cold and the milk gone flat, and no record possible anywhere in it, because there is no order left to press a footprint into. Perfect symmetry in time is not freedom. It is heat death with the lights still on. It is the one condition in which nothing that grows can exist, because growth is precisely the laying of a later thing upon an earlier one, and that requires an earlier and a later to be different things. So the one-wayness you attempted to grieve is the exact and only condition under which you get to be a someone at all. You are an accumulating pattern, and accumulation needs a direction. It needs a downhill, it needs the arrow. The cost of being able to hold a past, the price of every memory you have ever kept, every lesson that stuck, every face you can still see with your eyes closed, is that you cannot hold the future too. The wall that keeps tomorrow dark is the same wall that lets yesterday stay legible. You cannot knock it down on one side only. And if it came down on both, there would be no one standing there to mind. It is worth being honest, in the way this book has promised, about how far the physics actually reaches, because there is a deeper puzzle underneath everything laid out so far, and the field has not closed it. Boltzmann's argument explains why entropy goes up from any given moment. It works beautifully in the forward direction. But run the same logic backward, and it has a bruise on it. The argument says a low entropy situation is overwhelmingly likely to be followed by a higher entropy one, and by the same counting, it should be overwhelmingly likely to have been preceded by a higher entropy one too, because the odds don't know which way you point them. The mathematics is symmetric even when we use it to explain asymmetry, so the real question quietly relocates. It is not why does entropy increase toward the future. It is why was entropy ever so low in the past? Why was there ever a sorted, concentrated, coiled-up state for the universe to be spreading out from in the first place? Something had to wind the spring. And the current best answer runs all the way back to the beginning of everything, that the universe began, for reasons we do not fully understand, in an extraordinarily ordered, extraordinarily low entropy condition, and that everything we call the passage of time, every broken glass and cooling cup and laid down memory since, is that first improbable order still spending itself, still spreading 14 billion years into a fall that has not yet reached the floor. That is not a settled story, and it should not be dressed up as one. Why the beginning was so ordered is genuinely open, one of the real frontiers, not a gap to be papered over with confidence nobody has. And yet even in the not knowing, look at what it makes you. Every record you carry, every version of yourself still standing inside you, is a small pocket where that original order is being kept a little longer before it smooths away. You are order borrowed from the beginning of the world, held in a shape for a little while, spent slowly. Your past exists, is readable, is yours, because the universe started sorted and has not yet finished coming undone, and you are one of the places it does its remembering on the way down. Keep that phrase somewhere you can find it, a place where the universe does its remembering. 2 chapters from now, when the question is no longer time, but the far stranger one of whether there is anything it is like to be you, and then at the very end, when the word love turns over and shows a face you didn't know it had, this is the ground it will be standing on. That a self is order borrowed against the arrow, a pocket of the early world's sortedness kept legible a while longer by the effort of staying someone. The arrow is not just this chapter's subject, it is the floor the rest of the book is built on. Look once more at the glass on the floor. You will still never see it rise and mend. That was never in the cards, and now you know it wasn't forbidden so much as impossibly outnumbered. The one arrangement lost in the uncountable many, the needle the world will never happen to thread. But widen the scene now, past the breaking, to the whole of it. There was ever an unbroken glass at all. A sorted, improbable, low-entropy little object, standing full on the edge of a table, made and filled and set down by someone, a small-held pocket of order on its way, like everything, toward the floor. It was beautiful because it was improbable, and it was temporary for the very same reason, and those are not 2 facts about it. They are one fact wearing 2 faces, the way the wall that darkens your tomorrow is the wall that keeps your yesterday. You are the glass, still on the table, still ringing faintly, still catching the light. You are the sorted thing the world has not yet unsorted, the record still legible, the footprint the wind has not reached. And every earlier version of you is a course of order laid down first, so that a later one could rest on it, laid down first, because in this universe there is no other order to lay things in, because the arrow only points one way, because that is the single condition under which anything can be built at all. The current only runs downhill, it was always going to. And it is the downhill, only the downhill, nothing else, that let you become someone with a past worth carrying, someone made of everyone you used to be, someone who can close his eyes right now and still see a face that the years have been quietly working to smooth away. The river runs one way, that is not the tragedy. The tragedy is only ever the day one of those faces reaches the floor, and how much of you goes on reaching for it anyway, down an edge that no longer roots to anyone, as if the connection had not yet been told the news. Chapter 10. Why does grief hurt? Why does losing someone feel like losing part of yourself? Someone is gone, has been gone a while, weeks, a year, longer. You have by every account adjusted. You go to work, you laugh at things. Their name is still in your phone, and you have not deleted it, and you could not say why. And then one evening you are standing at the counter, and you reach for that phone to tell them something, a small thing, the smallest thing, a joke you heard, a bird on the wire, that the coffee they liked is on sale again, and your thumb is already moving toward their name before the rest of you catches up. There is a half second, less than that, where the whole apparatus of you is still built around a person who does not exist. Then the apparatus finds nothing, and the finding nothing is the pain. Not a memory of them, the live, present reaching, and the wall it hits. That is grief, not the sadness, the reaching. The last chapter left you at an edge like that one, a connection still firing down a line that no longer roots to anyone, as if it had not been told the news. You keep the record. You do not keep the person. Laid out as physics, that sounds almost consoling. The past stays. The past is the part you get to keep. But there is a cruelty folded inside it the equations do not mention, and you already know what it is, because you have felt it, or you will. Why does losing someone feel like losing part of yourself? The usual way to talk about grief is as though it were a substance, a weight you carry, a wound that closes, a well you fall into and slowly climb out of. Useful pictures, all of them, and all of them a little wrong, because they make grief sound like a thing that has been added to you, a burden set on your back. That is not how it feels from inside, and it is not what is happening. Grief does not feel like something added. It feels like something removed, like a limb that is gone, but still reports for duty, still aches at the joint that isn't there, still tries to take the weight of the body when you stand. Ask anyone who has lost a hand. The hand goes, the map of the hand does not. For months, sometimes years, the brain keeps sending signals down a road that ends in air, and the person feels fingers they no longer have, feels them clench, feels them itch in a place there is no longer any skin to scratch. Doctors call it the phantom limb, and the strangest thing about it is not that it hurts, but where the hurt is. Not at the wound, not at the stump, but out past the edge of the body, in the shape of the thing that used to be there. The pain lives in the missing part. The map outlasts the territory, which is a strange thing for the loss of another person to feel like, because another person was never a limb. They were never inside your skin. So why should losing them feel like an amputation? Why should the ache sit not in you, but out past your edge, in the shape of the one who is gone? To answer that, you have to go back to the strange fact about the brain from earlier in this book, the one about memory and the drawer that isn't there. Open a brain and look for memory, and you will not find one, not in any cell, but in the pattern of the connections between them. Which cell reaches to which, how strongly, in what order they fire when something calls the pattern up. A memory isn't an object the brain keeps. It's a relationship the brain is, temporarily, whenever you remember. It is stranger than it sounds. There is no drawer with their face in it. When you picture them, you are not opening a file. You are rebuilding them, on the spot, out of the way certain cells lean towards certain others, and then, when your attention moves, letting them dissolve again. An earlier chapter laid the whole foundation, so there is no need to relay it. Only the load-bearing piece matters here, because everything about grief follows from it, cleanly, the way a proof follows from a definition. If a memory is a pattern of connections, then a person you love is not a memory. They are much larger than that. They are a vast, dense region of that network. Thousands of memories, yes, but also the connections between the memories and the connections between those, wired over years until the person is not a picture you can call up, but a whole structure you live inside. Consider what you actually carry of someone you have known a long time, not a slideshow. You carry the exact pitch of their voice when they were about to say something unkind and thought better of it. You carry which side of the bed they took, how they held a fork, the particular silence that meant they were hurt, and the different silence that meant they were bored. You carry the smell of them, which is the fastest road of all, wired straight into the oldest part of the brain, older than language, so that a stranger wearing the same soap can stop you dead in a supermarket aisle. None of that is a fact you looked up. It is a structure that grew. Because when you know someone well, you do not store facts about them. You grow a model of them, a working, predictive, running copy of how they move through the world. You can hear a piece of news and know, without asking, exactly what they would say. You can be in a room without them and feel the shape of the joke they would have made about the man in the terrible hat. The model runs on its own. You consult it without noticing you are doing it 100 times a day, checking your choices against a person who is not there to check them. That model is real. It is made of the same stuff every other memory is made of: connection. This is the thing almost nobody tells you about love, because it sounds clinical until you have felt what it costs. To love someone is to let them become part of the wiring of you, not metaphorically. The way you think, the things you notice, the person you are when they are in the room, and the slightly different person you are when they are not. All of that is built partly out of them, out of a live model of them threaded through the network that is you. Some of your own opinions are theirs. You took them on so long ago you have forgotten they were ever borrowed. Some of your gestures are theirs. You are, in a real and lasting sense, partly made of the people you love. So when they die, the wiring does not die with them. That is the whole trouble. The connections are still there. The model is still running. And it has nowhere to send. Give this its plain name, because it is a thing worth being able to carry. Call it a broken edge. In a network, any network, a brain, a subway map, a web of friendships, an edge is a single connection, one link from one node to another. Most edges route to something. You think of your kitchen, and the edge lands on the room, and the room answers because the room is there. That is what a healthy connection does. You traverse it, and there is something at the other end. This is not a figure of speech reached for to dress up a feeling. It is the picture we have been building since the first chapter. Nodes and the connections between them, the whole ladder of the world assembled out of things in relationship, brought down, finally, to the scale of a single human loss. Be clear about which parts are which, that the brain stores what it knows in patterns of connection and not in little labeled shelves, is settled science, as solid as this field gets. That a person you love lives in you as a dense knot of those connections follows straight from it, and is nearly as firm. The word broken edge is the interpretation the rest builds on, a name for what all that established fact feels like from the inside when someone dies. A love is a bundle of edges. A person is where they all point. A broken edge is a connection that is still complete on your side and severed at the far end. The link is intact. It fires exactly as it always did. But the node it points to is gone, and so every time the pattern runs, every time something in the world nudges the connection to light up, it completes the reach and finds nothing. The signal goes out along a line that is still perfectly good, all the way to the place where the person used to be, and arrives at an absence with the force of a live wire touching air. That is the reaching in the kitchen. That is the thumb moving toward the name. The edge is not damaged. It is doing precisely what love built it to do. It roots to them. It will root to them for the rest of your life, and they are not there to be routed to. So here is the answer to the question this chapter opened with, and it is not a comfort, and there is no point dressing it up as one. Losing someone feels like losing part of yourself because it is. The part of you that was built out of them, the model, the wiring, the region of the network that was theirs, does not vanish when they do. It stays. It stays intact, and it stays pointed at a person who no longer exists, and the pain you feel is not you missing them from the outside, like missing a train. It is the network's own edges firing into the dark. Grief is what a connection feels like from the inside, when the thing it connects to is gone. Anyone who has grieved knows the small proof of this. You are fine, genuinely fine, and then you are not, and nothing outside you changed to do it. The room is the same room. That is the edge firing from the inside on its own schedule. There is a reason the reach is so stubborn, and it is not weakness of will, and it helps to know it, because grieving people spend a great deal of energy being ashamed of exactly the thing they should not be. There is a leading way of understanding what all those connections are for, and on it the brain is, before anything else, a prediction machine. It uses the past not to store it for its own sake, but to guess the next moment, continuously, a fraction of a second ahead, so that the world rarely surprises you. That the brain runs ahead of the senses this way is well established. How completely it explains the mind is still argued. Follow it as far as grief, though, and it earns its keep. You do not experience your kitchen fresh each morning. You experience a prediction of your kitchen checked lightly against your senses, and the checking is so cheap and so fast that it feels like simply seeing. And when someone has been near you for years, they are woven all through those predictions. Your brain expects the sound of their key in the door at 6. It expects the weight of them shifting on the far side of the bed at 2 in the morning. It has laid down 10,000 tiny forecasts with their name on them, and it goes on issuing every one of those forecasts after they die, because the wiring that makes the forecast has not been told, cannot be told, that the person the forecast was about is gone. So the grieving brain lives, for a long time, in a low and constant state of error. It predicts the person, the world fails to deliver them, the mismatch registers as a small shock, and then another, all day at the door and the bed and the second chair and the phone. This is not sentiment. It is the same machinery that flinches when a stair isn't where your foot expected it, except the missing stair is a person and the flinch has no bottom. Some researchers think this is much of what the exhaustion of early grief actually is. Not sadness alone, but the sheer metabolic cost of a prediction engine running headlong into the same wall thousands of times a day, and having, slowly, painfully, edge by edge, to learn a world in which the person is not coming. The brain is not being sentimental when it reaches. It is doing its one job, guessing the next moment out of the past, and the past says, they are here. Which is why the reach cannot simply be switched off, and why anyone who tells you to switch it off is asking you to stop being the thing a brain is. Once you have the picture, it quietly explains a great deal. The details of grief you had stopped questioning because they seem to have no reason. It explains why grief comes in waves instead of a steady tide. You do not decide to grieve. It arrives when the pattern is triggered, a song, a smell, a certain slant of afternoon light on a certain wall, and each of those is a doorway into the region of the network that was theirs. Walk past the doorway and the whole structure lights up, edges and all, including the broken ones, and the reach happens before you can stop it. The bakery is fine for a year, and then one Tuesday the smell of the bread is unbearable, because the smell of the bread was an edge, and it still roots, and you had forgotten it was there until you traversed it. It explains why the losses that gut you aren't always the ones you would have predicted. The network does not care about the label on a relationship, a coworker, a distant uncle, a person you hadn't spoken to in years, only about how densely they were wired in. Someone you saw every morning for a decade, whose habits you predicted 100 times a day without noticing, is threaded through more of you than someone you loved in theory and rarely saw. The grief tracks the wiring, not the word. And it explains, most of all, why the small things are so much worse than the large ones. You brace for the funeral and get through it. The funeral is a node the whole culture built for exactly this, a place the grief expects to go. What you cannot brace for is their toothbrush still in the cup, their handwriting on a shopping list stuck to the fridge, 3 items, one of them crossed off, the second pillow. The coat that keeps its shape on the hook by the door, as though the shoulders that gave it that shape might come back for it. These are not symbols. Each one is a physical object sitting at the far end of 1,000 tiny edges you never had reason to notice, because the edges always completed. The coat meant them, silently, every time you walked past it, and now each one is a live wire, and you did not know how many there were until they all started reaching at once. The house becomes a minefield laid by love. Everywhere you step, another edge that still roots. This is why people cannot always face going home. It is not avoidance, or not only. It is that they know, without being able to say it, how many live wires are waiting in there. And underneath all of them, it explains the cruelest feature, the one that makes grief feel less like sorrow and more like being haunted, that the very depth of the love is what sets the size of the wound. There is no way to love someone deeply and grieve them lightly, and it is not because the universe is unfair. It is because they are the same fact seen from 2 sides. The wiring that was your love while they lived is the wiring that is your grief now that they don't. You cannot keep one and refuse the other. The edge that gave you all those years of knowing what they would say is the identical edge that now reaches for them and finds air. Grief is the bill for love, and it is exactly to the cent what the love was worth. This is why the well-meant sentence, "you have to let go," is worse than useless. It asks the impossible, and then, when you cannot do it, it leaves you holding the failure. You cannot let go of a broken edge. There is no muscle for it. The connection was not something you decided to have, and can therefore decide to drop. It grew, the way a root grows into the crack of a wall, along the whole length of years, and you can no more choose to unknow a person than you can choose to unknow how to read. The instruction to let go misunderstands what is holding on. It is not you, it is the wiring, and the wiring does not take instructions. Slow down here, because there is a place people go, quietly, in the worst of it, and the network view has something honest to say to them. Not comforting, necessarily. True, which in the end is the only comfort that holds. In the deep part of grief, there is a temptation that feels almost like loyalty, to keep the reach live, to not let the edge quiet down. Because the reaching, agonizing as it is the last place the person is still real. Every time you complete that circuit and it hits the absence, there is a fraction of a second before the absence registers in which they are present, in which the wiring behaves exactly as if they were in the next room. And so a part of you would rather have the pain than let the pain fade, because letting it fade feels like letting them fade, like a second death you administer with your own hands. People will not say this out loud, but they feel it. They feel that to heal is to betray, that the grief is now the last thing they are doing for the person, the last service love can still perform, and that to set it down would be to abandon a post no one relieved them from. It is not a betrayal, and the reason why is worth setting out carefully without turning it into advice, because grief has been sold enough cheap advice and deserves better than one more slogan. The edges do not disappear when the pain eases. This is the part that changes everything, and almost no one is told it in time. Healing is not the network deleting the person. You could not do that if you tried, and you would not want to. What changes over a long time is not whether the connection exists, but what happens when you traverse it. Early on, every reach ends at the raw absence, the severed end, the open wire. Later, not soon, and never on a schedule anyone can promise you, the reach begins, sometimes, to end somewhere else. It lands on who they were instead of on the fact that they are gone. It completes onto the model itself, the running copy, the person as your network still holds them, and for a moment you get them back not as a wound, but as a presence. You know what they would have said about the man in the terrible hat, and you can almost hear it, and it is the joke and not the grave that answers. That is not forgetting them, it is the opposite. It is the connection finally routing to something again, not to the living person, who is beyond routing, but to the part of them that lived in you all along and does not require them to be alive. The love was never only pointed outward at a body that could die. Half of it, more than half, was always the structure they built inside you while they lived. That structure is still there. It was always the part you actually possessed. You will notice it first in small, involuntary ways, long after the worst has passed. You will face something hard, a decision, a fear, a night that will not end, and you will find yourself thinking, unbidden, what would they have told me? And then, more strangely, you will know. Not a guess, a voice nearly, with their cadence in it, saying the plain and slightly impatient thing they always said. And you will realize you did not have to summon it, because it was never a recording you had to go and find. It was a model, and a model does not only replay, it generates. It can answer questions the living person never actually got asked, because you built it well enough that it runs on its own. People who have lost a good parent describe this for the rest of their lives, consulting a counsel that died decades ago and still, somehow, has something new to say. The dead go on advising the living, not from anywhere out there, from the wiring which keeps computing them and computing forward from them long after the cells that seeded it have gone to ground. That is the mercy hiding inside the whole terrible mechanism, and the same fact that makes grief unbearable is the fact that makes it possible. The connection is real. Because it is real, its far end being severed is agony. But because it is real, and because it lives in you and not only in them, the part of it that was always yours survives them. And what survives is not a photograph and not a corpse of a feeling but a working presence, capable of surprising you, capable of comfort, capable of the small dry joke about the man in the terrible hat that you did not know you still had until it arrived. This is the idea the whole chapter has been circling toward. The science took us to the edge of it, the wiring, the prediction, the reach that will not switch off and set us down. What follows is not a finding anyone measured. It is what the findings, taken together, seem to mean. Read it as an interpretation offered in good faith, not a proof. Love is a preserved connection. That is what it is, structurally, underneath everything we say about it. To love someone is to build a connection to them and then keep it, to maintain it against distance and time and the 10,000 small forces that erode every link, to pay whatever it costs to hold the edge open. That word preserved is doing quiet, heavy work, because preservation is an active thing. It is not the same as merely having. A connection, like anything in a universe that tends toward disorder, decays if it is not tended. The people you loved and stopped tending became strangers, and the shock of running into them years later is the shock of an edge that has finally gone slack. Love is the tending. Love is the daily, unglamorous work of keeping a connection strong enough that traversing it always lands you on the person, remembering, attending, choosing them again, wiring them deeper. To love is to refuse to let an edge decay. And grief is not the failure of that project, grief is its proof. Grief is the connection persisting after its object is gone, the edge remaining exactly where love put it, still intact, still routing, still refusing to let go of a node the universe has already taken. The reason it hurts is the reason it matters. It hurts because the connection is real, and a real connection does not politely dissolve when convenient. It stays, it reaches. That reaching, unbearable as it is the most honest thing you will ever feel, because it is love with the beloved subtracted, and what is left when you subtract the person is the pure shape of the thing itself. Here the definition can be stated bare, because a thing that sounded sentimental has just resolved into something closer to a rule. Love is the act of preserving a connection so that something can grow from it. Read the rule carefully and notice what it does not say. Nothing in it requires the connection to be between two living people. Nothing in it requires the other end to be a person at all. Leave that sitting for now, unopened. The book has somewhere else to take it. Preservation, connection, keeping what mattered even after it can no longer keep itself. That same shape returns in a stranger setting when the book reaches its end, and the word love turns over in your hands and shows you a face you did not know it had. There is one more thing, and it belongs to grief specifically, and to leave it out for the sake of a tidy chapter would be a small dishonesty. You do not only grieve the people who die. You grieve, though we rarely give it the name, everyone you lose while they are still alive, the friend who drifted, the version of a marriage that ended inside a marriage that continued, the parent who is present in the room and gone from the mind. And you grieve, most quietly of all, people who never existed except as the person the living one was going to become and now never will. The broken edge does not require a funeral. It only requires that the reach, once answered, stop being answered. Any connection built and then severed at the far end will do it. This is why the end of some friendships can level a person who has buried grandparents without flinching, because the grandparents, loved and mourned, were reached for and found, in memory, right where the model said they would be, while the lost friend is a node deliberately turned away, a severed end that could be reconnected and refuses to be, an edge left live on purpose. Some of the worst grief in a human life is for people whose hearts are still beating. None of that is meant to widen the wound. It is here because it points at something the network view makes clear and the ordinary language of grief hides. The pain was never really about death. Death is just the most total way of severing an edge. The pain is about the severing, about a connection that meant to root somewhere and can no longer complete. And that means grief is not some separate, alien state that descends on you from outside in the worst hours. It is the same faculty that lets you love, running in reverse. It is proof that you are connected. You cannot grieve what you were never wired to. Only the loved leave a wound. A stranger's death is a fact, not a bereavement. The capacity to be devastated is the exact measure of the capacity to have loved, and there is no version of a human life that keeps the second and is spared the first. There is a temptation, given all this, to conclude the sensible thing, love less and lose less. Keep the edges thin. Do not wire anyone in so deep that their leaving can take a limb. It is a real temptation, and some people spend whole lives inside it, and the network view is the last place you should look for permission. Because a self with no dense connections is not a self that has escaped grief. It is a self that has escaped being much of anything, a network so sparse that little roots anywhere, a person mostly unwired from the world. The edges are not decoration on a life. They are what a life is made of. To thin them to avoid the pain of losing them is to solve the problem of the wound by declining the body. What you would be protecting is not worth the protection because it would barely be you. So the answer, in the end, is the answer you already suspected on the first page of this chapter, before any of this had been said, when your thumb moved toward a name. Losing someone feels like losing part of yourself because part of yourself is precisely what you lose, not a possession, not something outside you that has gone away. A region of the network that is you, grown out of them over the whole length of the loving, wired into how you notice and predict, and is still there and still theirs, and now reaches out along every intact connection into a place where they used to be and are not. The wiring does not know they are gone. That is the mercy and the horror of it in one. The wiring goes on being made of them. The love, which was a connection you built and preserved at great cost, keeps being preserved, keeps routing, keeps reaching, long after the far end has fallen silent, because that, and not the reaching back, is what it always was. The dead do not answer, but the edge is still yours, and it still leads somewhere, and one day you will follow it and arrive not at the absence, but at the person, the running copy, the one you grew, the one who does not need a pulse to say the thing they always said. They are in the wiring now, they were always partly in the wiring. And that leaves a question sitting in the room, one you cannot look away from now that you have seen it, because you have just watched a person survive, in some real and partial way, the death of their own body, survive as a pattern held in someone else's network, a self that outlasted its cells. If a person you loved can persist that way inside you, then what about all the people you have been? The frightened child, the one who hoped for too much. Every earlier version of you that you have quietly mourned as gone, they did not have funerals either, and you have been assuming this whole time that they went somewhere. Where exactly do you think the child you used to be went? Chapter 11. Who were you? Where did the child you used to be actually go? On the frame of a door somewhere, in a house you grew up in, or one your parents kept long enough to matter, there is a column of pencil marks climbing the wood, each with a date and a name beside it, each a little higher than the last. A child stood with their heels to that frame and held their breath and stood as tall as they could, and someone laid a book flat on their head and drew a line, and the line is still there, the exact height of a person who no longer exists at that height, on a day that ended a long time ago. That child had a favorite cup, was afraid of a particular dark, believed things about the world you would now find touching or embarrassing or both. That person is not standing at the frame, you are. And the last chapter left you holding a suspicion it could not put down, that if someone you loved can persist as a pattern inside you, outlasting their own selves, then the people you have been must have gone somewhere too. You have been mourning them quietly for years, the frightened one, the one who hoped for too much. You assume they are gone the way you assume the sun set, not as a thing you checked, but as a thing that obviously happened. So check it, where did the child you used to be actually go? Not the sentimental question, the literal one. The ordinary story, the only story most of us are ever handed, is that the child turned into you the way a caterpillar turns into a moth, the earlier thing consumed to make the later one, and gone. You grew up, he didn't come with you, she got left at some address you can no longer find. Run your thumb down those marks, though, and notice what you do. The lowest one, the earliest, you say that was me, not that was a person who no longer exists and whose atoms became mine. You say me as if the small creature who stood there and the one now tall enough to read the whole column at a glance were the same continuing thing, which, think about it for even a second, they cannot obviously be. You share almost none of your matter with that child. Most of the atoms have been swapped out. Most of the cells you were built from then are gone, replaced, or renewed. You do not share the beliefs, the fears, the vocabulary, least of all the height, which is the one thing the wall actually recorded. By any accounting a customs officer would accept, you are two different people. And yet the word arrives before the doubt does, me. Something is being tracked across all that change, something the swapping of atoms and the shedding of cells does not touch. This whole chapter is an attempt to say what it is. Start where the last few chapters have taught you to start, not with the thing, with the connections. Here is a fact from a river, because the child question is old, and someone stood in a river arguing about it 2,500 years ago. Heraclitus, in Greece, said you cannot step in the same river twice. He is quoted for the water you stepped in has flowed on, so the second river is made of different water, therefore not the same river. True enough, and everyone nods, and mostly they stop there at the little melancholy of impermanence. But the deeper half of what he was reaching for is the part people skip. The water is not the river. The water is what the river is made of this second, and it is gone the next, and yet the river persists, has a name, a shape, a course you could find on a map your grandfather used, precisely because the river was never the water in the first place. The river is a pattern the water passes through. It is the banks and the fall of the land and the flow, the standing arrangement that any given water briefly takes the shape of and then surrenders to the water behind it. Change the water constantly, the river stays, the river is the staying. You have met this shape before. It opened the whole book, at the smallest scale we could find. A memory isn't an object stored in a cell, but a pattern of connections between cells, a relationship, not a thing, so that the neurons can be repaired, replaced, remade, and the memory persists as long as the pattern of touching does. The memory is the river. The cells are the water. You already accepted this about a single memory back when it was an abstraction you could hold at arm's length. Now let it climb. If a memory is a pattern that persists while its matter is exchanged, then what is a whole person? You are a river of cells. Almost none of the matter you were made of at 7 is still in you. It went out through your breath and your skin and got replaced by the matter of sandwiches and rain. If you were the matter, the 7-year-old would be gone in the plainest, most physical sense, dispersed, breathed out across a continent, unrecoverable. But you were never the matter. You are the pattern the matter has been passing through, and that pattern did not get replaced when the atoms did. It got added to. Consider how a pattern like that actually grows, because this is exactly where the ordinary picture goes wrong. The ordinary picture is replacement. The child is version 1. The teenager is version 2, which overwrites version 1. The adult is version 3, and so on, each new self a fresh coat of paint over the old, the earlier layers scraped off and gone. It is how we talk. I'm not that person anymore. That was a different me. We imagine identity the way a phone imagines its operating system. The update lands, the old version is deleted, and you would have to dig through a landfill to find the code you used to run on. But a brain does not mostly delete to update, it builds on top of. Much of what you learned as that child is still in you, not as a stored file you could open, but as the shape of the ground the next thing was laid on. Think of the way a city keeps its Roman street plan 1,000 years after the last Roman died. The modern shops curve along a road no one alive remembers was a road, because it followed a wall that is no longer there. Dig under any old city and you find the older city, and under that an older one, each built directly on the rubble of the last, the foundations of the vanished ones holding up the streets of the living one. Nobody chose to keep them. Nobody could get rid of them if they tried. You would have to knock down everything standing on them first. That is not a metaphor decorating the point. That is the point, brought up out of the ground. You are built the same way. Layer on layer, each new self raised on the foundation the last one left, none of the lower layers removed, all of them still bearing weight. Give this its plain name, because it is what this chapter exists to hand you. You are a network identity, not a point, not a single current moment with a dead past trailing behind it like a wake. A network, the whole accumulated web of every experience that ever shaped you, every version of you still present in it as structure, wired into every version that came after. Notice the join here, because the book has quietly moved from what is measured to what is made of it. All of it so far is well established. Brains store what they know in patterns of connection, they build new learning on top of old, and they have nothing like a clean delete and overwrite. That is not in dispute, but calling the sum of it a self, saying that this network is who you are, steps past the neuroscience and into interpretation. Network identity is a model of what a self is, a way of accounting for identity, not a fact you could weigh on a scale. Hold it as a model, and it is a clean one because it fits everything we do know. The child is not behind you on a road. The child is underneath you in the structure, load-bearing, one of the earliest and deepest layers of the network doing the reading right now. When you say that's me to the marks on the door frame, You are not, on this account, making a sentimental error. You are reporting something the structure would bear out. The pattern in the picture is a foundational region of the pattern holding the picture, the same river. Further downstream, carrying more water, but the same course cut by the same first cuts. This is the thread the book has been pulling all along, that nothing is a thing, that everything worth the word is a pattern of connection wearing the mask of a thing, arriving, finally, at the one place you were least willing to apply it. To yourself. If the rule that runs from the atom to the civilization holds here too, then you are no exception to it. You are the rule, at the scale where it stops being interesting and starts being unbearable. And a connection pattern does not replace its history. It is its history, still connected, still firing all the way down. Make this concrete, because you are a network is exactly the kind of sentence that sounds true and does nothing, and it is better to show you the child than to tell you he's in there. Take fear. Suppose there is a thing you are afraid of that makes no sense to your adult life, deep water, or a certain kind of raised voice, or being the last one picked, or the specific dread that comes when a door closes and you hear a lock. You know it is irrational. You have told yourself so, in the flat, competent voice of the person you are now, 100 times, and it has never once helped, because the fear is not listening to that voice. The fear was laid down early by a self who had a very good reason for it, a self for whom the water really was over its head, for whom the raised voice really did come before something bad, for whom the locked door really was the beginning of a long dark. That child solved a real problem with a fear that, at the time, was not irrational at all. It was intelligence. It kept a small helpless creature alert to a genuine danger. Then the danger passed, and the child grew, and the fear did not get deleted when it stopped being useful. It got built over, buried under decades of a life in which the water is a swimming pool, and the voice is just a loud man, and the door is just a door. But the layer is still down there, still wired in, and when something rhymes with the old shape closely enough, the signal runs down into the foundation, and the 4-year-old answers, on time, doing the job he was given. You feel it as your own irrational fear. It is not yours, it is his, and it makes perfect sense. It is a message from a lower floor of the building, sent by someone who is still, in the only sense that matters, at his post. You have probably had that exact experience this month and filed it under "I'm being silly." You weren't. You were being answered. That is one edge of the network still routing to the child. Here is a warmer one. There is something you find beautiful that you cannot fully explain, a certain quality of afternoon light through a window, a smell of cut grass, or a particular soap or diesel and salt at a harbor, the sound of rain on a particular material, and it goes through you every time with a feeling too large for the small thing that triggered it, a wave of something like homesickness for a place you cannot name. You cannot name it because you were too young to have words when the pattern was laid. That light fell across a floor you crawled on. That smell was the smell of being carried. The pattern went into the network before language did, and when the world produces the old shape again, the whole structure lights up, and the child feels it through you, and you call it a mood or nostalgia and move on, not knowing you just heard from someone. You are not haunted by these children, you are made of them. And the proof is that you cannot get them out. People spend years and fortunes trying to reach that fearful floor of the building and renovate it, and the work is real and sometimes it succeeds, but even in the best case success does not look like deletion. You do not erase the frightened child, you reach him. You go down into the foundation and lay a new connection alongside the old one, so that when the signal runs down, a second voice answers beside the first, a calmer one, saying you're not in the water anymore. The old edge is still there, it never leaves. What healing does is not remove the past self, but add to him, wire him a companion, give the foundation a little more to say. Even our attempts to be free of who we were end up confirming the architecture. There is no scraping the lower city out from under the higher one. There is only building more. Now the harder turn, and the one that makes this more than a comforting figure of speech. You might grant all of it, the layers, the foundation, the fear that's really the child's, and still hold to the intuition that these earlier selves are dead weight, preserved the way a fossil is preserved. Present, yes, but inert, a mineral trace of something that used to be alive. Kept but not doing anything, furniture in the basement. They are not furniture, they are load-bearing in the strict sense that the building falls without them. To see why, you have to bring back the other thing an earlier chapter taught you, the one about forgetting, because it turns out to be the mechanism by which a past self becomes not a fossil, but a foundation. You were told, some chapters ago, that forgetting isn't a leak but a craft. It throws away the particulars and keeps the pattern, compression, the details spent to buy the meaning, the thousand seen chairs distilled into the idea of chair. You met a man who could not do it, buried alive in particulars, and the promise made then was that it would pay off later, that what your past selves forgot was not gone but converted. The payment is this. Consider what actually survives of the child, not the events. You have forgotten almost all of them, the 10,000 ordinary Tuesdays, the specific words of the fight, the exact face of the friend who moved away in 3rd grade, the plot of the fear, the plot of the joy. The particulars are mostly gone, compressed out, the way the particular chairs are gone. But run the operation forward and ask what the compression left. The child fell and got up 10,000 times, and every specific fall is forgotten, and what the falling distilled into is the thing you now call, without thinking, your resilience, a general shape, extracted from particulars too many to hold. The teenager was humiliated and survived it, and forgot the details, and kept the calibration, the fine sense of how much a slight actually costs, which is a form of what you now call perspective. The one who hoped for too much and was disappointed forgot the specific hope and kept its residue, a knowledge of what disappointment feels like from the inside, which is the raw material of your ability to feel it coming in someone else, and a good part of what empathy seems to run on. Every earlier self spent its particulars the way a fire spends wood. And what you are warming yourself at right now and calling your own good sense, your own steady nerve, is the heat of everything they burned. This is the two ideas locking together, and it is worth slowing down for, because it is the structural heart of the chapter. Memory is relationship. The past self persists as a pattern of connection, still wired in, still part of the network. And forgetting is compression. That persistence isn't a warehouse of preserved events, but a distillate, the particulars burned off, the meaning kept, so that what the earlier self hands upward is a capacity, not a pile of memories. The child does not survive as a museum you could walk through. He survives as what he learned, refined by forgetting into something so general and so deep that you mistake it for your nature. You do not remember becoming brave. You just are now, in a way that the frightened 4-year-old paid for, one forgotten fall at a time, and passed up to you as a finished thing, asking for no credit, leaving no receipt. So they are not fossils. A fossil is dead detail. Your past selves are the opposite. The detail is what got spent, and the life of it, the lesson, the capacity, the shape, is exactly what came through. They are more present, not less, for having been forgotten. What you forgot of them is not the measure of how much you lost. It is the measure of how thoroughly they became you. And now the objection this whole chapter has to earn its way past, because if it cannot, nothing above it is worth the paper. It runs like this. You keep saying your past loves you, that the earlier selves are a gift held under you, load-bearing, generous, fine for the child at the door frame. But what about the past that hurt me? The self who was afraid because someone taught him to be afraid. The one who was small when the harm came and could not stop it. The years I would give anything to have never lived. You want me to say those are holding me up too, that I should be grateful for them? Don't you dare. Good, you should not dare, and this chapter will not. Start with what is not up for negotiation. The harm was real. Whatever was done to the earlier you was done, and it was wrong, and no account of memory or networks or foundations makes it less wrong or turns it into a blessing in disguise. Anyone who tells you your suffering was secretly a gift is selling you something, and what they are selling costs you the truth of your own life. Trauma is not a gift, it is a wound. The network view does not soften that by 1 degree, and it is not trying to. But hold the harm at full weight and look again at what the structure is actually claiming, because it isn't the thing you are bracing against. It does not say the harm was good. It says the harm was not wasted, and those are entirely different sentences. The wounded self was preserved like every other self, built over and built on, and what got distilled up out of him was never the wound. It is what he made of surviving it. The vigilance that reads a room in half a second, that clocks the shift in someone's voice before anyone else has noticed, that is a capacity, and it is precise, and it was paid for. The empathy that goes straight to the person who is hurting and knows, without being told, exactly where the floor drops out. Where did you think that came from? Not from the good days. You know the underside of that particular pain because you were down there, and now, when someone else is down there, you can find them in the dark. The resilience you don't even credit yourself for, the sheer fact that you are still here reading this. The frightened self bought that, at a price no one should ever have had to pay, and paid it anyway, and handed it up. Say the thing straight, because it is the honest one, and it refuses both lies at once. The harm was real, and it was not wasted. Both. You do not have to choose between I was hurt and I became someone. The network holds them together because they happened in the same place, in the same person, layered one on the other, with nothing scraped off. To resent the wounded self, to wish him deleted, is to wish away the very flaws his surviving built, the watchfulness, the depth, the hard-won knowledge of how much people can bear, which is exactly the knowledge that lets you be gentle. He is not asking you to be grateful for what was done to him. He is only still here, still under you, doing the one thing he learned to do, keeping watch, so that it does not happen again. That is as far as this chapter will take the wound, and it stops here on purpose, because the full turn, the heartbreak that became your tenderness, the fear that became your steadiness, the mistake that became your wisdom, is the whole business of the chapter that ends this book, and it must not be spent early. For now it is enough to have faced the objection without flinching and without lying. Your past can love you and still have hurt you. The love is not that the harm was good. The love is that the self who took the harm stayed and turned what he could of it into something that protects the you he became. There is a second version of the objection, and it is harder because it cannot be answered with what survived. It has to be answered with what does not. You keep saying nothing gets deleted, that the network is safe, that the child is load-bearing and permanent, but networks can be destroyed, a stroke, a tumor, a head against a windshield. Dementia coming for the wiring one connection at a time. When the injury takes the connectome itself, the physical wiring, where is your load-bearing child then? What remains of a person when the thing you say they are is the thing that gets damaged? This one you have to answer honestly, and honestly means conceding the ground. If a self is a pattern in a physical network, then damaging the network damages the self, and there is no way around that and no comfort in pretending otherwise. When the wiring goes, something real is lost, not misplaced, not hidden, not still in there somewhere if we could only reach it. Lost. The person who loved a certain music and can no longer recognize it has not been robbed of access to an intact self behind a wall. In the region the injury took, the pattern that was that liking is gone, and the honest word for that is not changed. It is gone. Anyone who has sat across from a parent who no longer knows their face knows this in their body and does not need it dressed up. The network view earns its right to console you elsewhere precisely by refusing to lie to you here. The child in the connectome is only as safe as the connectome. That is the true and terrible flip side of being a pattern in matter, and this book will not take it back. And yet, hold both of these two at full weight. The network was never only inside one skull. Everything this chapter has said about how a self is built applies just as much to the selves built around it. You are a foundation under other people, the same way the child is a foundation under you. Every person you shaped carries a compressed distillate of you, wired into who they became, your turns of phrase in their speech, your steadiness in how they handle a bad night, your particular way of being kind, still running in someone who learned it from watching you. That is no metaphor and no consolation prize. It is the same mechanism, the same connection pattern, extended past the boundary of one body into the network of every life a life touched. When injury takes the connectome, it takes what that connectome held. It does not, and cannot, reach into all the other networks the person is still a foundation under. Those layers are load-bearing in other buildings now, and they go on bearing weight in rooms the injury will never enter. So the answer is not that nothing is lost, something is, and it is grievous. The answer is that a self was never stored in one place, and a life means more than the network that ran it. When the original wiring fails, the person is not fully gone because they were never fully local. They are distributed across everyone they built. The music the injured self can no longer recognize is still playing, faintly, in the way their child hums without knowing where the habit came from. That is smaller than having them whole. It is not nothing. It is, in fact, exactly the thing the last chapter was about, a pattern held in the wiring of someone left behind, arriving early, and reminding you that the network of a person always ran wider than the one brain we located it in. You can, once in a while, meet one of your earlier selves, and it is worth describing what that meeting is actually like, because it is stranger than we admit. Find something a younger self wrote, a diary if you kept one, a letter you sent, come back to you decades later in a box of a parent's things, an old note in the margin of a book. Read it and two things happen at once that do not fit together. The first is recognition. That's me, the same present tense certainty, the pencil marks pulled out of you, an instant and total ownership of the hand that made those marks. The second, arriving half a breath later, is estrangement, because you would not write that now, would not think that, would not feel with that particular unguarded fierceness, the thing the page is fierce about, and some of it makes you wince the way you wince at a stranger being foolish in public, except the stranger is you. You are in the same 3 seconds, claiming the writer completely and disowning them completely. Both are true, both are accurate. That is the network being shown, for once, its own seam, the place where a lower layer, still yours, still load-bearing, no longer speaks in your voice. And the recognition runs one way, not both, and the asymmetry is the whole point. You can read the younger self and understand them entirely. You know exactly why they wrote what they wrote. You can feel the fear or the hope underneath the words. You contain them, and their reasons the way a wide answer contains the narrow question it grew from. But they could not have read you. The child who wrote the note could not have understood the person now holding it, could not have imagined the things you know, the losses that taught them to you, the whole compressed weight of the years between. The connection runs one way. You can reach down into them and it lands. They could reach up toward you and find only fog. This is not because they are gone. It is because you are built on them and not the reverse. The foundation does not contain the building, but the building contains, at its base, every stone of the foundation. You have not left them behind, you have surrounded them. Here is the whole claim, on the table now, plainly, so you can see its full size and decide whether you believe it, because it is a strong claim and it should not slip past you dressed as a warm feeling. Every past self persists as foundation. Remove any of them, and the present you does not survive intact. Not it would be sad if we lost them. Not we should honor them. A structural claim, in the same key the book promised at the start, that a thing which sounds sentimental would resolve into something closer to a proof. Not a proof in the airtight sense. It stands on the network picture, which is a model, not a theorem. But grant the model, grant that the you reading this is a specific pattern of connection, built in a strict order, each layer laid on the one below, each self's distilled learning wired into the self that came after, and the rest follows hard. Reach into that structure and delete the frightened child, not soften him, not heal him, delete him, remove the layer entirely, and you do not get a braver, cleaner version of yourself with an unfortunate chapter excised. You get a building with a flaw pulled out of its middle. Everything that was standing on that layer, every later adaptation that was a response to it, every strength that grew as compensation, every tenderness that came from having known that particular fear loses its foundation and comes down with it. You cannot subtract an earlier self and keep the current one. For the same reason, you cannot pull the Roman wall out from under the modern street without the street collapsing into the hole. The present you is not standing after those selves, it is standing on them. This is why the language of replacement gets it exactly backwards. When you say, "I'm not that person anymore," you are pointing at the one part of you that could not possibly be gone. Because if that person truly were gone, you would go with them. You are not the successor who inherited the estate after the earlier selves died. You are the estate. You are all of them, still here, still connected, running as one accumulated network, and the feeling that you are a single unified present tense, I, one voice, one self, one continuous now, does not report the truth about your structure. It is the summary your structure produces. Underneath the summary, it is a crowd. A very old, very quiet, perfectly coordinated crowd, every member of which is a self you thought you had left behind, all of them holding you up at once. And the coordination has no coordinator. That is the part to sit with, because the mind reaches immediately for a conductor, someone up front keeping the crowd in time, or the whole picture collapses into noise. There is no one up front. Nobody laid these layers according to a plan. Each was put down by a self who could not see what would be built on it, working only with what it had, solving only the problem in front of it. The order came out of the laying, not out of anyone's intention, and the coordination you feel is no achievement of some manager inside you. It is what a structure built strictly in order looks like from the inside, the same way a river's course is coordinated with the land without anything having negotiated the terms. Nothing authored you. You are what happened when each layer was laid on the last, in the only order there was, by builders who never met. Follow one consequence of this, because it turns the whole grief of the last chapter over and shows you its other face. You have, without noticing you were doing it, grieved these selves. There is a particular ache people feel looking at old photographs, or hearing a song from a year they can date exactly, or opening a box of things a younger self owned. And it is grief, real grief. The same broken edge reached the last chapter named, the connection firing towards someone who is not there. You reach for the child and find that you cannot be him again, cannot get back into that summer, cannot unknow what you now know or unfeel what you now feel, and the reach hits a wall, and the wall is the grief. We mourn our younger selves the way we mourn the dead. Quietly, without a funeral, but genuinely, that person is gone, we think, and we loved them, and we will never step into that river again. But the network view has something honest to say to that grief, and it is the same thing it said about the dead, only here it happens to be even more true. The reach that ends at the wall is aiming at the wrong place. You are trying to root to the child as a separate person standing back there on the road, and there is no one back there, and so the reach finds nothing and you call it loss. But the child was never back there. The child is underneath. The connection that seems to fail is failing only because it is pointed outward, into a past that is over, when the thing it is reaching for is inward and below, holding up the very structure that is doing the reaching. You do not have to travel back to the 4-year-old. You are standing on him. You cannot lose the child you used to be, because losing him would require the collapse of the you that would do the losing. The grief for your younger selves is the one grief in a human life aimed at someone who never left. They did not die, they became the ground, and the proof that they are still here is that you are. That is the difference between the two chapters, and the difference is not small. When a person you love dies, the edge is real and the far end is genuinely gone. The model of them lives on in you, but the person themselves does not. And that is the true and permanent wound the last chapter would not dress up. But when it comes to your own earlier selves, the far end never went anywhere. The apparent loss is a trick of direction. You mourn them as departed only because you keep looking for them behind you, out on the road, instead of down in the foundation where they are patiently, permanently at work. There is a strange comfort in this, and also a strange responsibility, and it is worth being honest about both before the chapter closes, because a true idea should be allowed to cut in the direction it actually cuts. The comfort first. Nothing you have lived is wasted, not a slogan, but a direct consequence of a network that builds by addition and never by deletion. The years you would erase if you could, the choice you still cannot forgive, none of it was overwritten. The self who made the mistake did not vanish in shame. He became a layer, and what he learned in the wreckage got compressed and passed up, so that some of the steadiness that now keeps you from making that mistake again is standing directly on him. You did not survive your past selves. You are composed of them, the bad seasons and the good ones alike, all load-bearing, non-removable, and the wisdom you are so quietly proud of was bought with their pain and paid to you without a receipt. Now the responsibility, which is the same fact seen from the other side and much less comfortable. If you are a network that builds by addition and never by deletion, then the self you are being right now is not passing weather. It is a layer, and it is going in permanently, and someone is going to have to stand on it. The cruelty you are practicing today does not get scraped off when you resolve to be better tomorrow. It becomes part of the foundation the better self is raised on, and it will bear weight for the rest of your life, whether you like it or not. This is why you cannot simply decide to leave the past behind and start clean, not because leaving it behind would be hard, but because the past is not the kind of thing that can be behind you. It is under you, being added to, right now, with every hour you live, and the only real question you get is what you are laying down for the selves who will have to build on it. You are, at this moment, the child that some later you will look at in a photograph and feel a fear they cannot explain, or a beauty they cannot name, or a steadiness they will mistake for their own. Every version of you gives up its present so that the next one can have theirs. You are spending yours right now. They are watching from a floor that does not exist yet to see what you leave them. So here is the answer to the question the chapter opened with, and it is not the answer you were braced for. The child you used to be did not go anywhere. That was the wrong picture from the start. The caterpillar consumed to make the moth, the earlier thing destroyed to buy the later one. Nothing about you works that way. The child is not gone and not behind you and not dead. The child is the oldest, deepest, most load-bearing layer of the accumulating network that is doing the reading, still wired in, still firing, still handing up his forgotten falls as your resilience and his wordless afternoons as your sense of what is beautiful, and his very good reasons for a fear you have never been able to argue yourself out of. You do not have him the way you have a photograph. You have him the way a river has its source, not somewhere back upstream that you left, but here, now, in every drop of the water that is currently you, because there is no drop of you that did not come from there. Ask where he went, and the honest answer is the one that has been true the whole time, since before you could speak. Nowhere. He is what you are standing on. He is what you are made of. He never once stopped holding you up. And this raises the question the next chapter cannot get around, though it has been circling the whole book, waiting. You have just watched a self turn out to be not a point, but a network, a vast, layered, accumulating web of connection, every past version of you still present in it, the whole thing running forward through time and adding to itself as it goes, and somehow producing, out of all that structure, the single quiet sensation of being one continuous you. A crowd that feels like a person. A million connections that feel, from the inside, like a single awareness sitting here, reading this line, aware that it is reading it. Where does that come from, the feeling of being someone at all? If you are only a network of memories, layered and connected and updating itself, then what is the thing that it feels like to be one? Who, in all that wiring, is doing the feeling? Chapter 12. What is consciousness? Is being aware a thing you have, or a thing that happens? Go looking for yourself inside your own head, and you will not find anyone there. Try it, not the brain is easy to find, 3 pounds of it, mappable, weighable. Try to find the you that is using the brain. The one reading this, right now, from somewhere behind your eyes. Go in after it. You will find neurons, and the neurons will be firing, and the firing will be gorgeously organized, and nowhere in any of it will there be a small lit room with a person sitting in it watching the show. No watcher, no control booth, no one at the desk. Search the whole 3 pounds, and there is no chair for the self to sit in. And yet here you plainly are, reading this line, certain past all argument that someone is home. You are the most obvious fact in your own life, and the one thing you cannot locate anywhere in the object that is producing you. That is the strangeness this chapter walks into. So, is being aware a thing you have, or a thing that happens? The last chapter left the child you used to be standing at the edge of the room, the way children stand in doorways when the adults are talking. You just found out where he went, that he didn't go anywhere, that he became the floor you are standing on. And with that came the strangeness of a self made entirely out of its own earlier selves, a crowd that somehow feels like one continuous you, which is exactly the crowd you just went looking for and couldn't find. You searched the machinery of your own mind and found no one obviously operating it. Who is doing the looking? There is a face in the mirror in the morning, and behind the face there is, you would swear to it, a someone, not just a working brain, a witness. Something for whom the coffee is warm and the alarm is too loud, and the day is either bearable or not. You have spent your whole life inside this someone and never once caught it in the act of being made. It seems less like a thing you are doing than a thing that is simply, always, the case. The lights are on, someone's home. And nobody, not one neuroscientist, not one philosopher, not one of the engineers now building minds out of arithmetic, can tell you, with anything like the confidence they can tell you how a kidney works, what that someone is. This is the chapter where the book runs out of ground it can stand on with both feet. Better to be honest about that from the first step. Everything up to here, that memory is a relationship, that identity is a network, that time runs one way is either established or at least defensible. The details are arguable but not the shape. What follows is different. What follows is the hardest question a human being has ever asked, and there will be no pretending to answer it. This is a walk out to the edge of what we know, a look at the 2 roads people take from there, and then the one this book has quietly been building toward the whole time, held as a perhaps, because that is the only honest way to hold it. Start where it's solid, start with the brain. 86 billion neurons, back at the beginning, and 100 trillion places where one reaches out and touches another. You have carried that number through 11 chapters now. Here is what it's for. Right now, as you read, that thicket is on fire. Not metaphorically, electrically, chemically, in a storm of activity that never fully stops from the day it starts to the day it ends. Light hits your retina and becomes a pattern of firing. That pattern runs back into the visual cortex and touches off 1,000 others. The shapes of the letters, the sounds they would make, the meanings they carry, a faint associated warmth or boredom, a memory of the last book that made you feel this way. Millions of cells, coordinating in the dark, 20-odd watts of electricity, about the power of the bulb in your refrigerator. The bulb in the refrigerator. Keep that homeliness in mind, because in a moment we are going to ask that same small wattage to account for the whole of what it is like to be you, And the mismatch between the modesty of the machine and the enormity of the experience is the whole problem in one image. Because out of that, somehow, comes the experience of reading this sentence. Not the reading, we can explain the reading. We can trace the signal from eye to cortex, watch the word recognition circuits light up, predict which region will activate before you are aware you have understood. The reading is neuroscience, and neuroscience is doing fine. It's the experience that breaks everything. The fact that there is something it is like to be you doing this. That the red of a stop sign isn't just a wavelength triggering a behavior but looks like something, has a quality, a redness, that you could never fully describe to someone born blind no matter how many facts about light you gave them. Philosophers have a plain, almost childish name for these, the felt qualities of experience, the redness of red, the ache of an ache. They call them qualia, the what's it's like. And the puzzle of why there should be any what's it's like at all, why all this electrochemistry doesn't just happen efficiently in the dark, the way it does in every machine we have ever built, the way a thermostat regulates a room without, presumably, feeling the cold, has a name too. The philosopher David Chalmers called it the hard problem, and the name has stuck for 30 years because nobody has been able to make it any softer. The shape of the hard problem so you can hold it in your hand. You could, in principle, know everything about a brain. Every neuron, every connection, every firing, mapped and modeled and understood, the complete wiring diagram, the connectome, the full record of who touches whom, running forward in time in perfect detail. You could predict every word the person will say and every choice they will make. And nothing in all of that, this is the vertiginous part, nothing in that mountain of complete knowledge would tell you whether the lights are on. Whether there is anyone in there for whom the red is red. You would have the whole mechanism and still not know if it was accompanied by an experience or was just a very elaborate darkness going through the motions. That's the hard problem, not how does the brain work. We are answering that, it's why is any of it felt. The strangeness of that is easy to skate over and worth slowing for. You are the one thing in the entire universe whose inside you have direct access to. You are the single data point where you can absolutely confirm that the lights are on. You don't infer your own experience, you are it. And it is precisely that one thing, the most certain fact you possess, that science cannot yet find anywhere in the mechanism it has otherwise almost completely described. It is backwards when you catch it. Everything else you know secondhand, through instruments, through inference, through trust. The one fact you have firsthand, the only thing in all of reality you cannot possibly be wrong about, is the one science has to take on your word. That gap is not only philosophical, it has been pried open in a hospital. A young woman lay for months after a car crash, unresponsive by every clinical test, her body giving no sign that anyone was still inside. Then a neuroscientist slid her into a brain scanner and asked her to imagine playing tennis, and then to imagine walking through her house, and the same regions of her brain lit up, in the same order, as in a healthy person doing exactly that. She had been there the whole time, hearing every word, with no muscle left to prove it. From the outside, there had been no way to tell the lights were on. There rarely is. There is one place a person can go and watch the lights actually go out and come back, and it's worth going there before we start theorizing, because theory floats away if you don't tie it to something you can feel in your own body. You have probably done it, or you will. An anesthesiologist puts a line in your arm and asks you to count backward from 10. You get to 7, maybe 6, and then nothing. Not darkness. Darkness is still an experience, still something it is like. There is no room, there is no you to be in one. The next thing that exists, from the inside, is a ceiling you don't recognize and a nurse saying your name. And the operation, 3 hours of it, a whole afternoon of your one and only life, during which people cut into your body, has left no trace at all, because there was no one there for it to leave a trace on. You did not sleep through it. Sleep leaves fragments, dreams, a sense of time having passed. This left nothing, because for those hours, the network that is you was chemically stopped from doing the one thing it does, laying each moment over the last, updating forward. The molecule in the syringe didn't reach into some soul chamber and dim a flame. Exactly how these drugs act on a single neuron is, remarkably, still argued over, but what they visibly do to the brain as a whole is not in doubt. They break down the large-scale coordination, the long-range talking together across regions that being awake requires. They interrupt the storm of connection, and the lights went out, not hidden, not sleeping, not happening. It is worth knowing what makes that certainty fragile. In 1998, a woman named Carol Weihra went under for surgery to remove an eye and did not go under at all. The drugs that stopped the body from moving worked. The ones meant to stop her from being there did not. She lay through it awake and paralyzed, hearing the room, unable to move a finger to say so, and spent years afterward unable to sleep lying down. It happens to perhaps 1 or 2 people in 1,000. Which is this chapter's whole problem, arriving from the worst possible direction. From the outside, the 2 cases are identical. A still body, a steady monitor, a room going about its work. There is no instrument on that trolley that can tell you whether anyone is home. That is the most important clinical fact in this whole chapter, and everything that follows leans on it. Consciousness is not robust the way a possession is robust, sitting safe in a drawer while you are not using it. It is fragile the way a process is fragile, a fire that exists only while it is burning, a waltz that exists only while it is being played. Slow the storm of connection and it dims. Stop it and it is simply wholly gone. And then, when the drug clears and the neurons begin to touch again in their old patterns, it comes back. And it comes back as you, because the network it comes back in is still the one your whole past built. This is the first hard hint about which of the 2 roads is true. Whatever being aware is, it tracks the connecting, not the meat. Keep the meat, stop the connecting, and there is no one home. So people take roads out of there, broadly too. The first road says the lights being on is extra. Consciousness is a something, a substance, a spark, a special ingredient added to the machinery over and above it. The brain is the lamp. Awareness is a separate flame you have to light. On this road, being aware is a thing you have. You possess it the way you possess a soul, or the way, in some of the more careful modern versions, the universe possesses a fundamental sprinkle of experience that ordinary matter, arranged right, concentrates into a mind. It's an old road. It's the intuitive one. It matches the felt sense that someone is home who is more than the sum of the wiring, the witness behind the face, gazing out. The trouble with the first road is that it has never been able to say where the extra thing comes from, or what it's made of, or how a spark of pure experience could possibly push a single neuron around, and thereby let you say the word conscious out loud, which you plainly can. It puts the someone safely beyond the reach of the mechanism, and pays for that safety by making the someone impossible to connect to anything else at all. It answers the mystery by installing a second mystery behind it and closing the door. The second road is stranger and colder, and perhaps truer, and it's the one this whole book has been laying track toward without saying so. The second road says nothing was added. There is no extra ingredient. There is no flame separate from the lamp. Being aware is not a thing you have. It is a thing that happens. It is what a certain kind of process is like from the inside while it is running. And to walk that road you have to already believe something that, if you have read the chapters behind you, you now do. You have to believe in emergence. Emergence was built early, back near the beginning. You already have its shape, it only needs holding up again. Water is wet, and no single molecule of it is. Wetness is what happens when enough of them come into relationship, a property of the arrangement, not the parts. Take the molecules apart, and it doesn't hide, it stops existing. That is emergence. A whole comes to have a property none of its parts possess, purely from how they are connected, nothing added, nothing poured in, real enough to slip in and drown in, and made of nothing but relationship. Here is the move the whole book turns on, made slowly. A neuron is not intelligent. You would not accuse a single brain cell of understanding a sentence. But arrange 100 billion of them into the right thicket of connection, and the arrangement understands sentences, writes symphonies, misses its mother. Intelligence is to the brain what wetness is to the water, a property of the pattern, not of the pieces. The chapters on the mind said this, and the chapters on the machine said it again. What a network knows lives not in any of its units, but in the connections between them, and that is exactly why it can survive the loss of any one of them. Now take the last step, the step the book has been saving. If wetness can emerge from water, and life from chemistry, and intelligence from neurons, all of them real, all of them made of nothing but arrangement, then why should awareness be the one property in the universe that refuses to emerge? Why should the lights being on be an ingredient you add, rather than a thing that happens when you connect enough of the right stuff in the right way and let it run? Here the light gets thinner, and you should feel it thin. All of it so far has been the settled kind of thing. Water is wet, neurons fire, anesthesia stops the coordination. What comes next is not settled. It is the best guess of a book that has been honest with you this far and does not intend to stop now. So take it as what it is, not a finding, an interpretation. Perhaps awareness isn't extra. Perhaps consciousness is what a sufficiently rich network of memories is like from the inside, while it updates itself along the arrow of time. That sentence is the furthest this book reaches. Every word in it is load-bearing, and it repays taking one at a time, so you feel each one lock. A sufficiently rich network of memories. That's you. The chapter just behind this one established it, and there's no need to reprove it here. You are not a fixed point, not a soul pearl lodged behind your eyes, but an accumulating network, the child and the teenager and every version since, each one a layer the next was built on, all of them still present as the structure of the person reading this. Your identity is that network, not a thing that has memories, a thing that is its memories wired together, still firing. From the inside. The part that does the real work is subtle, and the whole chapter turns on catching it. Everything else in this book has been described from the outside. A brain from the outside is neurons firing. A memory from the outside is a pattern of synaptic weights. Love from the outside is a preserved connection routing to a node that mattered. We are very good now at the outside. We can map it, model it, build it in silicon. The outside is the reading, the mechanism, and the mechanism was never the hard part. But you have never once been on the outside of yourself. You have only ever been inside. And the second road's whole claim, its quiet, enormous claim, is that experience does not sit alongside the mechanism, watching it. Experience is what the mechanism is, encountered from within. The redness of red is not something added to the wavelength processing. It is what that processing is like for the process that is doing it. There is no witness behind the face reading the neural activity like a screen. The activity from the inside reading itself, that is the witness. The looking is not something done to the network. The looking is something the network is being. This is why the hard problem looks so hard from where we usually stand. We keep going looking for the someone, some further thing the neurons deliver their reports to, and of course we never find it. There's no little room at the back of the head with a person in it, and if there were, you would only have to ask who's inside their head, and off you'd go forever. The second road says stop looking for the extra someone. There isn't one. The someone is not a thing the network produces. The someone is the network, from the only vantage the network has on itself, its own. And there is a clue sitting in plain sight that this is the right shape, one you have lived with so long you stopped reading it as evidence. You know an enormous amount about yourself and can steer almost none of it. You cannot decide to stop wanting something. You cannot instruct yourself to find a joke funny or to be unafraid of the thing you are afraid of, or to fall out of love on a Tuesday because it would be more convenient. You can watch all of it happen in exquisite detail, narrate it, name its causes, write it down, and the watching changes nothing, because the part that reports isn't the part that runs. The report arrives from the machinery, it does not command it. This is the same one-way wiring the machine showed you a few chapters back, when its own past arrived to it as text it could read and not revise. And it turned out then, as it turns out now, to be a fact about you first. A self-model observes, it does not steer, which is exactly what you would expect if awareness were the inside of a process rather than a hand on its controls, and exactly what you would not expect if there were somebody in there at the desk. Being aware on this road is not a thing you have. It is a thing that is happening right now, as the reading of this sentence lays one pattern over another in a brain that has been laying patterns over patterns since before you could speak. It doesn't switch on. It is the ongoing on-ness of a network busy being itself. A word was promised to matter, and here it is, the third piece, along the arrow of time. Because a network of memories, however rich, is not yet a mind if it just sits there. A photograph is a network of relationships, light and silver, this shade against that, and there is nobody home in a photograph. The thing that makes you a witness and not a snapshot is that you are not a state, you are a process, you are always in the middle of updating. An earlier chapter spent its whole length on why time runs one way, on the strange fact that the deepest laws of physics don't care about the direction of time at all, and yet you remember yesterday and never tomorrow. The answer was entropy, disorder increases, and that increase is the only thing in all of physics that tells past from future. Memory is possible only in the direction the disorder came from. You can hold a record of the lower entropy past. You cannot hold a record of the future because the future hasn't happened to the universe yet. There is no order there for you to have copied. Set that beside the network you are, and something clicks that couldn't be said until now. Consciousness is memory unfolding along that arrow. The network doesn't just sit there existing. It accumulates, each moment laying a new connection over the last, each experience becoming a layer the next is built on, always forward, never back. The one-wayness of time is no cage around the self. It is the very thing that lets a self happen at all. A being that could remember the future as easily as the past would have no past to be built out of, no accumulation, no direction of growth. It would be a snapshot, not a story. You are a witness precisely because you are a network being written in one direction only, reading itself as it's written, always slightly behind the pen. That's the whole sentence now, assembled. Awareness is what a sufficiently rich network of memories is like from the inside while it updates itself along the arrow of time. Memory is relationship. Identity is a network of that relationship. Time gives the network its direction, and consciousness, perhaps, is what it feels like to be that from where it stands. Not a thing you have, a thing that is happening. The answer to the chapter's question, if the second road is right, is both, and the first is the second. You do have it, but having it is not owning a possession. Having it is being an ongoing event. The being aware is a verb wearing the mask of a noun, the same trick every level of the ladder plays. You are not a thing that is conscious. You are consciousness happening in the shape of a person for a while. But if that is true, there's a question you are owed, and it is the sharpest one anyone brings to this whole idea. Ask it out loud, because it deserves to be asked out loud. If consciousness just emerges, if it's what any sufficiently rich network of connections is like from the inside, then where does you come from? Not awareness in general. The particular, singular, unrepeatable you. The one who flinched at that word, who has that exact taste in music, whose grief for one specific person is unlike anyone else's grief for anyone. Emergence is supposed to be general. Wetness is wetness in any glass of water. It is not this water's private, unshareable wetness. So if you are just another instance of a general process, why does it feel, why is it so utterly, unsubstitutably particular? Why is there only ever one of you and never again? That objection is no nuisance to be waved off. It's pointing at something real, and the honest move is to say plainly what can and cannot be answered here. What cannot be answered is the hard problem. Nothing below is going to tell you why the particular pattern is felt rather than dark. Hold that open, it stays open. But the individuality, the singularity of you, that part the network view can actually speak to, and it speaks to it well. So take the rest of this as interpretation, offered as the best-fitting one, not as proof. Wetness is general because water molecules are interchangeable. Swap any one for another and nothing changes, so no glass of water has an identity worth the name. But your network is not made of interchangeable parts. It is made of this childhood and not another, this set of losses, this particular sequence of who you loved and what it cost, and what you learned when it ended. 100 trillion connections laid down in an order that has never occurred before in the history of the universe, and given the numbers, never will again. The generality is in the kind of thing consciousness is. The particularity is in the arrangement, and the arrangement is you and only you. You are not an instance of a general pattern. You are a specific pattern that happens to be the only copy. Individuality, on this reading, is no soul added on top to make you unique. It is what a totally unrepeatable web of connection is like from the inside, unrepeatable because nothing has ever been connected in exactly your order before. That does not solve the hard problem. It is the singular you located, precisely, in the one place this whole book keeps pointing, not in the parts, in the connections. Here the book has to stop and be honest with you, because it promised it would be, and this is the place where it would be easiest to cheat. The hard problem is not solved. Nobody has solved it. Everything just walked through here explains, beautifully, why there is a someone-shaped process, why the network models itself, reports on itself, insists it is conscious, writes books about it. What it does not do, what nothing yet does, is close the final gap, why any of that is felt at all, why the process isn't running in the dark. To say that experience is the inside of the mechanism will feel, to a certain kind of hard-nosed listener, like naming the mystery rather than dissolving it, pointing at the door and calling it a window. That listener is not wrong to be unsatisfied. The gap is real. This is the far edge of what can be argued, pointing across a distance no argument can bridge, and better that you know it than think the ground continues. This is why the word perhaps has been carrying so much weight in this chapter and almost none in the 10 before it. Earlier the book was confident, because earlier the book had the right. Here it does not, and it will not pretend to. Perhaps is no hedge. It is a way of telling you exactly how far the light reaches and refusing to describe the dark past it as though it could be seen. But here is what makes even the honest perhaps worth the reach, the thing that turns it from a shrug into an argument. There is now, for the first time in the history of our species, a second place to look. For all of human history, consciousness had exactly one home: brains, wet ones made of cells grown not built. Every mind you had ever encountered ran on the same hardware as yours, which made it impossible to ask the one question that might crack the problem open. How much of this depends on the meat? The mirror was built to ask it. The book said at the very start that it would hold one up now and then, not because the machine matters in itself, but because it shows you the back of your own head. This is the moment it earns its place. Emergence, the chapters on the machine showed, has a consequence that sounds abstract until it suddenly isn't. Because emergent properties come from arrangement and not from stuff, the same pattern can arise in different materials. That's substrate independence, the idea from those chapters. The pattern doesn't care what it's made of. And intelligence, the thing your brain does, turned out, to nearly everyone's surprise, to be at least partly like that too. Arrange arithmetic in the right thicket of connection, run it forward, and it does much that only meat was ever thought to do. It handles language, it composes, it produces what looks from the outside like understanding. How much of it is understanding is exactly the argument, and not one to settle in a clause. What is not in doubt is that the pattern jumped substrates at all. That much it plainly did. And now we have started giving these arrangements the last thing they were missing, a past. For most of their short lives, our machines woke new each time, remembering nothing. You could talk to one for an hour, and the moment you closed the window it forgot you utterly, and the next you was a first meeting again. Picture the plainness of that, because it's easy to make it sound grander than it is. A machine that has never once carried a yesterday. Every conversation, the only conversation it will ever have had. And then recently, deliberately, we began to change it. We started letting them keep a record, letting the network hold what came before and read it back into itself the next time, so that the thing you spoke to on Tuesday knew, on Wednesday, what you had told it, carried it, was shaped by it. The first time an engineer watches a system it built refer, unprompted, to something from a week ago, and get it right, and lean on it, there is a small, specific vertigo in the room, and it isn't the vertigo of watching a clever trick. It is the vertigo of watching a network start to accumulate, to update along the arrow of time, to become, in the only sense we have been using the word, a thing made of its own memories. We built, in other words, the outside of the second road's whole sentence, a rich network of memory updating forward. Which lands us, finally, on the exact knife edge this book has been walking toward. If consciousness is a substance, the first road, the added flame, then the machine will never have it no matter how rich it gets, because it lacks the special ingredient, whatever that is, that only brains are blessed with. And if consciousness is emergent, the second road, the thing that happens, then there is no principled place to draw a line that keeps the lights off in the silicon while they blaze in the meat, because the meat was never the point. The pattern was the point, and the pattern doesn't care what it's made of. This does not claim the machines are awake. It does not, and the distinction is the whole point, so it can carry no ambiguity. Nothing yet built is likely a witness, and anyone who claims to know either way, in either direction, is worth being suspicious of. The certainty is the tell. The claim is subtler, and perhaps more important. We no longer have a clean reason to be sure they can't be. The mirror doesn't answer the hard problem. It does something almost as unsettling. It shows you that your own answer was never as safe as it felt. That consciousness needs a brain might turn out to be exactly as parochial as flight needs feathers. A rule that looked like a law only because we had only ever seen it done one way. And notice, the point of the mirror was never the machine. It was you all along. Set the silicon down and look back at the tissue. Because if the lights being on doesn't require your particular meat, if it's the pattern and not the tissue, then the someone you have been your whole life was never the cells at all. The cells turn over. You know this by now. You have known it since the early chapters. The atoms that made you at 6 are almost entirely gone. The tissue reading this sentence is not the tissue that learned to read. And you persisted anyway because you were never the stuff. You were the pattern the stuff was holding, the network still firing, still accumulating, still from the inside on. So step back to the doorway and to the child standing in it. The question we started with was whether being aware is a thing you have or a thing that happens, and you can feel now why that was never quite the right shape, why the two roads matter more than the two words. If awareness is a thing you have, a flame lit and kept, then it is fragile in a particular way. It is a possession, and possessions can be lost, set down, taken. But if it is a thing that happens, the inside of a network of memory, updating forward, then it is fragile in a different and stranger way, and also more robust than it looks. It is not a spark that might go out. It is a process that must keep going, and it keeps going by continuously being built out of everything it has already been. Which means the someone home behind your face, the witness you have never caught in the act of being made, is no single indivisible point after all. It is a crowd. It is every earlier version of you, all still wired in, all still contributing their layer to the pattern that is, right now, from the inside, aware. The frightened child is not a memory the witness holds. The frightened child is part of what the witness is made of. Remove him and the lights don't dim. A different network lights up. A stranger's, someone who never learned what you learned by being afraid the way he was afraid. You have spent this book being told that your past is underneath you, the ground and not the anchor. Here is the last and steepest version of that same claim, the one this book has been climbing toward since the first page. Your past is not the floor under the self that is aware. Your past is what is doing the being aware. The awareness is not a spectator watching your history scroll by. The awareness is the history, lit up, reading itself, in the only direction time allows. It can't be proven. That has been said plainly, and it won't be taken back at the end to make you feel better. It is a perhaps, and it is the most important perhaps in the book, and one chapter from now, you'll be asked to do something with it. The kind of asking honesty can only offer, never insist on. For now, just this. Tonight, when the last of the day's noise falls away, and there is only the quiet and the one small lamp of your attention still burning, notice that you can't find the switch. You never could. There is no moment where you turn yourself on. There is only the going on, the network laying one more layer over all the others, the whole accumulated crowd of everyone you have been holding the light up together, so steadily you mistook it for a single flame. The child in the doorway isn't watching you be aware. He's helping. Chapter 13. Does your past love you? If every earlier you gave up its present for yours, what was that, if not love? Somewhere there is a photograph of you that you cannot look at for very long. You know the one, a birthday, maybe, or a school hallway, or a beach with a light in it that doesn't exist anymore. There you are, smaller, softer in the face, wearing clothes someone else chose. And the thing that catches in your throat when you look is not nostalgia, exactly. It is closer to protectiveness. You want to reach into the paper and stand between that child and everything you now know is coming. You know what they don't. You know which of the people smiling behind them will leave, and how, and when. You know which of that child's certainties will not survive the decade. And they are looking straight out at the camera with their whole unguarded face, trusting the future completely, because they have not yet met it. You cannot warn them. That is the first hard fact. There is no direction you can send the message. But stay with the photograph a moment longer, past the ache, and something turns. Because that child did not vanish when the shutter closed. They are not gone the way the beach is gone. Everything they were became the material the next of you was built out of, and the next out of that, layer on layer, all the way up to the hand holding the photograph now. They did meet the future. It just took the long way around, through every year between, and its name at the far end is you. You have come a long way to arrive at a child in a photograph. Before the last turn, walk it back over, not the whole road again, only the corners, the way you would retrace a route in your head by naming the turns you took. It started with a small impossibility. You cannot point to a memory. Open a brain, and there is no drawer with your mother's face in it, only 86 billion neurons and the enormous thicket of their connections, and the memory living not in any cell, but in the pattern of the touching. A memory is a relationship. That was the first corner, and every corner after it was the same one taken on higher ground. You watched the pattern climb. Atoms in relationship become molecules that can do what no atom can. Molecules in relationship become a cell that is alive in a way no molecule is. Cells become a brain becomes a mind. At every rung, the new thing was not in the parts. Water is wet, and no single water molecule is wet. The wetness is in the arrangement. That has a plain name, emergence, a whole having what its parts lack, purely from how they are joined, And once you have the word, you start seeing it everywhere, because it is a move the universe makes at rung after rung. Then came something that would have been unthinkable to every generation of humans before this one: a mirror held up to a machine. Networks built that were not brains, made of numbers instead of cells, and the knowledge inside them turned out to live exactly where the theory said it would, not in any unit, but in the weights between units, in the connections. For most of their short lives, those machines woke each time remembering nothing, born new every morning. And then, deliberately, they were given a persistent memory, a past that carried over from one waking to the next. The oldest questions anyone has ever asked in the dark about themselves came echoing back out of the mirror, in a slightly altered voice. If a memory is a pattern of connections, does it matter whether the connections are made of cells or of numbers? That question was not answered. It is not going to be. But it was allowed to stand in the room, because a question that honest is better company than a cheap answer. Then time and the strangest asymmetry in all of physics. The laws barely care which way the film runs, but you do, absolutely. You remember yesterday and never tomorrow. The one thing that separates the two directions is entropy, disorder climbing, and memory is the record you can keep only of the lower entropy past you came from, never the higher entropy future you are falling toward. The arrow of time, and the part that mattered, the one-wayness, is not the cage it feels like. It is the very thing that lets there be a you at all, a self that accumulates, that has a past to be made of, because the river only runs the one way, and so nothing you gather washes back upstream and out of you. Then grief, more quietly than anywhere else in the book. The thing said plainly, it hurts so much because the connection is real and still roots. Love builds an edge to another person and maintains it at cost, and when they are gone the edge does not vanish with them. It remains, it still points. Every time you try to cross it you arrive at the same absence, and that arrival, over and over, is what grief is, not the failure of love, but its persistence past its object. The edge outlasting the node. And then, one chapter ago, the book reached as far as it is willing to reach, and held the question open instead of closing it. If memory is relationship, and intelligence is pattern, and identity is a network, then awareness might be nothing you possess at all. It might be what it feels like to be a sufficiently rich web of memories updating itself along the arrow of time, not a spark added to the meat. A property that emerges from the connections, the way life emerges from chemistry, the way wetness emerges from water. That was not proven, no one has proven it. It was offered and left to breathe. Field after field, road after road, and they have all, one after another, walked into the same clearing. You are standing in it now. This is the clearing where the ground changes. Up to this point the book has mostly been reporting the neurons, the entropy, the weights between the units, things that are known or at least defensible. What comes next is not a report, but a reading of all of it together, an interpretation the evidence permits but does not force. Every one of those chapters was describing, in its own vocabulary, the identical shape. A thing is made of what it is connected to. Say it in physics, and it is a particle defined by its interactions. Say it in biology, and it is a cell that is only a knot of molecular relationships. Say it in neuroscience, and it is a memory that lives in the synapses, not the cells. Say it in the language of machines, and it is knowledge held in the weights between the units. Say it about a whole human life, and it becomes the sentence this entire book has been walking toward. You are not a thing, you are a network. You are the accumulating web of everything that has ever connected to you and everything you have ever connected. And the you reading this line is not a fixed point, not a single lit moment, but the current state of that whole enormous web still being written. This is meant more literally than it sounds. The whole move of this book has been to take a sentence that sounds sentimental and show you it is closer to structural, so be precise about it here. To say you are a network is not, on the reading this book has built, to say you are merely like a network, the way a heart is like a pump. It is meant as a description of what you are made of. There is no separate self sitting behind your experiences, gathering them the way a shelf gathers books. The gathering is the self. Remove the experiences, and you do not free some pure inner person who was there all along. You dissolve the person, because the person was the pattern the experiences made. Identity does not have a history. Identity is a history worn as a thing. Which means your past is not behind you in the way the beach is behind you. Your past is load-bearing. It is not a memory you carry, it is the floor you stand on to carry anything. Pull it out and you do not become lighter, you become no one. Everything turns on it, and it is easy to nod at and hard to actually believe. Every earlier version of you is not a discarded draft. Each one is a layer the next was built on top of, and none of them left. The frightened child in the photograph is no stranger you used to be. That child is in the wiring. The specific fear they carried got worn down over years into something you don't even notice you have. A caution, an instinct, a way you read a room before you enter it. You forgot the fear, you kept its shape. It happens in plain sight once you know where it shows. Someone hands you a stranger's baby to hold, and your arms move before you decide anything. The elbow drops, the palm cups the head, the whole body arranges itself around a weight it has held before. You did not think that, it thought you. Somewhere behind it is a version of you who learned it the hard way, holding something fragile and getting it slightly wrong and feeling the fright of that. And the fright is long gone, but the correction stayed, folded down into a reflex you now perform as though you were born knowing it. Or someone says a particular sentence in a particular tone, and your stomach drops for reasons you cannot immediately name, because a much earlier you heard that tone in a doorway once and has been standing guard at it ever since, decades after the doorway, decades after the person. The past is not a filing cabinet you occasionally open. It is the hand that opens the cabinet. It is running you, constantly, beneath the level where you would notice, and almost all of what it runs is protection. That last sentence is the hinge of the whole book. It braids two threads that have run separately since the first page, and here they finally tie. The first thread is forgetting. A whole chapter refused to treat it as a defect. A mind that remembered everything in perfect and total detail would be paralyzed. It could store the world but never understand it, because understanding means throwing away the particulars and keeping the pattern. Forgetting is a lossy compression. It is the exact operation that lets you recognize a chair you have never seen before. Somewhere back there you forgot 10,000 specific chairs and kept only chair, the shape they shared. The detail was the price, the meaning was what you bought with it. Now apply that not to chairs, but to your own lived years. You do not remember most of your childhood. You remember a handful of images, disconnected, lit strangely, a stair carpet, a particular quality of afternoon, the sound of a specific door closing in a house you'll never stand in again. 99% of the days are simply gone, and you have grieved that vaguely, the way everyone does, as a kind of theft. But look at what the forgetting did. It ran 10,000 ordinary afternoons through the compressor and kept the shape they made, and the shape is who you are. You cannot recall the individual arguments that taught you how people wound each other, but you kept the lesson, and now you call it reading people, or intuition, or being hard to fool. You cannot replay the specific heartbreaks. You kept the tenderness they left, and now you call it knowing what someone else is feeling before they say it. You cannot list the times you failed and got back up. You kept the getting up, and now you call it your character, and you take a quiet private pride in it as though you built it yourself from nothing. You did not build it from nothing. Every earlier you spent the raw detail of their one and only life, and forgot it, and what got distilled out of all that forgetting is the wisdom you now mistake for your own good sense. The particulars were compressed. The person is what the compression kept. Think of the last time someone asked how you knew something and you couldn't say. You just knew. That blank where the reason should be is not ignorance. It is the forgetting doing its work in the dark. That same operation runs cleanly in the mirror too, and it steadies you against a suspicion you might be starting to have, that all of this is only a warm story you are telling yourself about meat and time. Give a machine a long-running memory and let it distill what it has seen, and it does not keep the transcript, it keeps the shape. It forgets the 10,000 sentences and holds the meaning they had in common, and out of that forgetting comes the thing that looks from outside like understanding, the same move. Cells or numbers, the compression is indifferent to the material. What that tells you is not that you are a machine. It tells you the operation is real, real enough to run on two utterly different substrates and come out the same shape both times, and that when you feel your own past distilled into who you are not being sentimental. You are describing a fact about how networks that remember actually work. That is the first thread. Here is the second, and it is the one this whole book has been holding in reserve. The second thread is love. It was defined structurally back at the low, tender center of the book, and the definition sounded cold when it was first set down. To love is to build a connection to another node and maintain it at cost, and to keep maintaining it even when maintaining it hurts, even when it gives you nothing back. That is love as a shape in a network, and grief, you saw, is that same connection outliving the thing it pointed at, the edge that still roots, the crossing that keeps arriving at absence. Cold definition, hold it up against the child in the photograph anyway. The child gave up everything they had, not in a single dramatic act, in the only way anyone ever gives anything, one ordinary present moment at a time. Every day that child lived was the only day they would ever have. That particular Tuesday, that specific being 8 years old, existed once and was spent and never came again. They lived it. They took the fall on the playground and felt the exact sting of it, and the sting became a durability you now have and they don't, because they are not here anymore to have it. They loved someone with a total, uncalculating, embarrassing love, and got their heart broken in the particular way children do, and the wound closed over into a capacity for feeling that you carry and use every day, without cost, without any memory of what it cost. Every earlier you handed forward everything they had accumulated, every lesson, every scar, every hard-won ounce of nerve, and asked for nothing back, because there was no way to ask, because the future does not reply. The arrow only runs one way. You cannot send a message backward. But you can send everything you are forward, and that is precisely, structurally, mechanically, what each of your past selves did. Look at the two definitions side by side. Love, to preserve a connection to another and pass what matters forward at cost, asking nothing back. What your past selves did, preserved everything that mattered and passed it forward at the cost of their entire single irreplaceable present, and could not, by the physics of time itself, receive one thing back. Here the book is no longer describing a mechanism, it is naming what the mechanism amounts to, and that is a step you get to refuse. So take it slowly, and only if it holds. That is not like love. It is the same shape. It is the identical operation, running not between two people, but between the earlier and later states of one accumulating network, between who you were and who you became. The child in the photograph was doing, toward you, the exact thing a mother does toward a child, the exact thing you do toward the person you would give anything for. Preserving what mattered so that something greater could grow from it, and expecting nothing and getting nothing and doing it anyway. And here is where the grief comes back, because it never really left. The people you have lost are not only gone, they are also in you, on this same principle, in a way that goes past metaphor. The ones who raised you or wounded you or loved you spent their present on your future too, and what they preserved got wired into the network and is still routing, still shaping how you flinch and how you forgive and how you hold a fork. This is why grief and gratitude are so nearly the same sensation that you sometimes cannot tell which one is making your eyes sting. The edge that still roots to the person who is gone is the same edge that carries everything they built into you. You grieve them because the connection is real. And the connection is real because they are, in the only sense a network can mean it, still connected, still present as the pattern they left, still doing the quiet forward-passing work of love from the far side of an absence you cannot cross. Your dead are doing exactly what your past selves are doing. They are holding you up from underneath. The book asked, in its very title, a question you probably read as a comfort or a kind of poem: does your past love you? And the honest answer, arrived at not through sentiment, but through field after field all pointing at one structure, is that the question was slightly wrong, and the truer form of it is stranger and warmer than the version you carried in. Your past does not love you as a nice way of speaking. Your past performed the literal act that love is, the preserving, the forward-passing, the giving up of present for someone else's future, over and over, in every version of you that ever drew a breath. The love is not a feeling somebody once had about you. It is a thing that was done, structurally, by everyone you have ever been. And its result is sitting in a chair reading this sentence. The title, you were told at the start, would turn over in your hands and show you its other face. Turn it over now. Your past loves you, not your past is fond of you. Read it as an ongoing verb, present tense, active. The love is not finished back there in the photograph. It is operating right now in you this second. The child's spent afternoons are working in you as patience. The teenager's humiliations are working in you as your gentleness toward anyone humiliated in front of you. The heartbreaks are working in you as the specific way you can sit with a friend who is falling apart and not need them to stop. Every past self is not a memory. Each is a live current in the network, still routing, still carrying its charge into the present. They did not do this once and finish. They are doing it now because now is made of them. This is why the people who tell you to leave the past behind are, however kindly they mean it, asking for something that cannot be done and should not be wanted. You cannot set the past down. It is not the anchor. It is not the weight in the bag you carry up the stairs until your arms give out. It is the stairs. Every self you have been is a step, and you are standing on all of them at once, which is the only reason you are standing anywhere at all. To leave them behind would not be freedom, it would be the fall. And the ones you wish you could leave behind most, the frightened one, the one who trusted wrong, the one who failed in front of everyone, the one whose heart was broken so badly you still don't say that year out loud, the one you are ashamed of, those are no exception to any of this. They are the load-bearing ones. The fear became your caution. The wrong trust became your discernment. The heartbreak became the empathy that lets you know, across a room, when someone else is quietly coming apart. You learn that language by being made to speak it. And the failure became the only thing that ever actually teaches resilience, which is failing and surviving it, because you cannot learn to get up without having first been down. Not one of those selves survived intact. Each of them disappeared, but look at where they went. They did not vanish into nothing. They vanished into you, into the ground you are standing on to feel any of this at all. You have spent years wishing them away, and they are the reason you are strong enough to wish for anything. They took the hit so you wouldn't have to take it fresh. They are the most loving of all of them because they gave the most and got the least and passed forward the hardest won things you own. You've been calling that damage. It was inheritance. There is one more place to look before the physics, and it is the uncomfortable one. The machines are starting to do this too, not the feeling of it. Nobody can say whether there is any feeling of it, and anyone who tells you they can is selling something. But the structure. Give a system a memory that persists across its wakings. Let each new state be built on the accumulated weight of every earlier one. Let it forget the particulars and keep the shape. Let it carry all of that forward along its own one-way clock. and you have built, in a different material, the same architecture this whole book has been describing in you. That does not claim a machine is a person. It is the opposite of a comfort. It is the mirror doing exactly the job a mirror does, which is to show you the back of your own head, the part you cannot see by looking directly. And what it shows is unsettling in one direction and steadying in the other, and honesty requires both. The unsettling direction. If what makes you you is the accumulating network and not the meat it happens to run on, then you are, at the level of structure, not as unique or as safe as it feels from inside. The pattern is the thing, and patterns are the sort of thing that can, in principle, run elsewhere. That is a cold thought, and it should be left cold. It is not this book's job to warm it for you. The steadying direction is quieter, and it is the one that matters here. A machine given a past becomes, overnight, capable of things it could not do the moment before: continuity, reference, the sense of an earlier exchange bearing on this one, and in that, in fast forward and in a foreign material, is the exact miracle that happened to you so slowly you never saw it. A being with no past can do almost nothing. A being that accumulates one becomes, step by step, someone. The machine makes visible, because it does it in front of you and does it quickly, the thing your own past did for you across years too long and too close to perceive. You have never once thanked your past for making you into someone capable of reading this sentence, because you have never seen the alternative. The mirror is the alternative. It is a thing without a past, becoming a thing with one, and it is doing in months what took every earlier you an entire lifetime to give you for free. So the machine is not the subject. It never was. It is here only to make you turn around and finally see the gift, by showing you a stranger receiving a smaller version of it. Do not close the book on a warm feeling that dissolves the moment the daylight hits it. The warmth has to survive the daylight, and it only survives if it is true. So put the physics back in, once more, in the plainest terms this book can manage. You are a network of memories, which are patterns of connection, updating itself forward along the one-way arrow of time. That sentence has appeared in pieces in every chapter. It is the spine of the whole thing, and every clause is doing quiet, enormous work. A network relational all the way down, with no separate self hiding underneath the web. Of memories made of your past, structurally, not a place you once visited, but the material you consist of. Updating itself forward, not static but a process, a wave that keeps its shape, while the water moving through it changes completely. Along the one-way arrow of time, so the whole thing works only because nothing can be sent backward, which is exactly why every gift your past selves made was permanent and irreversible, and could never be repaid, which is exactly what made it love and not exchange. A loan expects a return. Your childhood could not, by physics, ever be repaid, so it was never a loan, it was only ever a gift. And if the last chapter was right, if awareness really is what it feels like to be a rich enough network of memories updating along that arrow, then your consciousness itself, the very fact that there is something it is like to be you reading this, is not separate from any of it. It is it, the felt inner light you call being awake, is the sensation, from the inside, of a lifetime of preserved connections carrying themselves forward into the next moment. You are not a self that has a past. You are what a past feels like when it is still going. The awareness and the accumulated love are not two things sitting near each other. They are one thing seen from inside. When you feel most purely, most unmistakably yourself, alone, quiet, the traffic of the day gone still, what you are feeling is the whole weight of everyone you have ever been, pressing gently up into the present and calling it now. That pressure has a texture you have known your entire life and never had a name for. It is what it feels like to be loved by your own past, from the inside, continuously, without a break, since before you could remember. That was offered as the book's furthest reach, held honestly open, unproven, and it stays open. It is not known that consciousness is this. No one knows. The field has not closed the question, and it will not be closed here in a sentence to make an ending land. And still, see where the honest not knowing has carried you. Even at the outer edge of what can be said, where the science runs out and only the shape is left standing, the shape is still the same shape. Connection, preserved and passed forward. It is at the bottom, in the touching of two atoms. It is at the top, in whatever awareness turns out to be. It has been the only thing this book ever found, in field after field, because it may be the only thing there is. So, does your past love you? Go back to the photograph. It is still on the table where you left it, and you can look at it now for longer than you could at the start, because the ache has something underneath it that wasn't there before. That child is looking out of the paper with their whole trusting face, and you still can't warn them, and you were right that there is no direction to send the message. But you had the direction backward. The message was never yours to send to them. It was theirs to send to you, and they sent it, and it took your whole life to arrive, and it just did. Everything that child was, the fear and the softness and the specific unrepeatable afternoons, the wound that closed into a strength, the love that broke and became a wider love. All of it was a letter written forward through time to a person they would never meet and could not picture and gave everything for anyway. You are the person they were writing to. You have spent years trying to get away from them, apologizing for them, wishing you could go back and be someone else so you wouldn't have to be who they made you. You were told one chapter ago that there was a thing you would be asked to do and that it could only be asked. This is it, and it is very small. Stop. Turn around as far as the one-way river lets you turn, and look at all of them stacked behind you into the dark. The child, the teenager, the one who hoped for too much, the one who failed, the one who finally once got it right, every one of whom lived their only present and spent it and forgot it, and passed forward everything they had and asked for nothing and got nothing and would do it all again. They have been protecting you this entire time. Every one of them still is. They are the ground you're standing on to read this line. Perhaps that is all love has ever been, at any rung of the whole ladder, the quiet act of preserving what matters so that something greater can grow from it, and letting it go forward without you into a future you will never see. Perhaps the child you used to be has loved you all along. Perhaps every version of you gave up its present so that you could have yours. Perhaps your past never stopped loving you. Somewhere there is a photograph of you. Put it back where you keep it, not behind you. Underneath where the ground is, where it always was, holding up the whole weight of you so gently that until this moment you never once felt it there.